My pleasure, Vijayji. Thank you. Raman sir, good morning.
A very warm morning to you, sir, and to all the participants.
Yes, we'll start exactly at 11. And we have been waiting for all the participants to join. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the confirmation. So, there was one request from Vijay sir that he was not able to join, but now he has joined. I could see him. Good morning, one and all present here. So, we'll begin shortly at 11 a.m. And I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, perfectly. You're audible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the confirmation, Vijay.
You're audible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the confirmation, Vijay. Good morning. Yeah, Vishnu, good morning.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning.
How are you?
Sir, great, great.
Uh,
Nice to
well,
see you after a long time, sir.
yeah, of course. Uh,
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, Vishnu, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन सुरू
बोलिए
है
बोलिए
Good morning, everybody. Um, this is from Madan Mohan Malvi, University of Technology. We are expecting our Vice Chancellor to arrive very soon. I request you all to have patience and maintain the decorum, and we shall be starting in few minutes. This is the international conference, fourth international conference on Indian knowledge system, Reimaging literary and cultural episteme. So all of you are welcome to this conference. Kindly bear with us. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you.
ठीक है। माइक बंद।
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes, sir.
We
Yes,
are
sir, you are
really
very
very sorry for a little starting little late because we have three programs running parallel and Honorable Vice Chancellor uh, for the day, Professor Jyot Singh Sabji, who is representing us and among us, who was busy to inaugurate those two events as well. So, really heartily apologies from the Department of Humanities and Social Science and IKSD for creating the event a little delayed, but now we are going to start it very shortly. And it's I hope that all the dignitaries, and it is Indian knowledge system and Indian, tradition to be very, very cordial, to forgive for the small hitches and other, organizational little hurdles. So, with due permission of the conference chair, I can see Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, Professor Raman Jaswal, and I would like to, welcome you all the participant names I can see to this forum. And now, event is about to start. We will hand over the podium to uh, our anchors.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, faculty members, research scholars, and participants joining us both offline and online. I, Mantasha Aziz, and my co-host, Dr. Milind Raj Anand Sir, extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the International Conference on Indian Knowledge System, Reimaging Literary and Culture Episteme. This prestigious conference is being jointly organized by Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Humanities and Social Science Department and Department of Indian Knowledge System, LJ, NH Government Girls Degree College, Himachal Pradesh, and TEFIs and the NDLI Club of Triple MUT. To begin this auspicious event, we will commence with the lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. I request the dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony and garlanding of the photos of Mahamana, Madan Mohan Malviya ji and Saraswati ji. Following this, we will have Saraswati Vandana. May the divine blessings of Goddess Saraswati guide our thought and inspire our academic pursuits.
ये
Thank you so much. We will now sing the Kulgit of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. I request you to please rise for the Kulgit and join us.
Thank you, Mantasha. This is Milan. And now we shall start with the honoring our esteemed dignitaries. And in this sequence, I would first, with utmost request, call Dr. Abhijit Mishra sir to kindly felicitate our acting Vice Chancellor of the day, Professor Jiyut Singh sir. Sir, sir, camera. Please keep taking the photographs. We will not be asking you separately to take the photographs of the event.
अरे बैठ जाएगा सर, आप यहीं गए होते वो उधर कैमरे के रेंज में आते ना सामने वहाँ यहाँ है। आप भी इधर आए।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. With utmost request, I ask Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, sir, to kindly felicitate our beloved Professor Arjun Dubey, sir.
सर से कराना था, ऑनर है। बोलिए।
All right. In the sequence, it would be a great honor to honor Professor Dubey, sir, by our acting Vice Chancellor of the day, Professor Jiyut Singh, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I ask Mr. Manoj Gupta to come and felicitate our head of the department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Taking this program forward, I now invite Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir, Conference Convener and HOD of Humanities and Social Science Department, to deliver the welcome address.
एक ना हो गया, ये खाली कुर्सियां हटा दो। बस अभी की आगे आइए। Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are very much audible. You are very much audible.
Good morning and greetings of the day. Let me take this opportunity as conference convener to welcome all the dignitaries all across the globe and overseas participants and paper presenters, participants to the forum of Indian knowledge system, reappraising literary and cultural episteme, reimaging literary and cultural episteme. As and when we start thinking of Indian knowledge system, our memory drags us back to the Vedic age, and there we can realize that Anubhadra Krato Yantusa. The knowledge begins with the word, let knowledge come to us from all directions. And it is from where we initiate opening the windows to the new vistas of the knowledge. And there it is requested and required to image that rich inheritance of knowledge that we are having with us. Moving forward, I would like to illustrate a quote that any chapter of humanities or human civilization, if it is having Western bearing, it has to have the Indian ending. And why it is so? It wants to end in peace. For that purpose, harmony, solace, peace not only begins from there, rather you can say that I would like to again quote Kalidasa for all the literary pursuits from, Raghuvansa Mahakavya, Raghuvansa's first sloka, that is Vagartha Vagarth Pratipatte Jagata Pitrau Bande Parvati Parmeshwaro. So, as a language lover and linguistic lover, it is our pride concern to raise that voice from there, like for the meaning, for understanding and imbibing the word and meaning, we need to, invoke the deity that represents like the meaning and word together and the seamless amalgamation that represents over there. So let us invoke the Parvati and Parameshwara. Moving beyond, I would like to enter into the Indian philosophical domain and or all that Indian philosophical domain, if we look, we find that the word philosophical study, the term philosophy itself is a Greco-Roman origin, Greek origin, where philos plus sophia is equal to philosophy. Philios means love, Sophia is Greek goddess of knowledge and learning, and philosophy stands for the love for wisdom, and that way, and then we move beyond. When we look at the philosophy per se, we found that the world is divided into two parts. In Indian subcontinent, we study Indian philosophy and Western philosophy. As and when, we start, bending into that, we find that Indian philosophy is divided into two parts further. Further, two trends are there: Astic Darshan and Nastic Darshan, theist philosophy and atheist philosophy. And then later on, we can find that there. Hello, I found that some of the participants' camera videos are audios are unmuted. Kindly cooperate and mute yourself for the 5-10 minutes. Then we will proceed to the main keynote addresses. So we find that Indian philosophy, Astic Darshan and Nastic Darshan, theist and atheist. Then we found that there are 6 theist darshan. Who are theist? Those who are believers in the Vedas. If you are believing in the Vedas, so there are 6, philosophies are there, 6 darsanas are there: Shanti, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisesik, Vedanta, and Mimamsa. And then there are, after that, we find that Charvak, Bodh, Jain, 3 darsanas are considered as the Nastic darsanas. That way, knowledge domains keeps, branches keeps emerging, and studies went so on and so forth. Right from the Sodesh Mahajanpatas to, Dasavataras, and then spirituality and religion and philosophy branches move further. We will deliberate it and discuss in detail. I know that we are running ahead of time, and that's why running late, and that's why we need to run a bit faster. I at the outset take this opportunity again, and I believe that next 2 days are going to be wonderful deliberations, enriching the knowledge of Indian thought, Indian values, and Indian civilization, where we can understand the concept of India as a nation, concept of Indian psychology. With the last statement on Bhagavad Gita, I would like to say, Vasansi jedani yatha vihaya navani grihati naroparani tatha sharirani vihaya jeda nyanyani sanyati navani dehi. Like as the tortured cloths, distorted cloths, we spare it. Similarly, we soul, changes the body after it is, distorted, and after it is, it loses its ability to remain alive further. So that way, rejuvenate, revive, reincarnate, rebirth. And I hope that next 2 days we will be reimaging Indian philosophy. What else can be a better book than Bhagavad Gita itself on counseling, persuasion, and many more managerial principles? Mahabharata is considered as the second largest epic on this earth and paradise of managerial principles. So it is not only that for traditional knowledge, rather for exploring present day knowledge, persuasion, negotiation, and all, and deploying a person who is deluded to the council as well. We need to look it back to the ancient Indian epics and ancient Indian knowledge repository, from where we can explore and find new marvels and new gems of knowledge in future. I hope that next 2 days will be, cultural and literary extravaganza, along with the flavor of management and, philosophy and psychology and sociology and other multidisciplinary approaches that can be found in the in that deliberation of this conference. And I hope with these words, I would like to conclude my words and invite the anchors to lead the program further. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. To present the concept note of this international conference, I invite conference chairman Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, sir. Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, sir, is the distinguished academician and thought leader in English studies. He currently serves as professor in the Department of English at Lovely Professional University, Punjab, bringing with him over 24 years of dedicated teaching and research experience. Dr. Pandey sir is the founder and CEO of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and the editor-in-chief of the Achievers Journal, Journal of English Language, Literature and Culture, a respected platform for scholarly discourse. He is the author of acclaimed book The Treatment of Women in Shashi Deshpande's novel and the editor of 7 noteworthy volumes including Exploring Digital Humanities, Challenges and Opportunities, I School in the Mirror, Thinking Out of the Box, Vihan A. Nayak, I Study of His Mind and Art, Approaches and Method of Teaching, A Reconsideration, Colonizing the Female Body, and Overview of Bapsi Sidhwa and Khalid Hussaini. Deshpande sir. Sorry. Pandey sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Very much audible.
Thank you very much for such an extensive introduction. Honorable Chief Patron of this international conference, Professor Dr. J.P. Saini sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur, UP, India. Conference Patron Dr. Rajkumar, Principal Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkars, Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd. Dr. Milind Raj Anand, Head Department of IKS, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. Professor Rajesh Kumar Yadavji, Dean, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Gorakhpur. Uh, Dr. Arjun Dubey sir, the most revered and honorable professor from Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. The convener of this international conference, Dr. Sudhin Narayan Singh sir. Our keynote speakers, Dr. Manmohan sir, eminent poet, novelist, critic, editor, and linguist, Professor of Eminence in Guru Nanak Dev University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Nishi Pandey, Professor of Eminence, Department of English and Modern European Languages, University of Lucknow, Miss Niharika Sharma, IPS, Commanding 26th Battalion, PAC, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Praveen Kumarji, IAS, retired, Miss Muhammad Aisha Mustafa, who is the lecturer in the Department of English and Literary Studies, Sule Lamido University, Kafin Hausa, Nigeria. Mr. Dhanapati Sharma, who is lecturer in Gedu College of Business Studies under the Royal University of Bhutan. And our most beloved, the conference organizing secretary, Dr. Raman Jaswal sir, Assistant Professor Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkarsh, Government Girls Degree College, honorable dignitaries, esteemed scholars, distinguished guests, and dear participants. I, Dr. Sanjay Prasad Pandey, on behalf of the Achievers Foundation for English Studies and also on behalf of the organizing committee of this international conference, think that it is my profound privilege to welcome you all to this international conference on Indian knowledge system, reimaging literary and cultural episteme. On behalf of the organizing committee, once again I extend a warm and heartfelt greetings to each one of you who has joined us, academicians, researchers, practitioners, cultural thinkers, and students from across the country and around the world. This conference is a celebration of India's rich intellectual heritage, a heritage that spans millennia and continues to inspire global discourse. The Indian knowledge system is not merely a repository of historical wisdom, it is an active, living tradition that speaks of our contemporary concerns with remarkable clarity. As we explore literature, philosophy, culture, aesthetics, environmental ethics, and indigenous practices, we rediscover ways in which ancient insights can illuminate modern challenges. It embodies one of the world's most enduring intellectual traditions rooted in centuries of philosophical inquiry, literary expression, aesthetic innovation, and socio-cultural practices. As global academic discourses expand towards plural epistemologies, The Indian knowledge heritage offers profound insights into holistic thinking, sustainable living, ethical reasoning, and creative imagination. In contemporary scholarship, many of these traditions remain only partially explored or interpreted through limited frameworks. This international conference, Indian Knowledge System Reimagining Literary and Cultural Episteme, seeks to revisit, reinterpret, and recontextualize the vast corpus of India's intellectual and cultural legacy. It aims to create an interdisciplinary platform where scholars, researchers, practitioners, and cultural custodians from across the world can engage in critical dialogues on how classical and indigenous knowledge traditions can be meaningfully interwoven with modern academic, social, and technological paradigms. The conference envisions Indian knowledge system not as a set of historic artifacts, but as a living, evolving episteme reservoir from Vedic and classical Sanskrit literature to Bhakti, Sufi, and folk traditions. From ancient pedagogical models like Gurukul and Nalanda to contemporary knowledge ecosystem, from classical Indian aesthetics like rasa, dhvani, etc., to performative and oral traditions, and from indigenous ecological wisdom to civilizational ethics. The event aims to explore how these knowledge streams can inform and enrich current debate on culture, identity, sustainability, and global humanities. In reimaging the literary and cultural episteme, the conference encourages submissions and discussions that adopt both traditional hermeneutic approaches and innovative critical methodologies. Special attention will be given to comparative studies, interdisciplinary intersections, digital humanities, and the application of Indian knowledge system in emerging spheres as mental well-being, environmental governance, and creative industries. Ultimately, this conference aspires to reaffirm the global relevance of Indian tradition, or rather, I would say Indian knowledge tradition, and to facilitate their integration into contemporary scholarly discourses and institutional practices. It is hoped that the deliberations over these 2 days will catalyze new research pathways, foster international collaborations, and contribute to a more inclusive understanding of world knowledge system. I extend my sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, invited guests, partner institutions, and the dedicated organizing team whose tireless efforts have made this event possible. As we embark on this scholarly journey together, let us do so with curiosity, openness, and a collective spirit of inquiry. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you an intellectually stimulating, enriching, and memorable conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
My
Now I
pleasure.
invite Dr. Milind Raj Anand, sir, Assistant Professor in English, Madanmal Malviya University of Technology, and Head of the Department of Indian Knowledge System, to address the gathering. Dr. Anand sir is a dedicated scholar whose academic interests include African American literature, Dalit literature, Subaltern Studies, Indian Literature in English, and Indian Literature in Translation. He holds a PhD in English from Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University and is also UGC NET qualified with 6 years of teaching experience in Baba Sahab Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. He has also organized 5 national level seminar and workshop and has actively participated in several scholarly events. His research publication reflects his strong commitment to academic excellence. Beside this, he also holds masters in mercantile marine and has served for a decade in Shipping Corporation of India. Sir.
Thank you, Mantasha. Respected Vice Chancellor of the Day, Professor Jeet Singh sir, our very esteemed Professor Arjun Dubey sir, Faculty of Psychology in the department, Dr. Abhijit Mishra sir, our head of the department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir, the esteemed chairman, guests, social scientists, philosophers, social workers, and all those people who are part of this conference and who are going to contribute towards the understanding of the literary and cultural episteme of the Indian knowledge system. I welcome you all to the conference and being called to say a few words on behalf of the head of the department, or as head of the department, I must say, of Indian knowledge system of Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology. I am very humbled and thankful to our head of the department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir. Sir has already set the note, and our conference chairman sir has already laid the very foundations of this conference, as well as how and where, in what direction should the Indian knowledge system navigate. And therefore, when we talk about the Indian knowledge system, there are various dimensions of Indian knowledge system, and these dimensions, if we trace, then they start from Mohenjo-daro. If we trace from Mohenjo-daro to Harappa, to the Dravidian culture, to the panoramic literary cultures, panoramic farm cultures, panoramic Adivasi cultures of the whole Indian landscape, we can understand that yes, we need to discuss, we need to delve into the deeper issues of Indian knowledge system. So all these things make Indian knowledge system. What all these things, what could be the facet of the Indian knowledge system? If we see the new education policy 2020, after which this has taken the lead, then if I quote the new education policy, one of the very particular paragraph also cited in the UGC guidelines, is that Indian knowledge system should be researched, enhanced, and put to a new use through our education system. Out of numerous other things what they are discussing, they are saying that it has to be researched and enhanced. It's not lost. Some of it is, yes, yet to be traced. Some of it has become out of relevance because of the technological developments. But we as researchers, we as academicians, we as social scientists, we as philosophers, we as literateurs need to understand that this needs to be unearthed so as to let the whole world benefit from it. Ultimately, what is important? What is important is the benefits of the humankind. Ultimately, what is important is that what we are working for is Sabbe Satta Sukhi Hontu, or in other words, we also say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina in Sanskrit. In Pali, we say Sabbe Satta Sukhi Hontu. Sabbe Hontu Chakhe Mino. Sabbe Bhadrani Passantu Ma Kanche Dukkha Magaba. This is what we say in Pali. Similarly, in Sanskrit. So ultimately, we are working, we are thinking, we are striving for the benefit of the humankind. And India has always been the cradle of India has been the civilizational cradle of the whole civilization, or has been the leader of the civilizations of the world. And therefore, we are very much rich in the philosophical and thematic understandings or thematic roots of this particular approach. When we talk about the epistemological understandings of the Indian knowledge, we have been discussing about what as a literature has already been existing. We have been discussing about what has as a practice has already there. But sometimes when we read about what the Adivasis have done, contributed to the Indian, not only philosophy, not only way of life, but also to the ecological system of this culture, of this subcontinent, about their practices, about what they are, how they are living, then certainly we feel that there is yet to be tapped from their resources, from their knowledge, from their systems. And therefore, when we say that we have to work as a sustainable society, or this Indian society is much more sustainable than probably the Western society, it is because we are still connected sometimes to our roots. Yes, sometimes we fail. Sometimes at some point of time we are still failing. But still, if we are not going to think into that direction, we may land into the same situation where our Western societies have gone to. That may be purely luring. That may be purely feeling very sophisticated. That may be asking us to endorse their point of views. But are they sustainable? Is the Indian society has not fared during recent COVID times? Or has Indian society not fared during the various other pandemics? Or Indian society has not fared through the tumultuous times in the medieval ages or post-medieval ages or even pre-medieval ages? Yes, it has done. It has done. It has survived, and India, being a subcontinent with such resources, has always nurtured, has always attracted not only the invaders, but also have received with open arms all those who have come to it and wanted to settle over there. And therefore, India has got a rich legacy from all over the world, from all over the world, where the knowledge from the whole continent, from the whole world, people coming to India and contributing to the Indian knowledge. Therefore, it becomes our implicit duty that we should understand that if we are going to help the humanity, help the people, help the civilization, help all those governments, or maybe taking in picture the world at large, if we are going to help them, we ought to start from the Indian knowledge base. This should not only be the Indian perspective, or this should not only be an Indian leadership. It has to come from the whole world, because this land has been the root of all those developing thoughts and philosophies which are currently ruling the world, or which are currently being absorbed for the humankind by the whole world. And therefore, I consider this particular seminar, this particular conference, to be a stepping stone for various other organizations who are part of this conference, as well as for the whole literary and philosophical dimension being adhered to by the various organizations. All those people who are becoming part of it, all those people from the international arena who are contributing it, who are listening to us, and who have become part of this conference, I thank you all from my core of my heart. And I feel that certainly we are going to learn something from this conference. And therefore, I once again congratulate you all for becoming a part of this. Request you all to be with this conference, 2-day conference, give as much time as possible. And once again, I thank my my head of the department, Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh sir, for making me a part of this particular endeavor. Thank you all for a patient listening. Thank you. All right, now as a co-host also, we bear both the responsibilities. So as a department, I did my responsibility as a co-host. Now I shall call our esteemed. Now this is done. Which one? All right. Of late, our head Dean, Research and Development and Professional Practices, Professor Rajesh Kumar Yadav sir has joined us, and therefore we take a break from it and ask our newly appointed faculty, Ms. Garima Yadav ma'am, to honor Professor Rajesh Yadav sir with a yes, please come, please. Take a photograph, please. Take beautiful photographs, because this is what we lack in during the online mode at these conferences. Thank you. Now in this line, we ask our very cheerful Dr. Satprakash Yadav sir. Satprakash Yadav sir, please come and honor Dr. Abhijit Mishra sir. Please come and honor Dr. Abhijit Mishra sir. Please, sir, please. It will be a great honor for us, please.
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Neetu Rajput ma'am to felicitate Dr. Milind Raj Anand sir. Thank you so much. I now invite our esteemed conference patron, Dr. Raj Kumar, Sir Principal, LINH Government Girls Degree College, Kotla Khurd, Himachal Pradesh, to deliver his address. Before delivering his address, I would like to call Professor S.N. Singh sir to few words about Dr. Raj Kumar sir.
Professor Rajkumar Singh Saab has been our previous patron as well, and sir has graced the occasion with his wonderful words of wisdom, and his motivation is always, landmark for us to march forward. And sir, since he joined the institution, Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkar's LNJH Government Girls Degree College, since then we are receiving his blessings. And sir, we are lucky to have your blessing, and we cordially welcome you from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur. And we are lucky to have you as our patron for this event and receiving your patronage second year consequently. So this is the fourth conference of English Language and Literature Conference, ELLC, and you are, jointly motivating us, and consequently second time. So 50% of the journey is under your patronage, and for that we are really grateful, and we are humbly obliged. Before telling anything, your gesture that we receive the time that you give every time you are available. I got the news that yesterday you were very packed, visited some institution for having sports related some events and all that. But after journeying and still you agreed and said that gave your consent to this conference. So stage is all yours, sir, and humble gratitude from the side of you know our side. And we request you next time, sir, you physically be with us along with Ramanji, so that we can have the blessings of your physical presence, so that we can have at least once hosting you physically. That blessing is requested from me. Next time, you and Ramanji, both of you, please do come and grace the occasion from this university. That will be a wonderful support for us. So, with that invitation, I invite you for your wonderful words of blessings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for invitations. Esteemed dignitaries, distinguished scholars, respected guests, and dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this international conference on Indian knowledge system. This gathering is not merely an academic event, it is a celebration of India's profound intellectual heritage and inheritance that span millennia and continue to offer relevance, wisdom, and direction in the modern world. Indian knowledge systems represent a holistic worldview where science, philosophy, art, and ethics are deeply interconnected. From the precision of ancient mathematics and astronomy to the environmental consciousness embedded in our traditional ecological practices, from the rich insights of Ayurveda and yoga to the depth of our literacy, linguistic, and philosophical traditions, Indian knowledge system reflects the civilization's timeless pursuits of knowledge, harmony, and human well-being. At a time when the world is seeking sustainable pathway and inclusive model of progress, Indian knowledge traditions offer invaluable frameworks. It is heartening to see scholars, researchers, educators, and practitioners from across the globe coming together to examine these traditions, to reinterpret them, and to integrate them meaningfully into contemporary discourse. I commend the organizers for creating a platform that fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, critical engagement, and international collaborations. Conferences like this are and for ensuring that the vast repository of Indian knowledge system continue to inspire future generation. To all the researchers presenting their work, I extend my warm wishes. May your insights, discussions, and collaborations during this conference contribute to new directions in research, education, and innovation, rooted in the Indian intellectual tradition. Let us use occasion not only to revisit the past, but also to envision the future one where the knowledge of our ancestral enriches globe understanding and guides humanity towards balance, sustainability, and collective well-being. I wish the conference great success and look forward to the valuable outcome that will emerge from this gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. because of the paucity of time, and there are 3 more programs running in this university, and as the Vice Chancellor of the day, our Professor Jyot Singh sir has to move there also. So that I take the liberty to call him before schedule. It is now my privilege to invite our Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Jyot Singh sir, on behalf of our Chief Patron, Professor J.P. Saini sir. It is my honor to introduce Professor Jyot Singh sir, a distinguished academician of over 20 years of experience and research experience at reputed institutions. He has guided 3 PhD scholars and more than 20 MTech students and has contributed over 70 research publications to national and international forums. Professor Jyot Singh sir has also served in major administrative positions, including registrar and head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at MUT Gorakhpur. His professional expertise extends beyond academia, having served as a consultant for Government of Bihar, JP Industries, Soma Industries, and Gati Industries. He has organized and attended numerous seminars, workshops, and conferences, delivered invited talks, chaired technical sessions, and played key roles in academic development, accreditation, and institutional performance improvement. And therefore, as an accomplished scholar, I welcome Professor Jyot Singh sir. As a learner, I bow to him and call him to the stage. Sir, please.
So, thank you. Chairman of the conference, Professor Sanjay Prasad Pandey, Professor Sudhir Narayan Singh Saab, Arvind Jaiswal Saab, my colleagues on the desk and off the desk. Today theme, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the team members who are organizing consecutively 4 times this conference on Indian knowledge system. Before coming to here, I was in discussion with Professor S.C. Burma, who is a writer of the concept of the physics books and permissary. We were discussing that some Sanskrit sloks were the origin of so many things. Today, I came to know that one of the professor in IIT Bombay do his master's in physics, completed his PhD in Sanskrit, presently professor in IIT Bombay in humanities, and working on origin of calculus by the Indian knowledge system, even trigonometry, sin theta, cos theta values. That all has been explained in very detail in our old literatures. There is need to reinvestigate that. Okay. And from ancient history, we know that Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya or medical system or knowledge system were very, very strong. Even what is the distance of the sun, moon, etc. That was already told in our Vedas. Okay. So I think this conference will be benefited to all of us. And without taking much more time, I once congratulate all the participants, my colleagues, organizers, sir, and a special thanks to Professor Arvind Dubey, sir, who is here. Okay, as our guardian, you can say. Okay, so thank you all. Thanks.
In the same sequence, there is a request for book release and e-souvenir release, a journal release of the Achievers Foundation, and e-souvenir release. Only that is requested to our Vice Chancellor of the day and Professor Jyot Singh Sabji to spare some more time so that we can go through that formalities. So over to Shafiq ji for coordinating book release. Okay. तो हम बोल दें आप लोग लीजिए सब दो लोग एक लीजिएगा कम 5 ही है बीजी आप एक ले लें बाकी लोग 2 हम आ जाएंगे फोटोग्राफ. So before since the formalities of e-souvenir is being planned, last year book chapters were compiled into the journals, special issue of the Achievers Foundation. So we all are requested to requesting our dais to release the journal of the ELLC, third ELLC in today's conference. So over to over to Anchor, and let me take this opportunity to also partner the book release, journal release. कोई आया ही नहीं एक देना हेलो किधर है ये ले लिया उधर लेके वापस चले गए आप लोड करते हैं आप इधर जाओ यार इधर भी खुल गया ऑनलाइन पीपल्स फॉर्म अभी या नहीं ये शेयर नहीं ये मत शेयर करिए अभी से नहीं या यूथ सर शेयर कराइए सर को बुला लीजिए सर क्लिक करेंगे सर से कराइए हाँ अभी और फोटो लेना है सर से क्लिक कराना अभी शेयर उनसे कराना अभी शेयर नहीं हो गया ये हो नहीं सर आप आइए बॉस थोड़ा सा अरे काहे नहीं 6 देशों का उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन अब क्या दिखाएंगे फोटोग्राफ लीजिए ये So virtual release of e-souvenir of the conference. Scroll कर लो मैं कर visible है is it visible whether share नहीं हुआ लिख रहे हो
Yes, sir, it is visible. It is visible to all of us. It is
so here
visible.
comes the virtual release of e-souvenir of the conference. Our Vice Chancellor Saab also conveyed telephonically his greetings and his message is available over here. Clear? So you can see there. And I thanks my patron, chief patron, and Vice Chancellor representative Professor Jyot Singh Saab sir, who is here amongst us, kindly gracing the occasion. And here comes the e-souvenir of this 4th ELLC on literary and cultural episteme of the Reimaging Literary and Cultural Episteme, entitled as Indian Knowledge System and Reimaging Literary and Cultural Episteme. I congratulate all the participants, all the contributors, all the delegates, all overseas delegates and partners, conference partners for their contribution. It is because of them we are standing here. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Jyot Singh Sahab, and I also, acknowledge my deep sense of gratitude to all the, participants and delegates who spared their intellectual, contribution to this. Thanks a lot. Over to the host for anchors for the next proceedings.
Thank you so much, sir. It is now my honor to invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Manmohan Singh, sir. Manmohan sir is Punjabi poet, novelist, critic, editor, and linguistic. He is retired Indian Police Service officer of 1988 batch. He is superannuated as Special Director, Intelligence Bureau, Government of India in July 2023. Presently, he is working as a Professor of Eminence in Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab. He is Member Executive of Punjab Arts Council, Chandigarh. He was Vice Chairman of Chandigarh Sahitya Academy, Chandigarh. He also remained member of the General Council of Sahitya Academy, Delhi. He is now Chairman, Chandigarh Sahitya Academy. He got Sahitya Academy Award on his debut novel Nirvan in 2013. He is author of 12 books of poetry, Agli Chaurahe Thak, Sur Sanket, Namit Neelkant, and Zeel, Kalab Birk Di Adhuri Pari Katha. He has been in honored with Poetry Award 2001, Criticism Award 2005, and Prose Award 2009 by Punjabi Academy, Delhi, Best Poet Award 2003 by Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Sahitya Academy Award on his novel Nirvan 2013, and Award of Recognition 2018 by Chandigarh Sahitya Academy. He has also been honored as Shiromani Sahitkar by the Government of Punjab. Sir, Singh sir, Manmohan Singh sir.
Ma'am, please wait a while. He'll be joining soon.
I think he's stuck somewhere, so we can ask Professor Nishi Pandey to join.
Wait for a minute.
Dr. Sudhir, we can invite Dr. Nishi Pandey.
Sir, has ma'am joined?
No, I think he's stuck somewhere, so we can invite Dr. Nishi Pandey now.
Sure, sir. Sure. If you allow, all right, sir, I'll directly switch over to our esteemed professor, Professor Nishi Pandey, ma'am. Sir, I'll take the privilege to introduce Professor Nishi Pandey, ma'am, and that is because I have been a student of her, and in the Department of English and Modern European Languages, University of Lucknow, that has been my alma mater. And being a alumni of that prestigious university, I take your permission to introduce our esteemed professor. Professor Nishi Pandey, ma'am, who is a distinguished scholar from the University of Lucknow, is a professor of eminence in the Department of English and Modern European Languages, director of the UGC Human Resource Development Center, and coordinator of the university's Center for Cultural Texts. She also leads international collaborations and is a faculty member at the Institute of Women's Studies. With 35 years of teaching, extensive research, supervision, and major administrative roles, including Dean Student Welfare, Chief Proctor, Chief Provost, and Director of Planning and Development, Professor Nishi Pandey ma'am has been a pioneering leader, often the first woman to hold these positions. Her expertise includes higher education movement, quality assurance, cultural studies, performance studies, contemporary literature, and women's studies. She is the recipient of several prestigious honors, such as the FICCI FLO Outstanding Women in Education Award, Rani Lakshmibai Bravery Award, Saraswati Samman Award, ST Women of Substance Award, and the Times Achievers Award, a Fulbright Scholar, Oxford Scholar, and a Charles Wallace Fellow. She has represented India across global academic forums in the United States of America, United Kingdom, and Europe. Professor Nishi Pandey stands as an inspiring symbol of academic excellence, leadership, and women's empowerment. And therefore, I am very honored to have Professor Nishi Pandey ma'am with us. You are welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, Professor Nishi Pandey ma'am. Sir, I think ma'am is...
No, ma'am is joining. Ma'am is joining. She's having some connectivity issue.
Sure, sir.
She's trying to join.
Sure.
Yeah. Just 2 minutes.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Yeah, she's joined. She's joined.
Professor Nishi Pandey ma'am, Are you online, ma'am? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry because of the poor
No
connectivity.
issues,
I'm
ma'am.
not
No
putting
issues.
on the camera.
Ma'am, no issues, ma'am. This is Milind here.
Yes, hello, Milind.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I shall reintroduce you.
No, you don't have to reintroduce me. If you already introduced me, then it's good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome for your address, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
All right. So, well, I've just been taken back because just give me half a minute and I'll be with you.
Yes,
Um,
yes, ma'am.
all right. So, we are going to be talking about the Indian knowledge tradition. And I thought I'd I've been lobbying for this for virtually now 25, 30 years, that the Indian knowledge tradition needs to get recognized. And we made efforts at our university, in the University of Lucknow. And we were able to introduce Indian aesthetic theory as part of our critical studies program. And we found that it had a, a good effect because eventually, over a period of time, we were able to introduce cultural studies as an area for research. And in that, we were then looking at matters like, the Ekanki Natak of Assam, reclaiming it, retrieving it, documenting it. That kind of activity began in the university department. And I think that it is very important for us to understand that when we talk of Indian knowledge traditions, we are not just talking about literature. We are also looking at a large number of other disciplines which are important. And yeah. So, looking at the Indian knowledge tradition, when I remember that when we were younger, if we ever thought of even teaching English or explaining a passage in Hindi in a classroom where a large number of students were coming from Mufassal towns, it was considered absurd, and people laughed and said, "Aap Angrezi Hindi mein padhati hain." Now that in itself was a challenge for us, but we persisted, and I think many of us um, benefited from it. Because our students benefited, they understood core ideas, and after understanding core ideas, they were able to go forth in simply using a simpler language, simple English, and were able to perform. So, when we look at India's rich history and Indian intellectual literary traditions, then we have to understand that we are looking at understanding of India's rich cultural heritage, pre-colonial, and then later Indian intellectual and literary traditions. We talk of Indian aesthetics. If you're looking at Indian history, you divide it into 4 periods: ancient India, which is Vedic and classical; early modern period, which is from 1526 to 1850; British colonial period, which is from 1526 again to 1850 AD; and post-independence, that's 1947 onward. Now, we have always been accused, initially the argument that was being made was that we were not, that our tradition or our intellectual processes were not rational and scientific. But the point I want to make here very quickly is that the Indian intellectual tradition is continuous and cumulative tradition of thinkers. There are texts, there are conceptual structures and theories in different areas of human thought and experience. There are a lot of primary texts which are still available in the intellectual fields of philosophy, medicine, grammar, architecture, geography, literary theory, political economy, logic, astronomy, military science, sociology, metallurgy, agriculture, mining, and shipbuilding. Now, having said this, I will just cut across to something that was that when NEP was being implemented, I used to deliver a lot of lectures in which I pointed out that when Macaulay came to India, he decided to do a survey, and out of all the villages, over 3 lakh villages, every single village, not the towns, the villages themselves too had some form of a school, whether it was a madrasa or it was a Vedic Pathshala or it was a Gurukul, some form existed. Documented in our records, because they undertook a survey which has been documented in the records by major British people who were governing at that time. In the Bombay presidency itself, there is documentary evidence in the records that in the Bombay presidency, which extended from Bombay, a part of Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and went right up to Pakistan, you will be surprised to know that there were almost over 12,000 higher education institutions. These higher education institutions definitely were in these intellectual fields of whether it was philosophy, medicine, grammar, architecture, geography, politics, medicine, metallurgy, agriculture, architecture, shipbuilding. And by the time, and the literacy rate of India at that time has been documented at 98%. And by the time the British left in 1947, our literacy rate had fallen to 9%. So by dismantle, to say that we never had a tradition, so completely wrong. And I do not want to go into the politics of it, but I'm sure for those of us who are here and who are listening in and who are as part of the system, we do understand how this played out, why it played out, and why it is important for us to. One argument, because I'm on the implementation committee of NEP for the Chief Minister's group, as part of for the literature and culture component, I have argued that whenever now we should seriously consider that when you are doing a study, when you're doing a piece of research in any university, we do something known as a literature review. Why is it that in our own subject, in our own discipline, we do not go to review any piece of literature that may exist on the topic that we have selected? Why do we not include that? We have never done that. So whether you're talking of metallurgy or when you talk of sociology or agriculture, there have been practices, there are texts, and a lot of texts available which you need to refer to, and then you need to see whether what the area that you've chosen for research, if anything, can be drawn from there. We've completely shut that out, and through a very Western prism, we are constantly and consistently looking at only the Western structures and wanting to applicate them to our system, dismally failing sometimes, and always being accused that our research is not up to the mark. Because the West is not really looking at us presenting their point of view. They're also looking at what we can give them. You will be surprised to know I delivered a lecture on the Indian knowledge tradition in the Florida State University. And there were, in USA alone, 35 seats have been professors has been created in Sanskrit. They are now getting full-blown interest in Sanskrit because they want to source our texts. We have never ever thought that our texts were of any use. So why I want to focus here is on, if just look at some disciplines and their texts, if you go to philosophy, in Darshan, there are 6 theistic systems. There's Mimamsa, Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshiki, Samarkhya, and Yoga. Dharma Shastra mein jaiye, which deals with social individual life and conduct. You have Manusmriti, you have Parashar Samhita and others. Go to Ayurveda, you have Charak Samhita and Sushrut Samhita. Ab aapko innumerable reels you will find where you're very happy to see people from America and everywhere else saying, oh, Sushrut was the first, surgeon who actually was doing, restructuring and recreating the human body through surgery with very basic tools. But Sushrut is definitely considered to be a plastic surgeon, the first plastic surgeon that the world ever had. And then we have the Charak Samhita. So now we are willing to accept it because it's coming to us from the an acknowledgement and acceptance from the West. That is something that we need to think about. If you look at Vyakaran or grammar, the Ashtadhyayi, Vakyapadi hai. If you look at politics, Niti, there's the Arthashastra. You want to look at literary theory, there's the Kavya Shastra. There is Itihas Puran or history and mythical chronicles, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and the Puran. So I really wanted to quickly focus on convincing you that how is Indian aesthetics a tradition? You see, Indian aesthetics is a tradition because the Indian knowledge system is a tradition because by virtue of continuity and cumulativeness of texts and thinkers. So in each of the disciplines that we are talking about and more, there is always the texts are there and there are thinkers. And there will be people agreeing where people disagreeing. But all those texts cumulatively are available and they add to the tradition and gives the flexibility and the freedom for the reader or the inquirer or the person investigating to actually get into interpreting it his way, putting his own thought. So even if you dissent, if you disagree with the theory, your theory still exists. It is documented. So there's a continuity and cumulativeness of texts and thinkers. Now, the Indian tradition, knowledge tradition, is a very powerful interpretive literature built around the primary text. And that enriches and enhances the thought in each discipline. So, there is a source text, there will be primary text, some samgraha texts, recensions, and a long line of commentaries on them. So, for example, let's look at aesthetic theory because that's what I've taught. So, there's the Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni. Then there is the primary text, the Dhvanyalok or Chitya Vicharak. Then there are samgraha texts like the Kavya Mimamsa by Raj Shekhar, etc. And all these belong to the tradition and they're very much there. Now, the tradition is empirical. What the West accuses us of is that, oh, there is no scientific basis for this, etc., etc. Let me just bring you to, I will come to explain, when I finish this bit on why it is a tradition, then I will come back to talking about why it is, how it fits the scientific framework. So the conceptual structures which are propounded by primary texts, they are products of actual practice and observation. So we don't require the investigation or the process that the West follows. For example, there is an idea or a notion, then it is tested through various theories, and then there is the researcher comes out with findings, right? Now, if you look at the science disciplines, there will be an experiment that will be conducted. There will be after the experiment is conducted, there will be observations. After observations, the conclusions come. It is very, very important for us to understand we did not need to go through this because not a single theory that exists in the Indian knowledge tradition is not based on actual practice and observation. Let me give you just an idea by giving you a common example, which the Westerners understood very fast. I said, if you look at the Kama Sutra, It's one of the texts in our in our tradition. And in Kama Sutra, whatever is described, multiple things. We'll only look at sexual postures. That's not all that there is. It's a lot of a study about how to, it's the process of love. How do you prepare for love? How does it happen? So when the research, whatever research was being done, whatever is there in the text, comes from actual life observation. The author used to peak whatever, even when you look at the various postures that has been described, they do not come out of the man's imagination. It comes out of something that was being practiced at that time, which he had observed and which he had documented. So the conceptual structures propounded by our primary texts are products of actual practice and documentation and observation which are documented. So primary texts are not usually normative. After they acquire the status in the intellectual tradition, it is useful for them to begin to operate as normative texts. And since our tradition is oral, we must remember that the tradition is oral, it is language centered. The Shabda is crucial, and care is taken, a lot of care is taken to define the terms as precisely as possible. So terms are almost always interdisciplinary, and at the same time, they are ordinary language words. So transdisciplinary character of concepts in the Indian intellectual tradition and categories in this tradition exist. Thinkers have constantly been searching for one ultimate principle on structure, explaining diverse phenomena from mundane to the divine. So it's not just that, so out of the observation is also the quest for understanding the principle of the structure and how these diverse phenomena can be linked to the divine. So there is always this pursuit of knowledge. We always say that, all disciplines of knowledge lead to the same point, which is the understanding of human life and understanding of human existence, which is actually a spiritual idea. If you read a text like the Tao of Physics, or you look at the most of Oppenheimer ko dekhe, if you look at any of the scientists who have operated and worked, they've all been drawn to the spiritual aspect of Indian culture. So let's see, for example, a rus theory. रस शब्द जो है वो basically chemistry से आता है. It is used in medicine, it is used in cooking, and it is used in literary aesthetics to explain how we enjoy aesthetic pleasure, how aesthetic pleasure is aroused. So, bhava is a construct in both philosophy and literary aesthetics. Then there is a term Atma Sakshatkar, self-realization. It is the goal in philosophy, it is the goal in ritual, it is the goal in medicine, and also the goal in literary experience. So what I'm trying to say here is, in the Indian intellectual tradition, no idea, no system of ideas is developed in isolation. So transdisciplinary character of concepts and categories is a very integral part of the Indian intellectual tradition. Rege, in one of his pieces, has written, and I quote, "The Indian notion or notions of the spiritual quest and of sadhana are an integral part of a conceptual scheme which articulates a total form of social and individual life. In a unified conceptual scheme which defines a view of human nature, the nature of human society, social and individual ideals, and forms of self-realization based on these views." So what I'm trying to say here and what is being said here is that knowledge is not an end in itself. It will justify itself by upholding dharma or the inherent equipoise in the individual, the society, and cosmos. So you have to understand that in our tradition, whatever you may be doing, whatever line you may follow, whatever uh, tradition you may come to. It is eventually when it all converges at knowledge, and that knowledge which creates an inherent equipoise between the individual, his society, and the cosmos. So the four ends of life are laid down in the Dharma Shastra, and they constitute the goal of learning as well. So command of both literature and language leads to moksha. This has been said, the liberation from the self. So in our tradition, I continue to tell you what the aspects of our tradition is. All knowledge is a form of meditation. Meditation or samadhi must finally lead to a mastery over the self. Otherwise, learning is a burden. It's a waste and destructive of the self or the other. So Indian thought has moved beyond the physical, and over time, it has moved from materialism to idealism, from empiricism to transcendentalism. Now, when we look at, I just wanted to, is this a largely a literature group? Are most of the participants from literature? Will someone respond?
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Most of them are from literature, but management background also.
All right, fine. So
Okay. And interdisciplinary psychology, management,
okay.
and
So in any case,
sociology.
whatever I'm going to talk to you about is, will work with all. So when we look at these theories, and we are looking at, for example, let me just say, if we are looking at, just for an example, when you look at literary theories, so in literary theories, for the Indian literary theories, there is language alankar, which means principle of figurativeness. There is vakrokti, which means principle of deviation. There is an aspect on style and compositional value, जिसमें गुण दोष, excellence and faults, riti, mode of expression, औचित्य, propriety, verbal symbolism like dhwani, right? All of this exists. And literary theories are divided according to aesthetic experience. They are called rasa. If you're focusing on narrative, they are called mahakavya and categories of Panini's grammar. There is discourse analysis or yukti. There's comprehensive analysis or kavya mimansa. There is interpretation, shastra paddhati. So, if you look at all of this, you realize that our aesthetic theory is far more finely tuned and finely, very finely sharpened to the human experience in comparison to the literary theories like modernism, postmodernism, and you go on and on in English literature. You keep having these theories thrust on us. Now, suddenly, when you come to postmodernism, people have begun to value certain things like multi, what would I call it? Multi perspective. Because the whole idea of everything being quiche means everybody's opinion, everybody's perspective being important is now, we can see that is important. And I'll give you an example to explain how the West has now started looking at our aesthetic theory as being more explanatory of the way human experience can be assessed, evaluated, or investigated. So when I was there in Florida, there was one student who was doing a piece on Bollywood films. She was doing a research on Bollywood films. And she kept, when I explained the Ras and Dhwani theory, and she was so engaged in it, and after it finished, she just stood up and she said, I would like to thank you because my mind remains boggled as to how many things keep happening in a Hindi movie or in an Indian movie. I could never understand how that can coalesce to become an aesthetic experience, and why Indian people enjoy movies the way they do. So then because if you look at, then I spoke to, she said, now I understand why you get it. But could you please clarify this for me? So I told her that if you go to the Ras theory or you go to there are two strands in any aesthetic experience. किसी भी piece of work में there are two levels. There is a sthayi bhav and a vyabhachari bhav. Sthayi is the permanent, vyabhachari is one that keeps intertwining with it, right? So, jab aap, supposing you take a Hindi film, right? So, take an English film. In an English film, you only have one single line. Sthayi bhav hai sirf. So if it is an adventure, it's just an adventure. If it is a space thing, it's just a space thing. If it is nothing else, they will not deviate. If it's a space excursion, it's space excursion. If it's a train which has run away and they're trying to stop it, they're trying to stop it. If there's a president that's going to be killed, they're trying to save, they're trying to save. So they have just these sthai bhavs. They do not have these little vyabhachari bhavs. But a human mind exists on vyabhachari bhav. For example, take a movie, Hindi movie. In a Hindi movie, you have one sthai bhav. Most of you may have heard of, maybe it's a revenge movie, right? So a boy gets out to take revenge. But within the revenge movie, the revenge axis remains. Wrapped around the revenge axis, there is a story that evolves of his love with his mother. There is a story that will revolve around the love with the woman. So you may have songs, you may have an intimate moment with the girl, you may also have this. Then you will the mother's emotional connection with the son and the son's relationship to the mother. There would maybe a boss who's helping him out in his revenge, or there may be other friends. So everything gets wrapped and built around the main bhav, right? ये व्यभिचारी भाव जो है, they wrap around the sthayi bhav and they feed into the main story. When you look at postmodernism talks of multiple perspectives. The vyabhachari bhavs wrapped around the main sthai bhav are like multiple perspectives that are being given into the mind of the main character, into the motive of the main character, into the reasons why the person is doing what he's doing. A lot of it also gives you perspective about the story itself, its relevance, significance, it's the human element. Multiple things can come out of it if the vyabhacharis are wrapped. And that's exactly what is being spoken about in postmodernism now, after all these years. In postmodernist thought and postmodernist theory, they say multiple voices, multiple perspectives, a quiche is made. That quiche is important. And that girl that day understood the concept. I explained this to her. She understood the concept of the quiche that is formed. And I said it has existed with us for years because we have identified the Navarasa. There are 9 rasa. We do not say that there is any one rasa. There are 9 rasas. And those 9 rasas become important. And all the 9 rasas play out and feed into one another. And that's what I was trying to explain to them. And she understood it completely. So the foundation, and all of you will understand this from any discipline you come. When you talk of the 8 rasas found in the Natya Shastra, there is Shringara, romance, love, attractiveness. There's Hasya, laughter, mirth, and comedy. There is Raudra, which is fury. There's Karuna, which is compassion. There's Vibhats, which is disgust or aversion. There's Bhayanak, which is horror and terror. There is Veer-ras, which is, heroism. And, and there is the Adbhut, the Adbhut, or where wonder. And the other ras that is recognized is Shant. Shant ras was a later addition. So 8 ras the, or फिर 9th आया. Now, as Indians, you and I, when we go to see a movie, we understand and we read a novel or look at our own life experience. All of these exist within us together. There is no one. So at some point of time in our life, one of us may be playing a major role, or maybe the स्थाई भाव. But छोटे छोटे भाव उससे और जुड़े हुए होते हैं. And all of these bhavs will contribute to your experience. So when all of these rasas come, the dominant emotion जो होता है subconscious state में, वो रस नहीं होता है. Rus does not exist before. आपके अंदर रौद्र होगा, आपके अंदर विभत्स होगा, लेकिन जब तक वो they will acquire a designation only when they are aesthetically presented. किसी टेक्स्ट में, किसी विजुअल टेक्स्ट में, किसी प्ले में, किसी मूवी में. सो तभी उनको आएगा. तो आप देखें, ये प्रूव कर रहे हैं हम आपको कि हमारे जो टेक्स्ट हैं या हमारी जो थ्योरीज हैं, they are rooted in experience. And people understand it from experience. So these bhavs may remain dormant in your subconscious mind, unconscious region. They are like types of emotive complexes. But when through artistic creation, a purely universal emotional fear is aroused, they are projected in the mind and become affiliated to those type of emotive complexes. So तब इनकी value आती है. So rasa gets created, or aesthetics pleasure comes only when it is identified, transformed, or presented artistically, which makes it more universal into artistic joy or ras. So when you experience artistic joy, there is a kinship and identity among all of art. Now, aesthetic art, I'd explained this to the girl. I'm just sharing with you what I explained to her. She understood the concept of Indian cinema just by understanding a small little idea that for us human beings, there is a primary sthai bhav and the abhichari bhav. What is happening with Western films is, or in Western writing sometimes, that they sometimes are focused just on one fixed narrative of one fixed direction, one sthai bhav. And you see that the most successful books are those which have worked on the smaller vyabhichari bhavs to arouse them. So the aesthetic composition with its suggestive force presents before our mind an aesthetic situation and emotion which is important. Expression of an artistic enlightenment has a universal character in its manifestation, and in different minds it will manifest differently. Why? Because it will depend on the nature and diversity of your experience. A small child may experience it differently, an older person differently. If you're 80 years old, the same movie or the same text may have a different value. Because you're coming from your, it will depend on your nature, and also it will come from your experience. Because in different persons, they are different. Therefore, the same artistic whole presented in the same manner in different minds, the artistic appreciation would be different. Now, I'm just giving you an idea of how one can explain. So our theories just gave you this idea to tell you how finely fleshed out every single aspect of the human experience of aesthetic pleasure exists in our knowledge tradition. Similarly, you take it from in politics, you Arthashastra mein jaiye, you look at what Chanakya has to say. You look at philosophy में तो जाएंगे, दर्शन में तो आपको इतने विभिन्न प्रकार के ideas and thoughts मिलेंगे, on which multiple people have drawn on our philosophy and our spirituality. Neither in the universal whole which is presented to the mind, nor in the motive complexes do we find any trace of local character or coloration. Okay? We don't find that. Nothing is associated with the ego or the self. So हम लोग जब कोई भी चीज को एंजॉय करते हैं और हमको उसका सुख मिलता है और एस्थेटिक प्लेजर होता है, it is a transcendental alokik, and it's been called chamatkar. And chamatkar is used when all the four senses are involved, because it denotes a special aesthetic attitude of the mind, which is produced by co-mingling of the universal artistic situation and stirred up emotive complexes. So it means aesthetic pleasure arising out of it, your body enjoying it, and the special mental function by those who've enjoyed it. So the point that I've just made here is, by giving you just one example, is that our intellectual tradition is based on observation. It is scientific, it is empirical. Empirical क्योंकि उसका data है, data in the form of observation, not the way that you do it in a laboratory. But that everything, whether it's the Indian aesthetic theory or whether they've metallurgy में अगर उन्होंने कुछ किया है, अगर psychology पे कुछ लिखा है, अगर history में कुछ लिखा है, तो the praman or the proof lies in the experience of the people who have written it. And then there are texts, and there are counter texts, and there are उसके संग जो there are commentaries on those texts. There are theories, and there are people who agree with those theories, people who don't agree with those theories. There will be people who will have different schools. Simply अगर आप देख लें aesthetic theory कोई, तो उसमें रस का एक है theory है, मेजर स्कॉलर्स उसके अलग हैं, अलंकार के मेजर स्कॉलर्स हैं, ध्वनि के अलग हैं, वक्रोक्ति के अलग हैं, गुण दोष के अलग हैं, औचित्य अलग है, और उसी पे संग्रह टेक्स्ट भी हैं. राजशेखर की काव्य मीमांसा है, सरस्वती कांत भारना है, श्रृंगार प्रकाश है, काव्य प्रकाश है, साहित्य दर्पण है, रसगंधा गंधार है. तो एक ही में टेक्स्ट, सब टेक्स्ट, and all of them exist together. So if as a researcher I go into it, I can agree on some parts, take some from there and take something from somewhere else. That's the postmodern mind. But we were postmodern even then. But when do we understand this? When are we going to understand it? And when are we actually going to be giving, importance or significance to what is actually ours? And that is our own intellectual tradition and our own Indian knowledge systems. So it's about time, and I'm glad that the NEP has come along, and we are now focusing on India-centric research, and India-centric research will be more, thinking about areas where you can go back to your own knowledge systems, explore them. You can applicate them. For literature students, it's easy to applicate. You all should applicate them. And the talk that we are having today on the Indian knowledge system, reimaging literary and cultural episteme, it's very, very important that in each discipline of yours, each one of you must think about reviewing literature and introducing that. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take if there is any time. Sanjay?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Have I overshot my time? What has happened? I don't know. I just lost time because...
No, ma'am, it's okay. You can wind up, ma'am.
So I've done it. If there are any questions that anybody wants to ask, I'll be happy to respond.
Live telecasting and recording. Okay, ma'am. If there is any question, feel free to ask. It's over to audience.
Anybody wants to ask a question?
Any participant and any physically those who are presenting here or scholars.
Yeah,
if anyone have any query, feel free to ask.
Yeah, thank you.
You have questions, so come here.
Yeah, they could come nearer to a microphone and speak.
You want to ask? You can, even observation you can share.
Yes, please, feel free to observe.
Any
When
of
we are
the
talking of
participants,
the Indian,
if
in
you
the
want to
Indian,
share something.
yeah, in the Indian knowledge in tradition, we listen to everything, including observations.
Yes, please. So, ma'am, if there is any participant who want to unmute, they can unmute and they can speak. Any participant.
It's okay. Sometimes they feel a little shy and a little intimidated. Also, we tend to be unlike the Westerners. We are a little more respectful of authority, and we feel कि किसी बड़े आदमी ने कुछ बोला तो हम इसमें क्या बोलने लगे. ये भी होता है.
No, ma'am, it's like that.
No, but it happens, Sanjay. I've noticed it a lot of time with Indian people, Indian students, and it happened with me. When I'd hear a Kapil Kapoor speak, I'd just be so dumbstruck that I wouldn't be able to even ask him a question if I had it in mind. I would then walk up to him slowly and quietly ask him, "Sir, iska kuch, I need a more explanation to this." So it happens. It happens sometimes.
Yeah,
But if
very
somebody would like
true.
to one has to give them an opportunity to speak. If not, then my lecture is through. Thank you very much for.
Ma'am, the range that you covered from, right from Dhanya Lok to, beginning from the even Vedic era to literary Rasa theory and everything, that has been really, quite food for the thought, such a good food for the thought that we came across. And really, it has been so appealing. I think you have not left any nook and corner untouched. That's why I think you are right that participant may be little skeptic to, raising the query or their voice. And it has been such a wide range covered that we are overwhelmed as organizers. Since morning we are listening all the experts, but in the kind of literary depth that you entered into and you carried us to the and as a captain to the voice of the Indian knowledge system, that we have been overwhelmed. So really, ma'am, heartiest thanks, and we are grateful to listen to you. That and you cordially agree to be with us. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
And of course, there's
Can I please express my deepest gratitude for this invitation and giving me this opportunity to speak to a large number of people, so that unless and until the Indian academia, unless we as academics and the future generation begins to think on these lines, we cannot bring about transformation, which is much needed. Thank
So
you so
sweet
much.
of you, ma'am. So sweet of you. Thank you so much from
Thank you
the
so much.
core
Very
of our
grateful.
heart. And ma'am, in between, we have a small request to
Yes.
extend that you please be there. At least we have one more very dominant lady speaker amongst us,
Right.
Niharika Sharma ji, joining
Yes.
us. And she is IPS and of literary taste.
I will continue to listen in. Yes, I will.
And we on our request she also accepted, and she physically approached us, and she is now amongst us. So before we start, we will have our HOD, former head of the department, who has been professor over here. He taught many professors, Professor Arjun Dubey Saab. So we will have a few minutes. We invited him just to have his blessings with us. And sir is retired also from this place, Professor Emeritus of the English itself. He himself run in an engineering setup, English journal throughout his life from his own pocket. So we are learning a lot many things. And so I would like to give the anchors to invite sir. Then after that we will move to Niharika ma'am. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for this profound lecture. And being a student of yours, I again went to the same setting. Sitting over here, I lost myself to the same University of Lucknow Department of English. So thank you for all the knowledge you shared and all the Rasan Dhwani theory. And yes, I can recall many of those things. And I shall see you certainly when I'll come to
Yes,
Lucknow.
please do. Please do.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time and and sharing your experience. Thank you, ma'am. In the sequence, now we have our senior most professor of eminence, Professor Arjun Dubey sir, and we shall be highly obliged to hear from him and carry the legacy of the knowledge he carries. And therefore, we shall be having a bit more felicitation of our newly joined Indian Police Services officer, Miss Niharika Sharma. So in this sequence, I would call Dr. Sushma Pandey ma'am to come and felicitate our newly joined guest, Miss Niharika Sharma ji. सर कैमरा शिफ्ट कर दीजिए सर प्लीज कैमरा शिफ्ट कर दीजिए होल्ड ऑन वेट अ मिनट Thank you, everybody. So now it's time to hear our Professor of Eminence, Professor Arjun Dubey sir. Sir, please. सर कैमरा जूम आउट कर दीजिए जूम आउट कर दो भैया जूम आउट कर दो
Thank you, Dr. Milne. Dr. Sudhir Narayan Singh, Head Department of Humanities and Social Science. Speaker on the dais, Niharika Sharma ji, my colleague, Dr. Abhijit Misra ji, and other esteemed colleagues, and the participants. When Dr. Singh asked me to speak about this deliberations Indian knowledge system, so I was struck a little about the word knowledge. Is knowledge really very dangerous? Or is knowledge so fruitful, useful, that we can achieve anything we like? Knowledge has been scintillating across the world. If we look at the scriptures, not only Indian scriptures, but the Western scriptures too, in Bible, it is said that light was the first creation out of darkness, and God created light. God had also created a beautiful earth. His two sons, Adam and Eve, they were initially immortal. They had absolute freedom except to taste the fruit of the forbidden tree. Satan tempted Eve. There was something inside the fruit. Why? She tasted it, got realized. She felt that she had knowledge
and was guilty of it, had disobeyed God, and say also made Adam lollipop, and he too tasted. And when God came to know, he cursed them, hence thy shall be mortal. Will be born, will die. So knowledge is so dangerous. They had tested for what? For knowledge. In our scripture, we try to explore by two ways. As Dr. Singh had in his initial observation said about the Gnostic and Astic, theist and atheist. Atheist observations are based on self-exploration, no aid of scripture. But theist, Astic, they rely on scripture. They develop a sense of understanding, observation, logical analysis on what has been said in the scriptures. Vedas were the ancient scriptures, the oldest one. Everything was there. Not only we try to study our Vedas, I was reading somewhere then when Max Muller, born German, settled in England. In 1823 he was born and in 1900 he died. He was a great linguist. He tried to know about different languages of the world besides German, Greek, Latin. So he studied Sanskrit. Why? Because unless or until language is studied, we cannot know the philosophy. Language is the only tool by which we can know about what a philosophy has. So he studied the language, Sanskrit, particularly the Rig Veda. Later on, he also studied with this the philosophy. He was also inclined to Buddhism, what it had. I was also reading somewhere that at Nalanda, we call that the ancient Indian University, which was established at Nalanda. So I tried to inquire about what was the medium of language at Nalanda. When song had come. So one can also know it by Google that Sanskrit was the language at Nalanda. So when Sang had come and he studied Sanskrit, so without Sanskrit, how can? And our ashram traditions, which are based on Sanskrit, we have many mantras and slokas. I, as a Brahmin, sometimes was very much interested to know what Pandits say. Brahma Murari Tripurantakari Bhanu Sasi. Brahma Murari Tripurantakari Bhanu Sasi Bhumi Suto Budhascha Aguruscha Sukra Sanirahu Ketva Sarve Graha Santi Kara Bhavanti. So we cannot remember the 9 grahas. But if we chant this mantra, this slok, Bhan, Sasi, Surya, Chandrama, and all the 9 grahas. So I also try to chant it. When about the creation of this universe, I was reading Garud Puran about death and the birth and many philosophies in there. So the first slok, Om Purnamida Purman, total absolute, God is absolute. If we add something into absolute, that becomes absolute, and minus also absolute. So this kind of calculation that we had in our Vedic literature, scripture. Recently, it was in the newspaper that a Maharashtrian Brahmin, 19-year-old Rekhi, some Rekhi, he had memorized 2,000 mantras, many thousand slokas through that. I was mesmerized. 1, 2 mantras, 1, 2 slokas, 2,000 mantras he had mesmerized. How did it? Because of the ashram traditions. We know that in the 15th century, when Renaissance started in Europe, how did it start? How did it spread? Rome was attacked. Scholars had to leave Rome, and they had left along with their manuscripts and settled in different parts of Europe. And thereby, what they had there, knowledge, store of knowledge, there. All the Renaissance movement, we know that Bible was translated into English and many other European languages, in vernacular languages. But our ancient literature, Sanskrit, it was in ashram. We know that Nalanda University was burnt, but knowledge was not burnt. We have age-old tradition of ashram where we memorize, rather we can say kanthasth. Kanthasth, appropriate word. Memorize is not substitute of kanthasth, because what we learn comes out of our kant. But memory sometimes we can forget also. So, when that young 19-year-old Brahmin Rekhi was able to memorize, kanthasth 2,000 mantras and many thousand slokas, it demonstrated the rich Indian knowledge system through ashram, no fee. Even today also, I was informed that one who wants to study, learn something from ashram system has to join ashram under a guru without paying any fee. But there should be a deep sense of dedication, and then only it can be achieved. So we believe that we have to know. We want to know what the truth is. And knowing is not an easy task. We have to travel in many. Lord Buddha also wanted to know the truth. And he knew it, and therefore he was called Buddha. He got the knowledge, Buddhi. At Bodh Gaya, under the tree, I, in the month of June, visited Bodh Gaya. And my curiosity was to see that tree where Lord Buddha had sat. I also sat there for some times. So the basic problem is that we are very much curious to know, and this curiosity is our inborn quality. Inquisitiveness is the quality of human beings. Human beings cannot rest without knowing anything. And when knowing becomes the real things, a child, a newborn child, say 1 year old, a fire is burning. Child is curious to see what the fire is. The mother forbids the child to go near the fire, but child goes. He wants to know what the fire is. He touches, finger is burned. He comes back and never goes. So knowing becomes real knowing by experimentation, by self-experimentation. So those two philosophies are there. You make your own experiment, or you rely on what has been experimented upon. So we have both the streams in our knowledge system. And this is why we have the universities, colleges, because these university and college system provides us with the store of all these two streams. Our gurus, our teachers, make the students know what they have known. So, without taking much time, I feel extremely indebted to Dr. S.N. Singh for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Dr. S.N. Singh, sir, to introduce Niharika Sharma, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Professor Arjun Dubey Saab, you have dealt at length the kind of deliberation and the angle that was required to the conference, and significance of Sanskrit as a language, Sanskrit as a medium of instruction, and its utilization in life, and how these things were, pragmatic things were embedded. There are many saying like Vidya Vivadaya Dhanam Madaya Shakti Paresham Paripidanaya Khalasya Sadhur Viparita Metad Jnanaya Danaya Cha Rakshadaya. So that's the purpose of the knowledge, to bring to the things to center, and knowledge can serve two frames. And not only that, nonetheless, knowledge can be negative as well as positive. In modern age, APJ Abdul Kalam has been the symbol of Indian knowledge system, whereas AQ Khan Saab from Pakistan became the symbol of Pakistani knowledge system. Both of them were nuclear physicists, but ultimately, because of the value and the proper use of the knowledge, Kalam Saab celebrated the highest chair of this nation, and AQ Khan has been forced to be behind the bars even in his own nation. So somewhere we need to, as an academician, we need to look into that, the objective and purpose of education and in what direction we are using the same. Moving to the next speaker, as the call of the time also, I have been provided this opportunity. I couldn't, being the next speaker, I couldn't control myself to, intervene. But at the same time, when I was given the call to introduce the our next very renowned speaker, I could indulge into a hangover, you can say, academic hangover. That's where Professor Dubey Saab left me, because he has been the professor's professor for this university, a guiding spirit, first CSA chairman of our university, and twice head of us. I joined underneath his pen as the faculty member of the department. Now, moving to the next speaker, our guest who cordially agreed to be amongst us physically and spare time, though she was having very hectic day at her place, none other than Niharika Sharma ji, Commandant 26 Battalion PSC Gorakhpur, a very strong lady and IPS officer serving in Uttar Pradesh. She has her academic background ranges from PG in political science, then LLB, and she worked for many places. Now, she was born on 26 June, Gorakhpur, Uttar Pradesh. Her education, MA from DDU-GU, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Gorakhpur University, law from Bachelor of Law from Kanpur Vishwavidyalaya, University of Kanpur. Then she served in many places, including the birthplace of Lord Sri Rama, Ayodhya, then Kumbhanagari, Prayagraj, Varanasi, Lucknow, Kanpur, Gorakhpur. She worked in different years in different capacities. She offered her services. Then her initial schoolings from, Carmel College, Gorakhpur, then MA in other education from political science and other JRF. She is also JRF in political science and she cleared it. Then Sri Ram Law College, Kanpur, she pursued her law education. Then her hobby is painting, drawing, and then reading classics and spirituality and metaphysics. And she is the avid reader of Indian philosophy. And so we started with the philosophy, Indian philosophy, Western philosophy, then Astik Darshan, Nastik Darshan, then Sankhya Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisesik Vedanta, Mimamsa. And Indians believe in, Indian knowledge system believe in circular proceeding, circular process. We began with this circle and finally we could locate a speaker who may complete the circle. And she is going to talk of unsung heroines from India. Unsung saints from female saints from India. And that is the unique topic that is required and untouched till today's deliberations. So something new, something fresh, and for that I humbly invite our speaker of the day, Niharika Sharma ji, for her deliberations. So over to you, ma'am. You, yes, from there only. A huge round of applause to welcome ma'am. And she is poetess also. She composed very recently, her book of poetry released. So a nice composer. Then for literary person, what would be better than listen up heart that composes? And then she is poet warrior. Like Philip Sidney, we can lady incarnation of Philip Sidney Saab. In British, we can find military poets in Second World War. So we have IPS poet with us, Niharika Sharma ji. Over to you. Stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Narayanji. I am highly obliged among you people. Like it is said that professors and education institutions are there to spread knowledge, and we are not into that field. But you gave me an opportunity to come here. Like you all are so enlightened people here sitting. They know a lot about the streams, and which we are gathered here to talk is the Indian knowledge system, which itself is vast. Vastness is like sea. So I chose a topic of female saints. I'll tell you why later on when I'll proceed speaking. Without wasting time much in introduction, like everyone knows what is Vedantic Darshan and what is other Ved Mimamsa. I'll start from Vedic Darshan itself. Whole of the stream of Vedic creation is divided into Stri and Purush, male and female. Here itself, we were mentioning females when the whole of the world was in the deep slumber. Our Vedantic Darshan, Ved, Rig Ved, we were having the mentions of great female saints. They were called Brahmavadinis or Rishikas. The Rig Ved is full of many hymns created by these great female saints. There is a unique example of female intelligence is in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. I'm a little Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, little pronunciation problem. It's a conversation between Yagivalk and Gargi, where Gargi was continuously discussing about the Akshar Brahma, who is Brahma, the Almighty, with Yagivalk. And finally, when he is he got ballooned by answering her. He said, "Chup ho ja Gargi, be silent Gargi, otherwise your mind will blast." This shows the extreme, the zenith of the female knowledge at that time, where people were not fully knowing. The world was not fully aware of reading, writing, and thinking, and philosophy was a distant dream. This was the example of Gargi. Then there is Apala. We all know a very enlightened female saint, Apala. She was blessed she was a devotee of Indra, and she was blessed with the 3 wishes. Then there's the mention in 10th mandal of Rigveda of Ghosha. But the thing which prompted me to speak about this female saint is, as I worship Devi Shakti, so in Devi Saptashati, there was the mention of a female saint, Vak. She was the daughter of Advarishi. And she writes in Rigved Sukt. She wrote Devi Suktam, where see the zenith of the intelligence, where she is himself talking to the energy. It is said that Devi, we call her Devi. You can say the ultimate energy. It is interacting with her and telling her origin and existence. It is saying to her, the energy is speaking to Vak, that I am the ultimate energy. I exist in every creation, in every minute to big thing. And I am the cause of whole of the creation. The very famous shloka, which most of you must have heard, is Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupen Sanstitah Namastasya 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 Namo Namah. That means, O Mother Goddess, who exists here in the form of the energy, I pray my homage. I give my salutations to you as a goddess, as the creator of whole of the universe. So this powerful sukt made me to do more research on the female saints in India. This Vak really mesmerized me. In this series, there is Romsha. She is mentioned in the 126th Sukt of Rigveda. I'll read out the name fast because there's a long list, most of which I skipped, only I picked up the few selected one. Some Ved also mentions Surya Savitri. She created the Vivaha Sukt, 10.85. She was the daughter of Savita. It is the episode of Surya ki Putri Surya or Som ka Vivaha. Surya and Som's Vivaha Varnan. It was created by the female saint. Then there's the mention of Lopamudra in Vishwara, most of we know it. A very famous Sufi saint from Kashmir was Laladya, jinki creation of which we know as Vak Sahitya. Laladya you must have heard from Kashmir. Kabir, she was writing in the pattern of Kabir much before Kabir. She used to roam in Kashmir. She went to give preachings on Nirakar Brahma, a universal energy which exists that is formless. Her creations are 200. They are called Vak Sahitya. Another saint is from south. That is female saint Andal. She is among the 12 Alvar saints. In Saint South, there's the parampara of Alvar saints. She is one of those Alvar saints. She is also called the Mirabai of South. She was the great Vishnu worshipper, and it was said that she is the incarnation of Bhumi Devi, the earth goddess. Here I'm not mentioning the god or something which is invisible, which we can't see. These are the living entities which lived their life on earth, and we saw them in the bodily forms. Her two creations are very famous. That is Tirupave Nachiyar and Tirumoli. She is also called Goda Devi and a very famous Vishnu saint from the south. The next one is Karaikal Ammayar. It is said that in those times she used to challenge the patriarchal system of the running society. She was also called Punitavati. In the 6th century, she was a Tamil saint and a poetess as well. She was among the 63 Nayanyar saints in south. There's also a tradition called Nayanyar saints. She was among one of the 63 selected saints. And her influence was there till Cambodia. Still in Cambodia, people mention her. Her poems and other things are still sung there. It is said that she went to Mount Kailash walking. Some say that she went kneeling her head down, but she went till Mount Kailash. She was a great devotee of Shiva. And the temple called Shri Vada, Akhyeshwar temple, there in south is on her name. In the chain, another there is Ma Anandamayi. Please don't get confused with that Anandamayi Shila. She is different. Ma Anandamayi from Beria district, which is now in Bangladesh. Her earlier name was Nirmala. She was a Kali Bhakt. She was married to a person there local. Later on, she became the Diksha Guru of her husband. She was having an expertise in Chandra Tratak. For hours, she used to do that Tratak, which is focusing your sight on sun, moon, on another way. So she used to practice Chandra Tratak. And she was a devotee of Lord Kali, Goddess Kali. She got her enlightenment at the age of 26. In 1982, she took her last breath. She used to say, a very wonderful thing she used to say in her enlightenment journey, that life and religion are one. Very important. Life and religion are one. Religion should be as natural as taking food. Need not to get engrossed in lot of karma kanda and lot of things. It should be as natural as you're taking bath, you're eating food. She taught the synthesis in life and religion and the various aspects. She used to say, your earthly pensions expires. After this, the divine pension starts. A very powerful epitome. Next is Mataji Bhairavi. She was the guru of Ramakrishna Paramhans, the very famous Lord Kali worshipper from Kolkata. She was his guru. And she trained him in 64 type of tantric practices. The 64 Yogini temple also mentions these 64 Tantra Vidyas, which all she taught to Ramakrishna Paramhans, and we all know what level of the saint Sri Ramakrishna Paramhans was. Next in the line is Akka Mahadevi. She was a person from Lingayat movement and also as well a Tamil poet. Mantro Gopya and Yogi Gavitri are her great writings. She was a Shiv Bhakt and she took Lord Shiva. She used to treat him like her own husband. Then there is the mention of Rajkumari Hemlekha in Tripur Rahasya. She was also a guru of her husband, this Rajkumari Hemlekha. Her husband was Hemchuda, a landlord of his area. She was so devoted to Devi worship that her husband took her as his spiritual guru. Another names are Rani Chudala, Bhairavi Brahmani, Uday Bharti, wife of Mandan Mishra. We all know what dialogue went between her and Shri Shankaracharya ji. So it's said that a person, a woman of that intellect, she kept on having discourses with the so enlightened Shankaracharya. That's another story. So that was the enlightenment level of our females. Khema, she was a female saint in Buddhist tradition. Then there is the name of Rasmoni Devi, again from West Bengal. Also, there was the Shabar Mantra Siddhi, a great saint. She was called the Lona Chamaran or the Lona. She was a woman from the caste system, which is considered the lower category in Indian caste system in that time. Now, though, this thing doesn't exist, but her name was this, and she was having so much expertise in these Shabar mantras that all the community, all the level people used to visit her, and they used to call her as the Devi of the area. In Sikh tradition, we get the mention of Umro Devi, Sahib Kuwar, Sharan Kuwar, also the king of Utkal. Her main queen, Gundicha Devi, she was the great devotee of Lord Vishnu, and she wrote many hymns there in that local language, which are still sang, as well as some extract of which is there in the syllabus of the students. So here goes the chain, and there are many names, which we will, if we will speak, so the time will pass. But of course, there's the great chain of these female saints who enlightened our Vedic era, who enlightened later on Upanishad eras, Purans, and till date we are getting enlightened by those teachings. Need not to mention Mira Bai and another, like it's a very common known name everyone knows. So I mentioned here few which are really unsung. It shows that our knowledge system, our Vedantic knowledge system was so powerful. When rest of the world was sleeping in slumber, we were quite awakened. The females who were always characterized as the other gender in rest of the world, we characterize them as a part of creation, as a mother goddess. So here lies the Vedic Siddhant and the knowledge system of ours. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you so much, ma'am.
मैम के लेक्चर पर I was simply listening to you, and it was very informative. And so the new area that you have covered, the females. So really a good endeavor. Knowledge is, we cannot limit it. Sky is the limit. So your observation is really very valuable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Dr. S.N. Singh, sir, to present the vote of thanks and formally conclude the inaugural ceremony.
वहीं से we started the day like the churning of the ocean, and eventually we got few ratnas, and amongst them one of them are with us. And when we talk of gender discourse, gender studies, these are the little explored domains where a lot has to be done, and where Madam Niharika Sharma focused, just pointed a finger, but we need to delve deep as a researcher, as a student, as of the research, literature and cultural studies. We need to go there, and the deeper we will go, the brighter the gems we will find. Long back, when I met a tribal boy, I wrote a blog. The darker India has the brighter gems. And literally, I found that the darker India has the brighter gems. The unexplored India has magnificent to offer, ample to offer. And when we talk of Indian knowledge system, the beauty of Indian knowledge system is that delimits it, that diversifies it, that opens the door of criticism. See the beauty of the nation. I may especially be speaking for the foreign participants, that we also have the Prashnopanishad. And in that Prashnopanishad, tendency to ask question, tendency to debate, tendency to shastrartha was there, and the more questioning people will be with us, the more knowledge will be towards, concretization of the knowledge. And that's where research is required, anusandhana is required. When we talk about lot many things, when we start talking of India, when we explore mythology, we will have a full terrain to be explored. When we speak about spiritualism, when we have to talk about religion, when we have to talk about philosophy, or we are talking about literature, then we can realize that I would like to, while reaching to the vote of thanks, I am recalling a line from Maithili Saral Gupta ji, उपमा विहीन रचा विधि ने हम भारत के बस भारत हैं. We cannot be compared with anybody. And then I would like to conclude, to move towards Dinkar ji. When we start telling, from Indian mythology, Manu has been considered as the first man. Let us see the ability to question in literature, and how the poet is questioning himself and his own existence. Dinkar ji, रात यूं कहने लगा मुझसे गगन का चांद, आदमी भी क्या अनोखा जीव होता है. What kind of mysteries, miraculous creation is this man. उलझने अपनी बनाकर आप ही फंसता, और फिर बेचैन हो दिन रात जगता है न सोता है. In the riddle, trying to solve it, and man himself is puzzled and not getting ashore. Then Moon is telling, मैं चुका हूं देख मनु को जन्मते मरते, the first man from Indian mythology, coming and going. और लाखों बार तुझसे पागलों को चांदनी में बैठ स्वप्नों पर सही करते. मैं न बोला किंतु मेरी रागिनी बोली, I didn't respond but my muse responded. देख फिर से चांद मुझको जानता है तू, स्वप्न मेरे बुलबुले हैं नहीं पानी, आग को भी क्या नहीं पहचानता है तू। मैं न वह जो स्वप्न पर केवल सही करते, आई एम नॉट दैट ड्रीमर ओनली एंड फॉलोअर ऑफ द ड्रीमर। मैं न वह जो स्वप्न पर केवल सही करते, आग में उसको गला लोहा बनाती हूं और उस पर नींव रखती हूं नए घर की, इस तरह दीवार फौलादी उठाती हूं। देन आई मेक द very strong wall to be, and I erect that is the wall of intention, that is the wall of commitment. Then that response is coming, that it is not और उस पर नींव रखती हूं नए घर की, इस तरह दीवार फौलादी उठाती हूं। As and when we start looking deep into the tradition of whether it is poetry, whether it is literature, we claim today to have the second largest epic of the earth, that is Mahabharata. We today have the claim the most appreciated book, most revered book, that is Bhagavad Gita on counseling. We have Upanishads and we have lot many things that for which traditions might be feeling hungry or might be feeling worthless without that. So deliberating upon it is like two beautiful, worthily utilized day that is dedicated to this conference, and where we could assemble some intellectuals, some professors, some academicians, some IPS officers, some practicing controlling power, that we are exploring all that and ultimately reaching towards the end. Really, these 2 days are going to enrich us. We will walk out of this hall wiser, for we are having speakers like Nishi Pandey ma'am, we are having speakers like Professor Arjun Dubey sahab, who on our request, honoring him is our honor. Honoring Professor Dubey sahab is our honor itself. Honoring Niharika Sharma ji, like a lady who deliberated her intellectual ability and poetic ability and the observational sense of literature, of philosophy, of spirituality, of sainthood, and with the central remark, religion is as natural as food. We need not to practice it. We need not to enter into the other things. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Rajkumar Saab, who agreed from Lala Jagat Narayan Himutkar's college, Government Girls College. I extend my heartfelt thanks, who readily provide his blessings to partner with us, and Raman Jaswalji from there as organizing secretary, every time ready with us. My sincere thanks are due to a man who is dedicated to literature, studies, research, and having no greed, no selfishness, such a selfless fellow, Professor Sanjay Pandey ji, the Achievers Foundation Founders Conference President, who dedicate his time and energy for such task. Not only that, ये तो साहित्य की तन मन और धन तीनों से सेवा कर रहे हैं. He is utilizing his hard-earned money for serving the literature and cultural studies and society. I found a new rays of hope. Again, Niharika Sharmaji's small speech is giving lot many clues for gender studies, gender diversity, gender equilibrium, and not only that, I hope that somebody will also come up with the issues of transgenders. They also deserve equally share of on this earth. Issues of Dalit studies, issues of feminist studies, gender studies, and whatnot, cultural studies, and diasporic studies, a lot many experiences that Indians are facing and feeling. I am thankful to the Achievers Foundation for compiling and producing a beautiful issue of this journal, the Achievers Journal, that has come up with the articles of last year. This journal has minds to go in future. Our prayers and blessings both are with this journal. I am thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, who agreed and permitted us to partner with this conference on Indian knowledge system. And Niharika ma'am, this is fourth in a row. This is fourth year continuously. We three gentlemen are, partnering and doing this. And this commitment also came from Himachal Pradesh. We visited to Raman Jaswal ji for a lecture, and they then said that we do something? Yeah. So that way, then after that, I am thankful to NDLI club people who agreed to be with us. I am thankful to Professor Jyot Singh Saab ji, who represented us as the Vice Chancellor representative, and heartiest thanks. I am thankful to our Professor Emeritus Arjun Dubey sir, who agreed to be amongst us. And then I am thankful to ITRC chairman, who agreed to provide this place to host this conference. And I am thankful to all the deans. Special thanks are due to Professor Rajesh Yadav ji, Dean R&D and Professional Practices, who spared time to bless us. And lastly, I am thankful to all the faculty members of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. And my special thanks goes to Milind Raj, the HOD, Bharati Gyan Parampara Vibhag, IKS department. Though we conceived the conference even earlier, department came up later. But this department, this constitution of this department, establishment of this department itself proves the worth, purpose, and objective of the title of our conference that we are hosting, Indian Knowledge System, Reimaging Cultural and Literary Episteme. We are talking, before closing, I would like to say reimaging is different from reimagining. We had a length of discussion from reimagining, or it should be reimaging. Then I could recall very recently, Banaras Hindu University hosted a conference, Ethical Return, where R is capital, T is capital, turn, hyphenated turn. Then they said that this return means not the return in the physical way, rather it is turning and turning in the widening gyre, or you can say in circular path from where you started and there you are returning. That is the turn. Similarly, we are able to forecast reimaging, the term reimaging literary and cultural episteme. Then coming to the end of that, I would like to thank one and all who contributed in one way or the other to this conference. I have our medical officer, very loving speaker of Hindu philosophy, and Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar Pandey among us. I have computer science faculty member recently joined, R.K. Dwivedi Sahab. I can see. So, who is NDLI partner as well. So I can found a lot many names: Omila Thwangam ji, Elek ji, Muthu Deepa M, Ashwini Kumar ji, YV Jay ji, lot many more speakers from overseas speakers. Our heartiest thanks and humble pranam from India for your agreeing to be amongst us. And if we have any lapses, I hope that you are cordial enough to forgive us, and that is At least that much we deserve. And then, uh, one and all, my heartiest thanks. Dr. Saab, आप कुछ add करना चाहेंगे or should we conclude? So over to conference chair, sir, and we are going to Vande Mataram full version since it is going to have 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram. We will be closing this inaugural session with the by running the complete Vande Mataram. Okay.
I request you to all, please rise for Vande Mataram.
स्क्रीन से इसको clear
हाँ, share करना।
कर दे। उसका कल एक कॉन्फ्रेंस की बुक है इसमें आपका नहीं शेयर करो, स्क्रीन शेयर करो ना।
Thank you so much. Please rejoin by 2:30 p.m. for the technical session.
2:34 तो हो ही गया। 5 मिनट में बुलाओगे? नहीं, 5 मिनट में
बोलेंगे तो सब लोग आधे घंटे की ज्वाइन करेंगे।
तो ऐसा है, अभी इधर आप लोग संभालिए, हम लोग चलते हैं। मैम आइए डिपार्टमेंट के पास। जी बदल जाने देंगे, ठीक है। अच्छा ठीक है मैम, चलिए 1 मिनट मैम, आपको अभी आ रहा हूँ, ज्वाइन।
अरे वो मेरा नारियल।
हाँ हाँ, अरे 1 सेकंड, 1 सेकंड। ये है ना,
नहीं ये है।
ले वो ले लिया।
आप टेकन।
यहाँ का माइक बंद करिए, इसका माइक बंद करिए।
Dear participants, there's a break of 10 minutes. Actually, the session ended just 2 minutes back. So our chair and co-chair will join within 10 minutes. Sorry for the delay, but they'll join within 10 minutes. Yeah, Anudeep ma'am, good afternoon. The session ended just now.
Good
Uh,
afternoon, sir. No issues, sir.
yeah,
I do
the
understand.
chair
Yeah.
and the co-chair will join within 10 minutes.
Definitely,
I'm
sir.
having a cup of tea.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
What is happening with
Ibrahim, how are you?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon and there, good morning. What is the time over
Yes,
there?
sir. Yes, at the same time, here in Nigeria, it is morning, sir. But I know that in India, it's afternoon, sir. Good afternoon and morning, sir.
So in Nigeria, it's morning?
Yes, Nigeria now is 30 minutes past 10.
Okay.
So now it's 10.
So, okay, the chair and the co-chair, they are about to join. Rather, I think they have joined. The technical session, I mean to say your presentation will start soon.
Okay, sir.
And
Sir, good afternoon.
yeah, very good afternoon.
Yes, sir. So this is Milind, and we have with us
Yes,
Dr.
the
Sushma Pandey,
presenters
ma'am.
have joined and they have been waiting as well. So I can see Bushra ji, Ibrahim Falaho, Sakshi Sharma. So you can check. I think you have the list, right?
Yes, sir.
Yours is Hall 1. Dr. Umila is there. I can see. And then Mansi, Dr. Anudeep Kaur. Anudeep ma'am was also there. So I asked her to wait for 10 minutes. Then Harsha Rana, Ramesh Chandra Pradhan, Aditi Sangha, Manish Kumar from. And so make sure that you keep the attendance. And there are certain parameters which have been shared with the chair and the co-chair for the best presenter award. Uh, so
Yes, sir.
please evaluate the paper presentation judiciously so that we can select the best presenter.
Sure, sir. We have to go for the best presenter.
Yeah. So
Best paper.
you have the parameters.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So you can proceed and start. Ma'am has joined. Dr. Sushma Pandey ma'am has joined.
Yes, sir. She's
Okay, fine. Then the house is all yours. And please proceed.
first naam kaun hai? So, welcome all of the presenters here. I'll be chairing the session. My name is Dr. Milind, and we have ourselves with us Dr. Sushma Pandey, ma'am. She'll be co-chairing the session. We'll be evaluating for your presentation, for the depth of the paper, the novelty of the topic, and all such things, and how you're presenting it. Now, due to the paucity of time, we will just request you all to go through the crux of the paper. That is, what is your topic? Introduce yourself, and then what is your topic? The main idea or the theme behind your topic. What new thing are you suggesting in it, or what new finding there is? And then you need to come to the conclusion. If anything's extra or special you need to emphasize upon, then you can do it. And then we'll move on to the next one. In between, we also will give time for other presenters to ask any questions. And if we do feel like, then we would also ask certain questions. Then this is how we are going to move. Now, it will be depending upon the time we are having, that we'll be going for the question answer session one by one, or maybe at the final completion of all the presenters. So that the time will decide. But let us start with it. So the first presenter is, I have the list of, my list is hall number 1, day 1, Friday, dated 12/12/25, session 1. And I have the paper by Dr. Omila Thao Naojam and Dr. Yensembam Rajalakshmi Devi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Imphal. So you are welcome, and you can go ahead with the paper, please. I hope I hope we do not have the first presenter over here. So the next one is, and the next presenter is Manasi. Manasi, Department of Communication Skills, Lovely Professional University, Phagwara, and Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sharma, Department of English, Lucknow Professional University, Phagwara. So is Mansi or Dr. Sandeep here?
Yes, sir.
Mansi? All
Yes,
right,
sir. Good
Mansi.
evening,
Hello.
sir.
Hello, Mansi. You and your co-person, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Sharma, may start with the paper.
Okay, sir.
No problem.
Good evening, respected chairpersons. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present in front of you. My topic here is silence as decolonial epistemology. And here, Hankang's Greek lessons through Homike Bhabha's theory of third space. So first, Han Kang is one of the South Korea's most influential contemporary writers. Her works often explore trauma, silence, the body as sites of both suffering as well as the resistance. So, in her novel, the novel that I have taken, Greek Lessons, she represented two characters. The first one is the mute woman who has actually lost her ability to speak, and the second one is a Greek teacher who is slowly losing his sight. So both the characters are facing a scenario where both of them are not able to share their emotions. So they have used the term silence as well as their weaknesses to explain. So what I explore in this paper is that how this connection becomes Homi Bhabha's call that he calls a third space, a space where new meanings, where new identities and new knowledge can emerge. So, in his third space theory, he presents that the personality has been shaped by the cultures and the external forces that are there. So, in this paper, I have explored the second term, that is decolonial epistemology, where uh, it challenges the traditional assumptions that by arguing that dominant ways of knowing, especially those which are shaped by the Western histories, where it was observed that the words and the speech is the one which can dominate the society. But in this novel, it is shown that the mute woman, she represents herself as a silent lady, and she represents that it is not important to use the certain words which shows the Western, which is related to the Western society, and she is against it throughout the novel. After that, uh, in this paper, I have mentioned about what is the importance of silence as an epistemic position. In Western tradition, speech is strongly associated with power, visibility, and knowledge. To speak is to assert one's place in the world. The women's muteness challenges this deeply ingrained equation here. And her silence is it's not simply a symptom of suffering, but it actually becomes an intentional epistemic question. So there is one sentence in the novel also where she mentioned that to remain silent was to remain intact. So this line captures silence as both the form of resistance that is shown in most of the novels of Han King's, and the second, it is a means of self-protection too. So after that, the second exploration in this paper is about blindness and the reordering of the senses, uh, where I mentioned that by choosing a Greek teacher who is going to be blind, actually, who is losing this eyesight, Han can deliberately subvert this intellectual heritage. So in the novel also, one's teacher says that the darkness doesn't arrive suddenly. Rather, the word dimmed into another kind of seeing. So this phrasing is very crucial, where blindness is not depicted as pure loss, but as transition into new sensory possibilities. The third aspect that I have discovered here is the emergence of Bhaba's third space, where the sensory and linguistic disruption intersect, and it construct what Homi Bhabha calls third space, the zone of hybridity we can call, where identity can reconfigure. The teacher and the women both do not connect through the communication that is considered to be conventional. So instead, they share their ideas through the silence, the mutual fragility they have, and the incomplete gestures. Here also, in the one part of the novel, they showed that between them opened a faint, fragile space, neither hers or his alone. So this is also the third space actually, where a relational domain created not by the mastery, but by mutual incompleteness. So within this space, the silence becomes communicative, blindness becomes perceptive, and vulnerability becomes a shared method of learning. Therefore, this allows both characters to inhabit new identity that are not defined by the lack, but actually by the relational possibility. Um, to conclude my topic, I would say that Greek lesson is a profound meditation on how people construct meaning in the aftermath of trauma and sensory disorientation. Hansen demonstrates that silence can be productive, that blindness can reveal new forms of vision too, and the identity can be shaped through fragile, intimate spaces between the individuals. So through the lens of Bhaba's third space theory, we see that how the protagonist in this novel, the Greek lesson, transform their fragilities and their vulnerabilities into hybrid mode of existence. Ultimately, this novel shows us that silence is not actually emptiness, but it is a strength, it is a potential. Fragility is not weakness, but it is wisdom. So the spaces created between the wounded individual can become the site of healing and resistance and new epistemological possibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mansi. Any questions? All the participants, you have any questions? All right, thank you, Mansi. Can I ask one question? Just an insight for all the participants over here. As
Yes.
silence, we have listened many times, that I read many times that silence has a language, right? In nonverbal communications, we consider silence to be a language of communication, and therefore, when you say silence as decolonial epistemology, so, are you considering through your novel that there is any approach of coloniality in silence or non-silence? This is question number one. And then the second thing is this emphasize on third space. Can you emphasize more on third space, the term you have used?
Yes, sir. So, sir, as I've used the term decolonial epistemology, before that, I want to describe the term. Epistemology here is the branch where actually it's studies knowledge. What is knowledge? So where I use the term decolonial epistemology, it means that how it challenges the traditional assumptions. Like I mentioned, that the Western ideology is there, that if we will speak, and the speech and the words are considered to be the most important part. But in this novel, the silence has been used as the term to oppose all those ideology, that words are not needed to sound high. So here the silence is used as the technique to communicate. And the second one, for third space, here, as it is in the theory that cultural identity is not fixed actually, or it is not pure, it is not singular, but is instead formed in, in between, we can call the spaces where different culture interact, and different values and meanings are constantly negotiated. So it produces the hybrid form of culture that challenges the rigid boundaries. So here also it is connected with decolonial epistemology here, as it is opposing the Western ideology of giving the speech and considering it of high value. So that both the concepts are related here, that how it creates, it forms a hybrid form of culture that challenge the boundaries that are very rigid, and fixed boundaries are there. So it is shaped by the personality of the characters that is being changed with the meanings and with the new circumstances that they face.
All right, thank you, thank you. These questions were on behalf of the participants. Since they did not ask, so I wanted them to have a broad understanding of the third space and decolonial approach in the epistemology of silence. Thank you. Now, I think I can see on the screen that we have Dr. Omila. Dr. Omila is there. I can see she's on the screen. So, Dr. Omila, you have the chance to now present your paper. And I think you have with yourself Dr. Jensenbaum also. So, any of you can present your paper, please. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Omila. Hello, we still cannot listen to you. Omila, please. I think there could be some connectivity issue. No, you are not audible. We can see you, but your voice is not there. No issues. Amila, what you do is you just set your mic, and then till then we'll allow the other one to put the paper, and we'll come back to you. All right. So we have the third participant as Dr. Anudeep Kaur Bedi.
Yes, sir. I'm
Anudeep
here.
Kaur Bedi. Yes,
Good
Dr.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. You can start with the paper, please, and please be crisp and short. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. I'm going to. Good afternoon, everyone present here. Thanks to all of you for giving a wonderful opportunity. The paper's title is Indigenous Ecological Wisdom and SDG-13 Literary Perspectives on Climate Resilience. So as we talk about the indigenous ecological knowledge is one of the oldest and traditions that represents living and flexible realities of the planet Earth. Just a minute, sir. I need to go for the next slide. Yes.
Dr. Anudeep, if possible, you can switch on your video also.
Yeah, sure, sir. Just a minute. Is it okay now?
Yes, sure. It's fine. Go ahead.
Right. So, indigenous ecological knowledge is one of the oldest intellectual traditions that reflects the living and the flexible realities of the planet Earth. The climate change having become a very buzzword topic in the science and politics, actually in the political system also. But when we talk about the indigenous people, they practice their sustainability, reciprocity, and the balance with nature. Because through the literature, stories, songs, and literary expressions, they promote the living archives of the cultural memories. As one of the novelists, Belinda Hogan says, that indigenous knowledge is not merely a set of the ideas about nature, but it's a story of the relationship, responsibility, and the belongingness. So that's the reason indigenous knowledge emphasizes the relationships and the belongingness rather than the abstract ideas about the nature only. So when we talk about it as an indigenous cosmologies, the relationship to the land, as we go for the next, the land is always viewed as a sacred and the relation sensitive and relational information is there. As Monde has also said, that ethos with such a representation of the even the keyword relationship literature that shows that land and identity as inseparable. There is a link between environmental harm to the community harm because the disruption of the ecosystem is just seen as a spiritual and the relational disturbance, not just as environmental degradation. One of the the author, the writer writes about the land was alive and the watching and thinking and telling about the stories. Indigenous cosmologies that align with the SDG 13 that related to the climate actions through the long-term care and intergenerational responsibilities are there. Just a minute, let me change to the next. Because for the next thing that when we talk about the oral traditions and the ecological memory, the oral indigenous oral traditions preserve the ecological memory in the form of the knowledge gained through many generations of observation and interaction with the particular environment. Such stories often encode the environmental warnings, adaptive practices, and the steward ethics. Because in one of the the novels, the story of the Nubanza, also the writer writes about, so take only what you need, for the earth is alive and she will remember. Because the point is that it shows how the creation, the destruction duality is there, that emphasize the balances between the human activity and the ecology. And another, the organ myth also that talks about that organ represents both creation and the destruction. The story warns that human action must all the times be tempered with the responsibility. Ethical responsibility is always lined with the humans. The organ create the parts, but he also destroys when the balance is broken. So the duality underlies the fragile balance between the human ingenuity and the ecological conservation. So oral traditions provide cultural resilience and local adaptation strategies in the face of the climate threats. Right. So when it comes to the indigenous literature and the climate justice, the indigenous literature frames the climate change as interconnected with the disposition and extractive capitalism, that it represents that not only culture but also the environmental history. They can be viewed as the climate archives, documented the ecological changes well before the appearance of the scientific instrument. For example, even the Robin Nixon's concept of the slow violence highlights that how the long-term environmental harm disproportionately affecting the marginalized communities, even in the marrow thieves and all climate catastrophe linked to the industrial exploitation. So indigenous stories, the indigenous narratives emphasize the need for the justice-oriented, equitable climate policies because traditional ecological knowledge is inseparable from there. Similarly, in the eco-spiritual literature also, the land is often represented as the ancestral, and the writer writes about the earth bear the footprints those who came before us, and it will bear the footprints of those yet to come. Let me change the slide for the next. Yes. So, in the community cooperation, intergenerational learning, and reciprocity are the key strategies for the climate resilience. Also, Robert Wallach in this, he talks about that how honorable armies promotes the taking only what is needed and giving back to the society, to the land also. And it further talks about the traditional practices like the rotational farming, the controlled burning, and the water conservation are the practical climate solution. So, indigenous literature preserves ecological knowledge and informs the modern environmental strategies too. If I go further next, the conclusion of the paper, because indigenous literature fosters a holistic worldview and context that the narratives of the people conserves not only for the cultural but also the environmental history. They can be viewed as climate arches documenting ecological changes well before the appearance of their scientific innovations, their technology relevance, but it often gives insights into the living sustainable goals, ecological ethics, and the climate justice. Through oral traditions, contemporary narratives, poetry, and novels, indigenous writers articulate a holistic worldview, and their narratives contest actually extractive, technocentric approaches to the climate change, with its emphasis on the reciprocity, community-based adaptations, and intergeneration knowledge and wisdom from one generation to the another generation, and the reverence for the land also. In this context, it is quite clear that integration of the indigenous ecological wisdom into the global implementation of the SDG 13, which is related to the climate action, is not optional, but it is very much essential. The climate crisis demands not only an innovation, but cultural and ethical transformation. I would like to end it by saying that in the end, we will only say what we love, and we will only love what we understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anudeep. Thank you. Any questions from participants? All right, Dr. Anudeep, thank you. You have talked about indigenous literature, and from your slides, we can understand that yes, we need to give focus, we need to give shift to our indigenous literature, the knowledge corpus available over there, and therefore, in context to India, for example, if you see that still we are with our policies, governmental policies, we are damaging the sometimes our environment. Sometimes we are cutting down a huge forests available, although we have very few remaining, and therefore your indigenous literature, the paper, the concept of the paper says that we need to preserve those and we need to give a rethought, right? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So now we have the next one. Fourth one is Harsh Rana or Harsha Rana. I do not know. It is Harsh Rana. To pronounce it as Harsh Rana or Harsha Rana, Associate Professor, Government College, Dharamshala. The paper is Between Silence and Culture: the Reconfiguration of Indian Knowledge System in Sunetra Gupta's novels. So is Harsha there? Harsh or Harsha is from Dharamshala. All right. The next one we have Ramesh Chandra Pradhani. Ramesh Chandra Pradhani, Assistant Professor and Head, PG Degree College, Deogaon, Balangir, Odisha. So is Ramesh Chandra Pradhani there?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Ramesh. Your
Yes,
paper, we'll be listening to your paper, Revisiting Folklore Epic and Oral Narratives as Repositories of Cultural Knowledge. So
Okay,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you for joining. You can go ahead with the paper. Please be crisp and short. Thank you.
The relationship between oral tradition and cultural knowledge transmission has long fascinated scholars across disciplines, yet contemporary academic discourse often marginalizes these narrative forms in favor of written texts and empirical methodologies. Folklore epics and oral narratives, however, represent sophisticated systems of knowledge, organization, and transmission that have sustained communities for millennia. These narrative traditions function not merely as entertainment or literary artifacts, but as comprehensive repositories.
Excuse me, just a minute, Mr. Ramesh. Can you switch on your video, please? And the third, yes, thank you.
Sir?
Yes, please switch on a video. If possible, switch on a video.
So the problems are network problems, sir.
Network. Achha, okay.
Shall I
Go
continue,
ahead.
sir?
Don't worry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The significance of revisiting folklore epics and oral narratives lies in their potential to expand contemporary understanding of knowledge production, preservation, and transmission. As Vanison argues in his seminal work on oral tradition, these narratives constitute verbal messages which are reported statements from the past beyond the present generation and serve as primary sources for understanding historical and cultural phenomena. The epistemological framework embedded within oral traditions offers alternative approaches to understanding reality, causations, and human relationships that complement and sometimes challenge dominant academic paradigms. This research addresses the critical gap in contemporary scholarship regarding the recognition and analysis of oral narratives as legitimate knowledge systems. While folklorists and anthropologists have long acknowledged the cultural significance of this tradition, mainstream academic discourse has been slower to recognize their epistemological contributions. The digital age presents both opportunities and challenges for oral tradition preservation, creating new context for examining how these knowledge systems adapt and persist. The primary research questions guiding this investigation include how do folklore epics and oral narratives function as repositories of cultural knowledge? What mechanisms enable these traditions to preserve and transmit complex information across generations? How do contemporary technological and social changes affect the preservation and transmission of oral knowledge traditions? What implications do these knowledge systems hold for contemporary academic and cultural practices? This research employs a mixed methods approach combining qualitative textual analysis, comparative cultural study, and digital humanities methodologies. The interdisciplinary nature of the subject matter requires methodological flexibility to address the diverse ways in which oral narratives function as knowledge systems. The primary analytical approach involves close reading and thematic analysis of selected folklore epics and oral narratives from diverse cultural traditions. The selection criteria prioritize narratives that have been documented through ethnographic fieldwork and represent different geographical regions and cultural contexts. This includes examining epic traditions such as the oral performances of West African griots, Native American creations narratives, and South Asian folk epics. The oral narrative traditions maintained by West African griots provide an exemplary case study of how folklore epics function as repositories of cultural knowledge. Griot traditions preserved historical narratives, genealogical information, social customs, and moral guidance through elaborate epic performance that can extend over multiple days. The Sundiata epic, as documented by scholars like Niani, demonstrates the sophisticated knowledge, organization, capabilities of oral tradition. This narrative preserves historical information about the Mali Empire, where encoding social values, political philosophy, and cultural identity markers that continue to influence contemporary West African communities. The Griot tradition illustrates how oral narratives adapt to contemporary contexts while maintaining cultural continuity. Contemporary Griot performances incorporate current events and social issues while maintaining traditional narrative structures and cultural content. This adaptability demonstrates the dynamic nature of oral knowledge systems and their capacity for cultural relevance across historical periods. Research by ethnomusicologists like Cherry documents how Griot traditions integrate musical narrative and social elements to create comprehensive cultural knowledge systems. The combination of instrumental music, vocal narrative, and audience interaction creates multi-layered knowledge transmission expressions that engage different cognitive and cultural learning modalities. Native American creation narratives provide another compelling example of how oral traditions function as comprehensive knowledge systems. These narratives encode cosmological understanding, environmental knowledge, social organization principles, and moral guidance within a unified story frameworks that address fundamental questions about existence and human purpose. The creation narratives of various tribal traditions demonstrate sophisticated ecological knowledge that reflects generations of environmental observation and interaction. Stories about the emergence of landscape, the behavior of animals, and the relationships between natural systems preserve detailed environmental information that complements contemporary scientific understanding. South Asian folk epic traditions. The folk epic traditions of South Asia, including narratives like the Punjabi Pabuji epic of Rajasthan and the Anamar stories of Tamil Nadu, demonstrates how oral traditions preserve complex social, historical, and cultural knowledge within regional context. These epic traditions often integrate multiple knowledge domains, combining historical narratives with religious concepts, social organization principles, and practical cultural guidance. The performance context for these epics create community gathering opportunities that strengthen social bonds while transmitting cultural knowledge. Research by Research like Smith documents how South Asia folk epics use sophisticated musical and narrative structures to organize and transmit cultural information. The integration of instrumental accompaniment, vocal performance, and visual elements creates comprehensive cultural experiences that engage multiple sensory and cognitive modalities. To conclude, this research demonstrates that folklore epics and oral narratives constitute sophisticated repository of cultural knowledge that deserve recognition as legitimate knowledge systems worthy of academic attention and cultural preservation efforts. These traditions employ complex mechanisms for encoding, organizing, and transmitting cultural information that rivals the effectiveness of written knowledge systems while offering alternative epistemological frameworks that can contribute to contemporary understanding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What's the name? Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. I have a question for you that you are talking about revisiting folklore, epic and oral narratives as repositories. So when we see that we have oral narratives existing and Indian culture and civilization is very rich in it, what do you think? What is your opinion? How to tap that? Because that is there. Some of has already lost. Most of them will be lost soon. So all those things which we have not yet noted down or recorded or taking much efforts to tap that. So what procedure or ways do you suggest would be very effective in Indian context?
Sir, now we are in the digital age, and the digital age presents both opportunities and challenges for oral traditions, preservation, and transmissions. So we can record this digitally, then we can actually preserve the folklore, which is really the repository of cultural knowledge.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Now, again, I would call Dr. Omila. Dr. Omila, is it possible? See whether we can listen. Try your mic, please. No, Omila, still, we are not able to listen to you. See, your video is working fine, but your audio, I think, has some technical issues. Check your mic, all right? Check your mic. So we'll be giving chance to other people, and when we are about to finish it, we'll again call you, all right? So nothing to worry about, but that will be the final chance, and we'll move on to the.
So am I? Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Now we are able to listen.
I'm using my phone, sir. So is it okay
Sure,
if I
sure.
use my
That is fine. That is fine. That is fine.
Okay,
If you are not able to keep your video on, do not worry about that. But
Okay,
at least keep your mic on so that we can listen to you. Yes, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Is my content visible, sir?
No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Sir, is it okay if I present without my slides?
No worries. You prepare. You just tell me the crux of your paper, the main topic, what are your findings and conclusion. That's all we need. Yeah, not there. Now it's there. Fumari's incredible role in cradling and preserving sustainable livelihood in Manipur. Yes, we can see your slide. Go ahead.
Oh,
Please be very crisp, right?
okay, sir. Thank you so much. Respected chairperson, sir, and co-chairperson, ma'am, and the respected faculties and scholars. A very good afternoon. I'm Dr. Omila Taunawjam, and I'll be presenting a paper on Phumdi's incredible role in cradling and preserving sustainable livelihood in Manipur. The objectives of my paper will be the following. This paper explores the crucial role of Phumdi, also known as floating island, in enhancing and sustaining the livelihoods of local communities. Examines also the ecological significance of Phumdi, highlighting its contributions to biodiversity conservation, its influence on the socio-economic fabric of the region. Also, the paper examines how Phumdi supports traditional agriculture, fishing, and tourist activities. The study also reveals that preserving the Phumdi ecosystem is crucial not only for environmental sustainability, but also for maintaining the cultural heritage and economic stability of the communities that rely on it. The study as well outlines the incredible journey of how the relevance of Phumdi in the lives of indigenous people has evolved, the role of Phumdi in supporting the livelihood of the indigenous people of Manipur by accommodating the changing trends of modern life in its flexible ecosystem will be the highlights. Now, the next picture shows what does this freshwater lake that is world famous as the Loktak Lake, only the world's only floating lake as it has been given a title, looks like. So the lake covers a surface area varying from 250 square kilometer to 500 square kilometer during the rainy season, with a typical area of 287 square kilometer. The lake is located at the Morang district in Manipur, which is in India. The etymology of Loktak is Lok, that means stream, and Lek, that means the end. Encyclopedia of Manipur in 2009 in the Meitei language, that is Loktak. Now, the main focal part of this paper will be the term Phumdi, also known as the floating island or a floating landmass. So, how is it that that this landmass is floating and it's not sinking or it's not a stagnant soil part? Is what this anatomy of floating Phumdi in this image highlights. This is the aerial view of how the land masses are scattered all over the Loktak Lake. You can see this traditional boat that looks like a stick in between this small narrow stream going, and the entire grasses covered land masses is what a close-up aerial view of Phumdi looks like. A substantial part of the lake is covered by the heterogeneous mass of vegetation, soil, and organic matter at various stages of decomposition known as Phumdi floating over it. The largest of all the Phumdis covers an area of 40 square kilometer and is situated on the southeastern shore of the lake. Now, this mass of Phumdi constitutes the world's largest floating park named Kaibul Lamjau National Park, which was formed to preserve the endangered Els der subspecies, scientific name Rusovus eldai, called Sangai in the local Meitei language, Manipuri language, indigenous to this area, which can only survive on this kind of ecosystem. Other migratory birds and various specimens of fish also take shelter in this freshwater, a huge lake that is known as Loktak Lake. Now, traditionally, Loktak Lake and its association in terms of sustaining the livelihood of the locals here meant fishing through the small wooden boats that they have kind of made to sustain themselves by catching the fishes from the lake. Here we can see the aerial view of how the locals here are going in these narrow, long boats to fetch all the vegetations and water plants and all the produce from the water so that they can take it and then take it to the market and then sustain themselves by selling it. The next one also shows how all these fishing nets and traps are used to catch all the small and big varieties of freshwater fishes from the Loktak Lake. This one is a very traditional kind of way of catching a number of fishes in one go, provided that the person has to stay there with lots of patience. Now, based on the seasons, like in the month of June, July, when Rath Yatra will happen, that time all the lotus and all the varieties of water flowers will blossom, and the lake will have this kind of look, which is one of the bestest look of the season when it comes to Loktak Lake and the floating land masses. Now, here is a kind of a compilation of all the produced, exquisite range of produce of vegetations and water plants that are found in the lake and on the Fumdis. Now we can see there the lotus root, which can be eaten raw like that, roasted. It can be made into a sweet dessert with jaggery, or it can be simply made into chips. And the thorny water chestnut and the other non-thorny water chestnut, also known by many as the singharas. And you can see the foxnut there, from where we actually manufacture the makhanis, yes. And there is the lotus seeds, which can also be made into different kinds of exquisite varieties of eatables and snacks. Now, traditionally on the floating islands, or also known as Pumdis in the Manipuri language, people used the fishermen because they wanted to catch a big amount of fish. So it required them to stay for long. So they started constructing all these very humble, rustic huts. So they'll sleep over there. They'll take turns and then catch fish. But over the span of time, with the boom of tourism and the kind of revenue that it brought into the state, the hut started taking different shapes. And so this is a resting hut for tourists to take shelters just to enjoy the organic locale. Now, this is also known as like the artificial Fumdis. Basically, the Fumdis, or the floating islands, they were naturally developed. But then farmers and lots of local youth started realizing that they can also artificially develop Fumdis by kind of enhancing their growth by helping them with support systems, like they will bind small seedlings of these, and then in a faster mode of time, this circular image that you can see will develop in a fastest mode. The locals and the youths in the area does this so that they can use these pumdis to cultivate, to make huts, to develop tourist spots, and food courts, and all those ways of sustaining themselves. Now, this is a beautiful image of how the lake and the Fumdis look like when it's the season of the lotus to bloom. And here's a picture of a tourist enjoying the scene. So the tourist influx has improved a lot because of all these recent modern trend developments in the lake area and use.
Dr. Romila, please conclude your paper.
Okay. Now, with the advent of modern technology and the kind of combination of the traditional method, this young girl has been awarded with so many awards because she used the lotus to create a fiber, and this is how the fabric looks like when she kind of transformed the lotus all those fibers into thread, and then that final produce is made. And with the help of modern technological machinery, the production range has increased. Now, the latest experimentations have developed this idea of taking masses and blocks of fundis and then taking it to the city, selling it as a viable mode of plantation. We can see a sample here in the picture. Now, locals of the area are doing their basics to create awareness programs, to create an awareness around the reason and for tourists who visits the place, so that overutilization and overpollution of the place could be safeguarded. Now, flow of tourists from both inside and outside the state or country must be ensured, and yet care must be taken that influx does not cause harm and destruction in the sea, natural resources and their prevailing ecosystem. Government in India and policymakers from the state must actively engage in protecting and preserving the rich biodiversity of Lake and its surrounding floating islands. To conclude, Loktak Lake and its associated Humdis have excellent environmental, socio-cultural, and economic significance. Preserving Humdis and the lake's natural ecosystem must be prioritized. The integrity and sustainability of these floating islands must be ensured through strategic conservative efforts. Finally, to achieve sustainable development goals for the people in the long run, local inhabitants must be aware of the lake's significance and potential, its ecology, the ecosystem services it provides, and most importantly, the harmful impacts of overutilizing the resources related to the lake ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Omila. Your paper was probably touching the cultural aspect as well as the technological aspect of the products produced, the island, the people over there. And that is why it was very new and insightful to all of us. Thank you for this. And you have talked about the Fundi's incredible role in cradling and preserving sustainable livelihood. And of late, as you must be aware, that sustainability and the concept of sustainable livelihood has already been widely discussed and worked upon all over the world through the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, can you suggest what all people from other parts of India and probably those states who are having wide water masses or various rivers? For example, this conference is held in Uttar Pradesh, in Gorakhpur, right? We are sitting in Gorakhpur, and some are joining from Himachal Pradesh, some from other parts of the country. So if you consider the situation of Uttar Pradesh, we have Ganges over here, we have Yamuna over here. So can you suggest something for the people over here who can benefit from the model of Fundi and the cultivation over there, the people who are out there working over there, and we from living at the center of or the main landmass here can learn from the people of Manipur and how they are trying to preserve the ecology. Any suggestions from your side?
I think the government officials who are responsible for promoting tourism, they should take a central responsibility in promoting tourism in all those very, very sacred river sources, water sources in Uttar Pradesh. Like it should not be like a site for visiting once in a while where they have to like go and perform a religious ritual. I feel like for us, Loktak Lake is like every day when we are tired, we go there. So that is how much it is promoted by the tourism site. So I feel the government of Uttar Pradesh should be focusing on that one, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Till now, I have called 5 names, out of which we still haven't heard Harsh Rana. So is Harsh there? I am calling Harsh for the 3rd time. Is Harsh Rana there? Harsh Rana, Associate Professor, Government College, Dharamshala. Is Harsh there? All right. Now we'll move on to the 6th person, Aditi Sangha, Department of Languages, Punjab University. So Aditi, is Aditi there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Aditi. Hello, Aditi.
Good afternoon,
We
sir.
shall be listening you a paper on from oral traditions to digital myth, We already had a paper on oral traditions, so we shall learn further from you. Oral tradition to digital myth, postmodern neo fairy tales as archives of cultural memory in the digital age. All right, Aditi, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, respected members. I am Aditi Sanga from Punjab University, presenting on the topic from oral tradition to digital myth. Oral narratives. Should I go with the crux, sir, first, or should I read the whole paper?
See, we are having less time still, since we have tried so much of about the paper and written and made a slide. So we all what we need is the title of the paper, the main findings, the crux of the paper, and then the conclusion. And in between, if you want to add something novel, anything insightful, you are welcome. Please go ahead.
So, this study argues that neo-fairy films in the digital age function as modern extension of oral storytelling traditions, while oral tales survive through constant retelling and performance. Contemporary films use digital technologies, CGI, motion capture, transmedia circulation to reinvent and preserve cultural memory. Drawing on postmodern theory, cultural memory studies, adaptation theory, mixed semiotics, and participatory culture, the paper shows that these films do not merely adapt old stories but regenerate them as digital myths. Case studies like Maleficent, Snow White and the Huntsman, and Beauty and the Beast demonstrate how narrative fragmentation, intertextuality, and digital world building create new memory sites where ancient motifs gain renewed relevance. The study concludes that digital media act as a living archive, enabling myth to evolve while also raising ethical concerns about authenticity, cultural ownership, and commodification. So, the oral narratives, whether in Indian folklore or European fairy tales, have historically functioned as living repositories of collective memory, continually reshaped through performance, audience participation, and socio-cultural context. Framed within this study, neo-fairy tales are understood as cinematic reimaginings that merge the structures of classic folklore with postmodern aesthetics and digital innovation. These adaptations do more than retell familiar narratives. They participate in digital myth-making, a process through which technology-infused storytelling takes on the cultural function of oral tradition by continually recontextualizing motifs, reshaping moral frameworks, and renewing collective memory. Neo-fairy tale cinema can be understood through an integrated framework in which Lyotard's postmodern techniques or critique of grand narratives explain the genre's embrace of fragmentation and moral plurality. Assman's cultural memory theory reveals how digital retellings function as dynamic mnemonic performances, and the concept of digital reactivation shows how technological mediation amplifies rather than erases oral storytelling's regenerative impulses, creating network spaces across screens and participatory media, where ancient narratives instinct merge with contemporary technological aesthetics. Jean Lyotard's articulation of postmodernism as an incredulity towards meta-narratives serve as a starting point for understanding why these films resist unified moral framework and instead foregrounds multiplicity, uncertainty, and ideological openness. In place of the singular truths associated with classic fairy tales, or with modernity's faith in grand narratives, neo-fairy tales present fragmented, plural, and self-reflexive articulations of myth that reflect postmodern sensibilities. Other theorists further refine this multidisciplinary framework. Linda Hutchins' work on adaptation and historiographic metafiction clarifies how retellings acknowledge their own constructedness while engaging critically with earlier versions. Her insight underscored the self-aware narrative strategies where familiar plots are represented and deliberately revisioned that interrogate traditional ideologies. Jean Baudrillard's analysis of simulacra and hyperreality add another layer, highlighting how digital imagery produces worlds that exceed conventional realism and function as simulations with their own internal logic. This helps explain why CGI environment in film like Maleficent and Snow White and the Huntsman feel more real than real. Not historically accurate, but emotionally and symbolically amplified. Rolla Barthes' notion of myth as a cultural signifying system illuminates how fairy tale motifs, enchanted forests, and transformative love, feminine power, acquire new ideological meanings when recontextualized in digital form. His work allows the analysis to treat these elements not merely as narrative features, but as cultural encoded symbols undergoing reinterpretation. Henry Jenkins' theory of participatory culture and transmedia narrative demonstrate how audiences contribute to the ongoing evolution of myth by extending, remixing, and contesting filmic narratives across online platforms. This is essential for understanding neo-fairy tales not only as cinematic text, but as nodes in wider network of digital cultural productions. Finally, Bernard Stiegler's concept of techniques and memory offers a philosophical account of how technologies externalize and transform human memory practices. His work supports the argument that digital cinema acts as a prosthetic extension of cultural memory, mediating the transmission and renewal of storytelling traditions in ways analogous to yet distinct from oral performances. Extending his conceptual foundation, these theoretical perspectives create a rich interpretive framework through which neo-fairy tale films can be understood as hybrid cultural artifacts. They operate at the junction of myth and media, where postmodern aesthetics, cultural memory practices, and digital technologies converge to reshape the meanings and function of traditional tales for contemporary audiences. The movement from oral narrative forms to digital myth-making illustrates a continuous lineage of storytelling practices that evolve yet retain their core functions of circulation, adaptation, and cultural preservation. The parallels between oral and digital storytelling emerge most clearly in the way both forms rely on reinvention as the mode of preservation, just as oral tales endured through retellings, contemporary fairy tales adaptations thrive through technological reinterpretation. CGI, motion capture, and digital composting act as new tools for narrative renewal, updating the symbolic vocabulary of myth for visually oriented, technologically immersed audiences. These digital technologies do not simply embellish the narrative, they function as mnemonic devices, encoding cultural memory into immersive aesthetic forms that audiences can revisit
Please conclude. Please conclude.
across platforms. So I would like to conclude that social media ecosystem intensify this process by functioning as collective memory spaces in which users collaboratively negotiate meaning, identity, and value through ongoing representation. In these digital arenas, iconic scenes, characters, and ideologies are continually reframed in response to contemporary cultural debates, allowing fairy tales to evolve in real time. Thus, the digital sphere acts not merely as a repository, but as an active myth-making environment, sustaining fairy tale narratives as living, mutable archives shaped by both creator and audience in a shared cultural dialogue. The shift from oral narration to digital myth-making offers a productive lens for rethinking how indigenous knowledge systems survive and adapt in technologically mediated environments. When read through postmodern media logic, marked by plurality, fluid authorship, and the collapse of fixed interpretive authority, neo-fairy tale film suggests that traditional epistemologies need not be confined to static preservation. Instead, they can be reactivated through forms of digital performances that echo the openness, variability, and communal reception of oral storytelling. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditi. Any questions from the audience, please? You are free to question. All right. Aditi, for example, you talked about the myth, the digital myth. All right. So this is inevitable in this technological age. We will be subjected to this digital myth, or maybe you may say the digitization of myth. We can also say in other perspectives as well. So do you consider that this digitization of the myth or a digital myth will be a boon or a bane to the oral traditions and the preservation of it?
Well, actually, it is a boon because it is inevitable, I would say. Because we are in a technological age, it is inevitable. We cannot just surpass it. So, if we use it wisely and if we follow the boundaries, like if we do the right practices, encourage only those content which are relevant, which are not manipulative, then it is a boon. But if we go on and break those like limitations, like boundaries, which are keeping us on the right path, then
Yes, that is why I asked this question. I raised the same question in another manner to one of the participants earlier. That since we are not having any control over the digital digital technology, or maybe you may say that we are lacking much control over the social media, and you must be watching and you must be observant that various myths are being circulated as if they were truths. Number one question. Number two question, various truths are being circulated as if it is a myth and it never happened. So this is a challenge in this digital age. We have become enormous consumers of the digital content available, and therefore, obviously, your paper would certainly help people to understand that we need to preserve these oral traditions and take forward the digital transformation what the world over is going through in a positive manner. Thank you.
Yes.
The next person is Research Scholar, School of Humanities and Physical Education, Department of English, CT University, Ludhiana, Punjab, India. We don't have the name for this. I think those who have put it have forgot to put the name. But I will say the name, the topic of the paper. It is Community-Based Experimental Learning for Sustainability, a study of indigenous knowledge environmental practices in Jammu and Kashmir. So whosoever's paper is it, please come ahead. I will repeat the title of the paper. The title of the paper is Community-Based Experiential. I think it's written right? Experiential. Yes, community-based experiential learning for sustainability. Whosoever's paper is it, please come ahead. All right. This was paper number 7. So at any point of time, if anybody comes up, please raise your hand or please call up, and we shall allow you. Now we shall come to the next paper, Kautilya's Arthashastra and the Indian School of Economics. Kautilya's Arthashastra and the Indian School of Economics. The researcher is Manish Kumar, research scholar, Department of Humanities and Social Science. Yeah, please, good afternoon. Please unmute yourself because we are not able to listen to you. We can see you. Yes, your video is working fine. Yes.
Good afternoon, respected Milind sir and Sushma ma'am.
We have
blessing the dais.
Yes, you will be having 5 to 7 minutes. All right, you will be having 5 to 7 minutes to put your paper.
Sir.
Tell us the crux of the paper, the main motive behind it, and what all findings you have come through.
Okay, sir. Let me share my PPT.
All right.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, sir.
I think you need to readjust your screen, right?
Okay, sir.
Because it is coming at the left-hand border of my screen. So
Okay, sir.
I cannot suggest what. Yes, no. Now it has gone to the left border of the whole
Okay, sir.
screen.
Actually, sir, I am sharing this with my mobile. So
Okay, don't
please
worry.
bear with me.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Don't worry.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead. Please.
Okay, sir. Mainstream economics began its course in 1776 Common Era when Adam Smith's an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations surfaced in public domain. Smith builds economics on the assumption of an economic man who single-mindedly pursues self-interest in an apolitical economy where the state practices laissez-faire policy, keeping itself confined to basic minimum functions of defense, law and order, justice, and of course, taxation for funding those activities. In sharp contrast, Indian economics begins its course much earlier, in around 300 350 BCE, and on a much more sensible, realistic, and pragmatic note, rooted in a deep understanding of human side and of the impossibility of separating economics from politics. The Indian School of Economics has evolved on the fine foundation of Kautilya's Arthashastra, and it displays a sort of intellectual continuity from ancient to modern age. For instance, Kautilya's conception of welfare state echoes in Amartya Sen's view of a state as a crucial agent for expanding human capabilities. It is against this backdrop that this paper seeks to study the evolution of the Indian School of Economics from Kautilya to Gandhi, Ambedkar, Lohia to Amartya Sen and Abhijit Banerjee, to discover the elements of both continuity and change and to understand their implications for both theory and policy. Now, about Kautilya's Arthashastra, it is actually not a book of economics, but of statecraft, a book of politics and public administration. However, it contains valuable insights on economic role of the state. Thou Kautilya talks in terms of a monarchical setup, but his monarchy is a benevolent one. The ideal that he puts before the ruler is that of a welfare state, which interestingly is a 20th century phenomenon. The text of Arthashastra asserts that in the happiness of the subjects lies the happiness of the king, and in what is beneficial to them lies his own benefit. The ruler is expected to ensure basic economic security for the people, to protect them from hardships associated with old age, sickness, accidents, unemployment, natural calamities, and so on. The model of economy that Kautilya's Arthashastra prescribes is that of a mixed economy where natural resources, mining, and important industries were state owned, while agriculture, commerce, and other activities were regulated by the state. Infrastructure development was the responsibility of the state, and state servants were to be remunerated on a liberal scale, Roots of pension scheme can also be found in Arthashastra. There is a reference in Arthashastra that says when a state servant dies in a state service, his family becomes entitled to his wage and food ration. Now, Indian economic thought shows a long internally contested tradition that moves from Kautilya's welfare state through Gandhi Ambedkar Lohia's disputes over socialism to Sen and Banerjee's globally influential yet India rooted work on welfare, capability, and poverty alleviation. Across this trajectory, there is continuity in concern for ethics, justice, redistribution, and public action. But there is also a deep change in method, normative focus, and institutional strategy with major implications for both theory and practice. Kautilya's advocacy of a mixed but strongly state-directed economy finds resonance in independent India's mixed economy model shaped by Nehru and Mahalanobis. Kautilya's emphasis on welfare obligation of the state finds reinterpretation as social justice by Ambedkar and Lohia or capabilities by Amartya Sen, while Gandhian concept of trusteeship assigns the role of redistribution to the capitalists. Gandhi views economic policy as inseparable from ethics and public welfare, but rejects strong centralized statism. Now, Ambedkar brings formal economics and law into Indian thought, treating caste as a central economic institution that blocks both efficiency and justice. Ambedkar's proposals like land reforms and even land nationalization, public control over key resources, labor rights, and a constitutional framework for social democracy expand the Kautilyan idea of welfare into a right-based anti-oppression agenda. Lohia rejects both orthodox Soviet-style centralization and purely Gandhian voluntarism. His continuity with Ambedkar lies in the insistence that economic planning must directly confront caste and other hierarchies, and with Gandhi in valuing centralization and Swadeshi. Amartya Sen reconstructs welfare economics and development theory by shifting focus from income and utility to capabilities, what people are actually able to do and to be. His work on famines shows that starvation arises from failures of entitlements and public action and not just food availability. He argues for democracy, transparency, and social expenditure as core to development. Abhijit pioneers experimental developmental economics. He suggests randomized controlled trials to evaluate the effectiveness of particular government measures and aid at reducing poverty. Now, coming to the implications. For theory, the implications are that first, Indian economics drifts away from a purely market-centered or growth-centered framework towards a normative political economy that treats welfare, justice, and capabilities as central objects of analysis, not mere add-ons to efficiency. This is visible in sense capabilities approach, Banerjee's focus on the poor, and in earlier welfare and justice concerns of Kautilya, Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Lohia. Secondly, it emphasizes integration of social structure with models of growth. Now, what are the implications for practice? The Indian School of Economics advocates a proactive state intervention in the form of welfare schemes, reservations, Panchayati Raj, employment guarantee, public health and education, which are now increasingly designed and evaluated with modern statistical tools. And it also insists that policy should be both ethically defensible, as emphasized by Gandhi, Ambedkar, Lohia, and Sen, and empirically effective, as Sen's famine work and Banerjee's experiments suggest. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Maheshi. So the last statement was very effectively defensible, and empirically. What was that? Empirically effective, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I have a very general and very day-to-day question to you that
yes, sir.
we have been you see the money rupee has gone to cross 90
yes,
2 or 3 days back.
Yes.
And sometimes you see that there are certain policies which need to be which have been designed or maybe are in such a manner that some of the people are not very much happy or agreeing with it. Now, can you say something about the Kautilya's Arthashastra, and from that Arthashastra, anything we can use in terms of polity and probably in terms of economics too, present day? What all things, or one or two things you can tell that we can follow that and get into a better situation?
Sir, what Kautilya has said is reflected in Mahatma Gandhi's Jantar, that the test of a public policy is that to what extent it meets the needs of the last person in the society. So, if we do that, then there can be no problem. We may frame efficient policies which are which can ensure social justice and growth as well. Okay, in concrete terms, what we should do nowadays, we find that there is a growth of crony capitalism. Capitalism per se is not bad. It ensures efficiency by promoting competition among so many small producers. So, if we want to restructure our economy, then we must encourage small scale enterprises to the extent possible, because that can only ensure that the gains of development are widely shared.
Thank you. Thank you. I got that. That is still there in Gandhi's Hind Swaraj.
Yes,
In
sir.
Hind Swaraj, in one of the chapters, he has discussed the same thing. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Got it. Thank you. Now the next one is Miss Rijul Singh. Miss Rijul Singh. The paper is Reimagining Indigenous Futures. It's Miss
Good
Rijul.
evening, sir.
Good evening,
Yes, I'll
ma'am.
just
Please
be
go ahead.
sharing.
Yes, please, please.
So, is my PPT visible?
Yes, yes, yes. It's fantastic. Very colorful. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, so good evening, everyone. A very warm good evening from Kashi. I will be presenting my paper on reimagining indigenous futures, youth, social media, and the vernacular revival in Himachal Pradesh. And my chief focus will be on the recent viral festival from Kinnaur called Raulena. Raulena is the 5,000-year-old Himachal festival that even history can't really explain. This festival blends mountain folklore, community rituals, and ancient Himalayan beliefs into a living tradition that survives without written history, carrying a cultural memory older than the civilization. The Raulena festival is an ancient winter ritual from Kinnaur. Basically, this festival is supposed to celebrate the fairies as is believed by the people of Kinnaur. Every year, just before the spring, villagers gather to bid farewell to the Sauni spirits, the protective mountain fairies believed to watch over them during the harsh winters. But these fairies not just protects the people from the harsh winters, it is also believed amongst the people of Kinnaur that if
Visual,
a certain
please on your
individual.
video. Switch on, switch on.
Okay, just one second. Yeah, am I visible?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so it is also believed that these fairies not only just protects the people of Kinnaur, it also uh, it also is believed that a person or a child should not dress up more in a more beautiful manner than the fairies themselves, or they should not sing in a very beautiful manner, as it is believed that the Sauni spirits will take their soul away. And the locals of Kinnaur village have even vouched for that it has happened to their friends and their relatives. So in this particular festival, there are two people. These two people are male only, but they are dressed up as masked bride, Raulena, and the groom as Raula. The reason that the faces are covered is also because, as I mentioned earlier, that they should not look much prettier than the fairies, the signees, otherwise they'll take their soul. So their faces are covered in that way as well. And other than that, their entire bodies are covered, no skin or face is visible. This matters because during the ritual, they stop being ordinary human beings and become symbolic figures. They are not just earthly beings now. And this is not a marriage that happens in earth. It's not an earthly affair, it becomes a spiritual affair here. So, the anthropologist Victor Turner calls such figures liminal beings. They exist in an in between zone, no longer human, but not fully divine either. The dancers move around the Nagin Narayan temple, performing a ritual farewell to the fairies. The costumes, bright woolen clothes, as is my presentation today, is like and they also have the silver ornaments, floral headgear. It represents fertility, renewal, and the connection between the people and their mountain environment. An important point to note here is that although the bride and the groom is played by the men of the community, but the headgear, the clothes, the ornaments, and the storytelling and spreading of the ritual and the festival stories amongst the community is done by the women. So women, although being on the backhand of it, they play a very important role in this festival. So the festival is not just a dance or a spectacle as it has been represented in different platforms online, but it is a cultural system that combines ecology, spirituality, memory, and identity. Now, moving forward, in the last few years, Raulena become popular online, or especially let's just talk about this year, because young photographers and locals began posting images and videos on other different online platforms. And few amongst those were Avinash Kumar, and there is a YouTuber who has a channel, and it is called Chai and Chronicles with the Pahadis. He is from Kinnaur, which is a very important piece of information, and he has told in detail about this particular festival. The theorist Henry Jenkins calls this spreadable media. Spreadable media is basically the content that spreads naturally because people wants to share it. But the viral content can also distort meaning. It can be just a colorful event for people. So it is also important that the out that it also happens that sometimes the outsiders they treat Raulena as a strange or exotic festival. This is exactly what Gayatri Spivak warns us about. When marginalized communities get represented by others, their voices can be misunderstood or silenced. However, the positive side is that local youth are taking control of the narrative. They now explain the festival online, add captions, correct false interpretations, so digital media becomes a tool of cultural agency rather than the exploitation. Other than that, there also across Himachal, the youth have also been documenting the rituals like the Dham feast. Dham is like it is a local cuisine, and every district has its own a set of dishes for the Dham. And the local folk dance that is called Nati dance, and the folk music as well. So every district has its own dialect. So the folk music also varies, and the various culinary traditions. For this, there is an influencer who has also been working on spreading the tradition online and the culture online, and his name is Karan Thakur. Across the various platforms, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, there have been songs, dialects, crafts into digital vernacular archives. Uh, the studies show how dialects like Kangdi, Mandyali, Kinnauri thrive online despite the dominance of Hindi and English. And in the recent trends, also have been few stand-up comedians that have come with the Pahadi dialects. They have been showcasing the Mandyali dialect, which is a very important thing because it hasn't been happening in the past. So the digital practices also expand pride, linguistic identity, and community visibility. This revival is organic and decentralized, led not by institutions but by youth documenting their worlds. So, coming to the women of Himachal Pradesh, of course, they have been playing a very important part, as I said earlier, from preparing the dresses to the ornaments. They have been long custodians of Pahadi oral traditions, lullabies, harvest songs, festival songs. Even if we talk about the Raulena festival, so before the dance practices they begin, there are women who actually invoke the local Devi and Devtas by singing the songs. And after that, only this particular festival begins. And this festival not just occurs in one single part of Kinnaur. There are upper hills and there are lower hills. So there are 4 to 5 places where this particular festival it happens. And initially, this festival it was meant for a very small gathering. But in the recent years, people of the Kinnaur they have come together and brought the festival to what we are seeing in today's times. And the women have played a very important role in that. The digital platforms allow these intimate intergenerational memories to become public testimonies. The folk songs encode gendered labor, hardship, survival, and solidarity in mountain life. Through an intersectional feminist lens, as Kimberly Crane Shaw has said, that these songs reveal layered experiences of rural, tribal, and gendered marginalization. Online circulation here also becomes a quiet act of resistance, challenging homogenized media tropes about Indian women. Also, I would like to talk about the feminist and digital humanities frameworks. Chandra Talpade Mohanty and Spivak warns against the romanticizing or homogenizing third world women. They warn against that we should not generalize all the women, like their experiences are not unique to their cultural identities or their geographical areas. It reminds us not to generalize all third world women as one group. Their experiences are different, specific, and local. As I mentioned, different, specific, and local. So in Himachal Pradesh, if we move from one district to the other, so the rituals, the songs, the food, everything changes. And a person from Mandi district would not be able to understand or say the dialect of Kinnaur. So that is how it really works, and that is what they have said. So instead of speaking for Himachali women or Kinnauri women here, we must listen to their self-representations online. That is why it is important for people from the communities. That is how we are going to save the traditions here. So the digital tools gives indigenous women communities the ability to curate their own narratives, aligning with Linda Smith's call for decolonized knowledge production. It says that indigenous communities should control how their culture is recorded. And Himachali youth doing digital documentation is a perfect example of this. And the recent trends post COVID, it has been happening, and this is how the Rolena festival has also come into the light. The role of women, as I mentioned earlier, and I would like to mention again, is deeply embedded in its cultural, ritual, symbolic structure. Women prepare the household rituals, offerings, sacred spaces that enable the performance to take place. And these are the women that tells the youngsters, the kids of Kinnaur districts about the festival, so that these practices, they don't just fade away in the air, and later on, even the Himachal youth will just see it online and read about it. They should rather experience it.
Rizal, please sum up. Please
Yes,
sum
yes.
up your
Okay,
paper.
ma'am. So I would just like to say that there are ethical challenges in the digital sphere as well, like the algorithmic bias, the cultural appropriation, representation, and consent. And yeah, at last, I would like to say that what does all this mean to the future? That like technology is not so bad. It actually are not our enemies. If we work together, then we can create a difference. As the UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights says, inclusive culture production is both a right and a resource. And if we do it right, then Himachal's indigenous future looks strong, self-determined, and full of possibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rijal. Thank you. The paper was very insightful. Any questions from the participants here? You're free to ask. Thank you. So, Rijal, I have something, I want to know something, your views upon the fact that, see, you have already discussed it in your paper, but still, let's have a question. Like, you must be observing that people are, because of the advent of the social media, now,
Yes, sir.
when I suppose I in person visit there, and then I report or make a video or present it in my own understanding, without understanding the sensibilities of the people over there, without understanding the culture behind it, or maybe a superficial understanding. Now, sometimes that distorts. This is what you talked in probably in the third slide, probably, or maybe second slide. So this challenge is there, right?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
the impact. Suppose I am a big social media person. I have huge fan following, and the damage I bring to that particular understanding of that particular culture, particular people, particular festival. Maybe some other person is doing the same thing and putting it rightly, but he
Yes,
or
sir.
she does not have a big fan following. Now, technology on one hand, or social media exposure on one hand, is the boon, but again, such challenges come up.
Yes,
So,
sir.
those parts of India, or maybe those parts of the world where people are not frequent visitors, we rely on such information. Now, how do you think that we can, take this challenge, or we can do something better to?
Sir, thank you so much for the lovely question. And this is the entire point of my presentation, that I am from Himachal Pradesh,
I
and
can make
here
up.
I am presenting the paper on Kinnaur sitting in Banaras. So it
Yeah.
is also an example how I am through my ways creating a difference. And sir, like I said, that it is important for the people from Himachal Pradesh, for the people from the different district to showcase their culture. Although I agree with you that people who have certain followings and millions and billions, they will have more impact. But sir, recent trends have shown that the Pahadi people are not back, and even in the social media platforms, they are gaining followers. And actresses like Yami Gautam, Anupam Kher, and much more people, Priti Zinta, and if in fact if they also partake in our traditions, they showcase. And recently, even Kalna Ranaut, if we talk about, she has also been showcasing the trends of Himachal Pradesh. So if the representation is done rightly by the locals, by the Himachali people, then it will create a difference and it will reach to the point where it should reach.
All right. Thank you, Rijul. Moving on to the next one, we have Garima Sharma. Garima Sharma. The paper is Ramayan as a dynamic, what's it in here? Archive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ramayan as a dynamic archive of regional versions, and actually the printer went wrong. So there is a huge black blot on the paper. So anyways, Garima, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yes, Garima, switch on your video and you have almost 7 minutes at your disposal. You're welcome.
Good afternoon to both the chairs. I was trying to share my presentation, but I think not able to do that, sir.
Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. We give, we do not give actually, I must say. Yes, you are putting presentation, but sometimes due to technical glitches, if you are not able to present to the screen, you need to do it verbally, and we give equal weightage to that, provided we are able to understand what you're saying and get through it.
Okay, sir.
So don't worry, you start.
Leave the effort then. Okay. Good afternoon to both the chairs, everyone present here. My name is Garima. I'm from Himachal Pradesh University, and my topic is Ramayan as a dynamic archive of regional versions and modern retellings. So, before starting, I would like to quote A.K. Ramanujan. He says that no single version of the Ramayan is original. Rather, every telling depends on the memory and imagination of its community. So, epic traditions plays a very crucial role in the field of literature by illustrating the rich cultural heritage of societies through quasi-historic narratives. These epics are first transmitted orally down the generations before being written or read. So, Ramayana is one of the foundational mythological epics of Indian ethos, which embodies a synthesis of cultural legends and spirituality. It was traditionally attributed to sage Valmiki, who's also known as the Adi Kavi, which means the first poet. And Valmiki is considered to be Ram's contemporary. So he is Valmiki's Ramayana is the most authoritative text till date which we have. So I would not narrate the story of Ramayana. We all know about it. So over centuries, the sacred scripture has evolved into a living myth sustained by countless retellings across cultures and languages. Then we have Goswami Tulsidas's Ramcharitmanas, which we all know about, but it was very late written in the 16th century. It was composed in Avadhi language and it reimagines Valmiki's Sanskrit epic with a devotional angle and reconceptualizes Ram as a divine incarnation of benevolence and love. Then again, we have a very famous text, the Tamil text Ramavatram, which was written in 12th century by Kamban, and it infuses the Ramayana with Dravidian aesthetics, poetic grandeur, and philosophy. And there are number of narratives around the Ramayana and number of retellings. I would like to state a few. The Assamese Ramayana, which is called the Saptakanda Ramayana, Bengali Ramayana, which is the Kritivasi Ramayana, Buddhist Ramayana, Jhataka Tales, which has the chapter Dashrath Jhataka in it, and Jain Ramayana is called the Paumakarya Ramayana. Odia Ramayana is called the Jagamohan Ramayana. Then we have the South Asian versions of the Ramayana. The Thai Ramayana is called the Ramkin. Cambodian Ramayana is called Remekar. And Indonesian Ramayana is called Kakavane Ramayana. And all these versions add layers to interpret and demonstrate narrative flexibility of the Ramayana. Now, Ramayana as a mythological text epitomizes ideals of dharma, righteous kingship, while countless folk versions highlight local concerns. Meenakshi Faith Paul, in her essay, Ram as a folk hero in the Ramayans, Ramains, Ramayans of Himachal Pradesh. This is how we locally pronounce Ramayana here. Explores how the figure of Ram transcends canonical boundaries to assume a distinct folk identity here. The hill folk rendition, Ramayana tradition in the Himalayas, Paul authenticates that Ram is recast explicitly as a folk hero in the Ramayans. His exploits narrated in the ballads, dramas, songs incorporate local customs, dialects, and value systems. She showcases how communities imbue Ram with traits of rugged mountain warrior, the ideal neighbor and the household hero who with the lived world of the Pahari people. Paul exemplifies how myth is not simply inherited, but localized and reinterpreted for the act of the myth retelling, or what we call as mythopoeia, that reshapes epic figures for contemporary milieu. Now, A.K. Ramanujan also observes in his essay 300 Ramayans that there is no single version of Ramayana, but a marriage of tellings. Now, coming on to other versions of Ramayana, drawing from Valmiki's Ramayana and enriched by the regional local traditions, authors across India have wrote versions about the story, which result in the rich treasure of tales, each worthy of reverence and appreciation. Many of these texts are originally not written in book forms, but what we understand as dramatic performances and oral narrations. Goswami Tulsidas's Ramcharitmanas in northern India is a gem in the crown of Indian religious literary tradition. It was written in Awadhi language and the style was the Doha or Chopai. और चौपाई जिसको हम हिंदी में कहते हैं, making this a popular text among the devotees. While its rhythm in content and emotive verses, the work of Tulsidas went beyond the Ramayana of Valmiki in terms of prevalence, as its language was accessible to all, including the illiterate section, who then relished the epic as Ram Katha. There are so many variations in Valmiki's Ramayana and in Tulsidas's Ramayana, which we do not know, like the Lakshman Rekha. It was added much later. If you're reading the authentic Valmiki Ramayana, you would not find any mention of the Lakshman Rekha, or you would not find Hanuman with a Gada. Hanuman did not have Gada in Valmiki's Ramayana, but it was also a later addition. Next, moving on to Bharat Ramayana, written by Sant Ekant in Marathi. It is also very popular Marathi Ramayana. And then Giridhar Ramayana in Gujarat. Then we have Ramcharitam, another important writing from the region. It was written by the poet Sandhyakar Nandi, patronized by the Pala ruler Ramapalla, drawing parallels to legendary episodes of Ramayana. Nandi wrote a story that included both Ram and the historical king Ramapalla, creating a unique text that has religious as well as materialist and human elements well placed in narratives. So these are various versions of the Ramayana which I was telling. Then Ramayana is not just limited to Hindu religion, but also to Buddhist and Jainism. In Buddhism, the story of Ram is presented in the ancient and sacred Jataka tales within a text called Dashrath Jataka. It's the tale of Buddha's previous birth as Ram Pandit, a great prince and the son of King Dashrath, who was exiled, similar to the story of Valmiki. The tale goes on, ending with the moral that everything in life is impermanent and detachment is the key. Then we have the Jainism, and in Jain tradition, rooted in the popular sphere in India, benefited from the retelling of the Prakrit, a language of the people. Vimal Suri, a Jain scholar, penned Pauma Karya, which is the Ramayana, one of the earliest texts of the Jain religion. Embodying the perfection of the Jain philosophy, Ram in the Jain version was a practitioner of non-violence, which is why it was Lakshman and not Ram who slayed Ravan, according to the Jain Ramayana. So, a multitude of retellings of the epics have appeared over time, and Paula Richmond's edited volume, Many Ramayans, The Diversity of Narrative Tradition in the South, establishes this epic as existed in married versions and as a canonical text. This book comprises of 12 essays in 3 parts, which talks about literature, religion, and folk, wherein each examines different versions of Ramayana across South Asia, I'm sorry. The contributors emphasize that each community upholds its distinct traditions and accentuate their local versions. The retellings of Ramayana to this effect have been widely discussed and debated. Authors like Devdutt Patnaik, we have Amish Tripathi, Chitra Banerjee, Kavita Kane, Amit Majumdar, Anand Neelkanthan, Ashok Bankar, and others have dedicated themselves to untying the endless puzzles and enigmas surrounding mythical stories of Ramayana. These all are the contemporary authors, those who are working on the Ramayana and reimagining it for the contemporary audiences. We have Devdutt Patnaik's Sita and illustrated retellings of the Ramayana, which takes Sita's perspective. Then we have Devakuni's The Forest of Enchantment, which is also feminist perspective, giving agency to Sita. She's shown as a powerful warrior, a woman who.
All right, please conclude. Please conclude.
All right, all right. Then we have Amish Tripaঠি's Ramchandra series, where he has given equal space to Ram, Sita, and Ravan, and in the initial 4 books, and these 3 books converge in War of Lanka. He's taken a modern take on this for the contemporary audience, and it's a pleasure to read. So Ramayana is, at the end, I would like to conclude that Ramayana is not merely inherited but continually revitalized. Together, regional versions and modern adaptations reveal the epic's enduring vitality as a cultural ecosystem, one that adapts, expands, and resonates across generations, confirming its status as a living narrative archive that bridges the past and the present. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think mic is not working. Thank you. I'll address you from the mic. This mic is not working properly. Hello. Garima, am I audible? Yeah, that mic was not working properly. I'm talking from the mic of the dais. Now, your paper was very nice and gave insights to the participants over here that yes, it's not the only one Ramayana exists or we are aware of, and probably mostly we are aware of Ramcharitmanas, right? Not Ramayana. We say we are aware of Ramayana, but actually we are reading Ramcharitmanas, quoting and following it in our day-to-day lives. But if we studied Ramayana, we would have got a different picture of actual Ramayana or the story behind it. Now, the paper was fine, and I wish that all the participants here would have loved to hear from you and would have got certain insights that yes, we need to have other versions of Ramayana too. So thank you for this. Any questions from the participants here?
Yeah, Garima, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, Kumar Gaurav, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Dr. Gaurav.
Yes.
And, just like all the versions that you mentioned, would you please throw some light on why this Uttarakhand is often considered a later interpolation, and how does these inclusion or exclusions, shape modern retellings of Ramayana?
Uttarakhand is considered a later addition, sir, because it was not there in the Valmiki Ramayana. And because Valmiki was Ram's contemporary, so that is the most authentic version of the Ramayana which we consider. Others are retellings and variations. They have influence. Yes, they have taken a lot from the Valmiki Ramayana, but still they have variations. So because Uttarakhand was written much later, drafted much later, so it is a later addition. And what followed this question? I'm sorry.
How does these inclusion or exclusion, they shape modern retellings of the Ramayana?
Sir, we need modern retellings because every stagnant thing or every stagnant myth, if it does not make sense to the contemporary audience, it eventually I would not say die, but become archaic. So in today's times, if you give me a big book of Ramayana, probably I would not be able to read it because of the language, because it's not accessible. But yes, if you give me the Amish Tripathi's Ramayana, it has modern tweaks. I am able to relate to it. It's not archaic. So it is preserving the myth, yet it is also reimagining it. So I am able to go through it. So that is why I think reimaginings or retellings are important, so that we are able to cater to the myth, we're able to preserve it, and it does not become archaic.
All right, thank you. Dr. Kumar, are you done?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Garima, have you read 300 Ramayanas? There is a book called 300 Ramayanas, A.K. Ramanujans.
It's an essay, I think, sir.
It's an essay, sorry. Yeah, it's an essay. Have you read that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's already banned from from this country. So if you read it, that's fine. That's fine. So I would have, had there been much more time, I would have asked you that. I would have asked you if you agree banning a very important essay of which throws light on Indian culture and Indian
Yes, it does.
literary tradition is probably right or not. But then, thank you. I would not ask this question or discuss that. Now, my question is, no, the next participant is Ibrahim Falalu Atta and Ibrahim Abdul Kader, Department of English and Literary Studies, Faculty of Arts, Sadhu Zungur University, Gadu, Bauchi State. So is Ibrahim Falalu Atta there? Yes,
Good,
yes,
good
Ibrahim.
afternoon.
Yes, Ibrahim. Good evening. Here it's evening. Sorry, I do not know where is this Bauchi state. Is it?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, sir. So now I am Ibrahim Falale Atta from Bauchi State University. That is Saadu Musa. It was named Saadu Zungur University now, but before then it is Bauchi State University. But later the government changed the name to Saadu Zungur University.
This is which country? This is Nigeria.
Yes, it's Nigeria, sir.
It's Nigeria. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I was told that somebody from Nigeria is there, but I do not know it's you. So welcome, Ibrahim and Ibrahim Falalu and Ibrahim Abdul Kader. Welcome.
Yes.
You have almost 7 minutes to put your paper, and then 2 minutes of question answer session. Please.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, respected cheers. So I am Ibrahim Falala Atta from Saad Zungur University. My topic of discussion or my topic of paper is comparative literature as a vehicle of knowledge for undergraduate students and researchers. So from the topic here, comparative literature is the study beyond the confines of one particular country and the study of the relationships between literature on one hand and other areas of knowledge and belief, such as the art, philosophy, history, the social sciences, the science, religion, on the other hand. In brief, it is the comparison of one literature with another or others, and the comparison of literature with the other spheres of human expressions. So comparative literature juxtaposes literary text from different languages and culture, and it connects, say, a poem with dance, a film with the novel, photography with the essay. So comparative literature means the knowledge of more than one national language and literature, or it means the knowledge and application of other disciplines in and for the study of literature. Also, comparative literature has an ideology of inclusion of the marginal literature. So there are a huge review of literature that I apply in this paper. Number one is in 1993, Claudio Glenn distinguished three multinational bases for literary comparison. This include influence, social history, conditions, and critical methodology. Of course, some critical methodology stands is necessary to the observation of those similarities and differences, which may then be explained in terms of social history or influence. So the theoretical frameworks that suit this paper is new historism, use literature as part of history, and furthermore as an expression of forces on history. And this new historicism confers literary analysis to a dynamic cycle whereby the work tells us something about the surrounding ideology, include slavery, rights of women, and etc. And a study of the ideology tells us something about the work. New historism takes two forms. Namely, we have analysis of the work in the context in which it was created, and of the analysis of the work in the context in which it was created and evaluated. So historicism claims that readers are influenced by their culture, hence no objective reading of a work is possible. Adherents of new criticism are of the opinion that critics should consider how their own culture affects their interpretation of history or influence. Many theologians of this opinion of this assertion. So we have different types of influence of study. Number one, the study of direct borrowing. Examples of, for instance, we have Shakespeare. He borrowed from what? From Platonic work. Number two, we have study of the influence of a group of writers from diverse cultures and ages. This influence we have done, and we have T.S. Eliot. And the finding of this paper, number one, this study finds that literature serves as a vehicle of acquiring or bringing knowledge, ideas, effortless pursuit, the ethics of a nation, community, or group of people. Moreover, it gives the researcher to know the various culture, norm, and belief of a particular people through their literary materials. Literature could be the model ways of perceiving this. To conclude my paper, the work concludes that comparative literature as a discipline provides students and researchers vast knowledge through the comparison of different works of literature. Indeed, by the crucial roles played by different forms of comparative literature, even their unique theories and approaches. So we came to know the relationship and differences between literary works, not only national, but across national borders, across time periods, across languages, across genres, and boundaries between literature and other arts, and across other disciplines. Thank you very much, sir. This is the end of the paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Graham. And you discussed the basics behind or the thematic understanding behind the comparative literature. Now, we sometimes too come across various literature from one region and from the other region, and we do a comparative study or talk about it. I have one very common question, or maybe I want your insight on that particular question, and that is that when we do a comparative study of a literature, for example, I have some writing in India, and I am taking some writing from Nigeria. Suppose you are writing something, I am writing something. And there is one more scholar sitting beside me. That person is reading your literature and reading my literature. That person is from a different region or a different place, or maybe from your region or maybe from my region. Now, do you consider that this is going to impact the literary understanding, or maybe the cultural understanding, or maybe the epistemological understanding, or what all sorts of things, the knowledge generation, the theme behind it, or is the third person able to connect that deeply as you are doing it or I am doing it for my particular text? Because being a third person, that person is able to get that particular understanding only to the limit of his or her understanding, not what you are saying, not what you have put in your, suppose you are writing a poem, not what you have put in the poem. So that challenge will always be there because of the cultural differences, because of the regional differences. So what do you think on this particular aspect?
So, sir, because based on these questions, I would like to say that because based on this topic, comparative, so the reason why I brought this topic because of these issues, because one cannot understand the culture, the norms of a particular region or community or nation without being there. So by the aid or by the help of the literature, he can understand what culture and what norms of a particular nation or country. So if a person reading a literature of a particular nation, and that person and the other one in another country, in another nation, so you as a mediator, you have the chance to understand the norms and culture of a particular country and to know the other norms and culture of particular nations. For example, we have two novels in India. Number one, Sari Shov by Rufa Bajwa, and we have the other one, White Tiger by Radin Adiga. Those two novels are very important novels. It is an epistome to it is an epistome India because they showcase what is happening in India. For example, Sarisho, I read Sarisho and I see how I read how Rufa Bajwa showcased the problems or the maltreations of females in India. They show how the culture of India, they show the outfit of India, how the differences between the poor and the middle class and the upper class. The middle class, their own outfit is different from the lower class and is different from the what? The middle class. And the other one, Rufa Bajwa, Arabin Adinga, White Tiger, he showcased what the problems of India. Number one, the problems of lower classes and the issues of higher classes and the issues of middle classes. And they showcase the cultures of India. And in other parts, in Nigeria, we have Chinua Achebe and we have also Inca. Chinua Achebe, since fall apart, showcase the tradition, showcase the cultures of southern Nigeria. You see, the main character of King Solomon Okonkwo, we see how he practiced the custom, the culture of that community. So a person as a mediator will understand that or will measure it that the culture of a given country is different from the culture of the other country. And he have the opportunity to say that by writing something in a text or in a written form, definitely the world will understand the issues of the other cultures, the problems and the advantage of the other cultures, and the advantage of the other cultures. I don't know whether I answered your question.
No, yes, yes, you have answered. You have answered. You have answered very well, giving very detailed understanding of both the cultures, and so that is what we say is it depends upon the subjectivity of that particular person, and therefore there could be very pertinent differences in understanding both the cultures. Anyways, thank you, Ibrahim. And now we have concluded 11 participants, out of which 2 were absent. Those whose name have been called repeatedly were Harsh Rana and the one scholar at point number 7, serial point number 7, community-based experiential learning for sustainability, a study of indigenous knowledge, environmental practice in Jammu and Kashmir. So these 2 remained absent. Out of 11, 9 were present. Thank you for this session, and we are very delighted and happy to have you. And probably in the next year, we'll again have you all in this conference. You becoming part of this conference, and I don't know whether we shall be chairing any session in the next one, but certainly being a part of this university, we'll be there, and we'll be very delighted to have you too. Thank you for all the fantastic papers here. We'll be judging the papers, and some other people, when you'll be submitting the papers, shall be published also, if things permit, and have a fantastic session again, maybe probably next year by the same month, or maybe 1 month ahead or later. So thank you for this enriching session. Thank you for the knowledge you shared. Thank you for the hard work you did, and for the patience you maintained. Thank you, I say thank you to the organizers here, if they are listening. Thank you, sir. Thank you, the foundation, the chairman, sir, from the Himachal Pradesh University, from the foundation. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. So we shall be switching off now. Bye bye and take care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Shall we begin this session, Dr. Gaurav? Are you
Namaste, ma'am. Good evening, and Dr. Kumar Gaurav, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good
Good
evening,
evening.
sir. Very
Namaste,
good
ma'am.
evening.
Namaste.
So, yeah. So I think your session starts, so you can proceed in between. They are compiling the results, so you can start your session.
Okay. I think just a second.
Yeah. Are all the presenters ready? Are all the presenters logged in? Dr. Prasanta, Dr. Sunena,
Yes, ma'am.
Nilofer,
Audible?
Dr. Pinky, Nikhil, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Dr. Manjeet Kaur, Saisha Verma, Baljit Kaur, Dr. Satyaprakash Yadav, and Akanksha Jaiswal. We have 11 presenters in this particular session. So I don't think there's any moderator, Dr. Gaurav. Is there any?
No one, no one.
No.
We have to manage.
So, we are already lagging behind the
Yes.
time schedule. It was supposed to be an off. Begin with the very first presenter. Kindly introduce yourself and your presentation, Dr. Prasanta.
Good afternoon. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, I'm working in a college under Calcutta University, and I'm a visiting faculty at many universities and few ones. I'll just present my paper with a PPT. So just spare me a few seconds. Is it visible?
Not as yet, not as yet. Kindly share your screen, Dr. Prasanta.
No, not one. I'm actually logging in from another window because it's
See if you can fix it in 10 to 15 seconds. Otherwise, you can proceed with your oral presentation. Dr. Prasanta.
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually logging in from another one.
If you want, you can continue.
छोड़ दो रहने कोई बात नहीं वो चलने दो जैसे चल रहा वैसे चलने
Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Before you start, may I request all others to kindly mute yourself, kindly.
ये आएगा ये आवाज इसको भी सुन
Okay, so I'll be just starting with your permission, ma'am. My paper is called Gendered Surveillance and Disciplinary Feminine, Patriarchal Panopticism, Bengali Renaissance Reformism, and Female Subjectivity in Satyajit Ray's Cinematic Discourse. To introduce my paper is talking about Satyajit Ray's cinema, and that exposes the dense network of surveillance shaping Bengali womanhood during the Bengali Renaissance. Now, drawing on Foucault's panopticism, Malve's male gaze, and Bartke's gender disciplinary practices, this particular paper, in this one, I'm arguing how Satyajit Ray, the eminent Bengali and international Oscar-winning filmmaker, is showing his heroines who are inhabiting in a visual and ideological regime where every gesture is watched, interpreted, or corrected. Now, here I'm saying that in this particular one, what we see is that the particular panopticism, which is a concept that was coming from Jeremy Bentham's concept of prison, and later on developed and enhanced by Michel Foucault. Here we see that particular panopticism in what I term palimpsestic panopticism, that captures how these multiple gazes accumulate rather than replace one another. Now, for this, I am talking about Foucault's idea that demonstrates that modern power operates through invisibilized observation. It operates through kind of creating subjects who self-regulate even in the absence of direct authority. Women in colonial Bengal internalized this particular gaze through the norms of domesticity, norms of respectability, and cultural virtue. Now, visibility kind of became a disciplinary mechanism. To be seen was to be judged. And Bartke shows this one, how femininity extends this mechanism, disciplining the women into bodily docility and emotional restraint. Now, Bartke's notion that modern femininity is produced through micro practices such as postures, voice, modesty, and various sort of control movements that help us read Satyajit Ray's female characters as bodies trained in aesthetic self-regulation. Now, the Renaissance era women, the Bengal Renaissance era women, had to embody the refinement without the agency. They had to be the proper women, the perfect performers in the domestic space. Now, reformers such as Ram Mohan Roy, Vidyasagar, Rabindranath Tagore, they all advocated education and social rights for women. Yet, the reformist discourse that simultaneously deepened scrutiny. These quote-unquote new women, they were expected to display modern learning while embodying a sort of a timeless purity. Sort of they always had to play the role of being pure women. That was kind of an impossible double demand. Partho Chatterjee argues in his book that the home became the sanctified space of cultural authenticity, making the women its guardian. Thus, the reform did not displace the patriarchy, but rather repackaged it. Now, this is where comes the idea of palimpsestic panopticism. It describes how surveillance accumulates across historical layers: the traditional patriarchal gaze, the colonial civilizing gaze, the nationalist gaze, the reformist gaze. All these finally bring up as an accumulated form in Satyajit Ray's cinematic gaze. Each layer somewhere overwrites but never actually erases the previous one. Now the women become kind of multi-inscribed subject whose agency is constantly negotiated between these intersecting forces. Satyajit Ray's cinema makes these layers very much visible, showing how even tenderness, education, devotion, and all of these become tools of regulation. Now, Satyajit Ray's films serve as kind of visual laboratories for observing gendered surveillance. His camera frequently mimics and also criticizes the act of looking. He uses the windows, door frames, mirrors, and all these which are part of the domestic world. They become kind of metaphors for surveillance. Satyajit Ray exposes how women's interiority is shaped by the domestic confinement, social expectation, male interpretation. I have taken 3 movies, Charulata, I have 3 women characters, Charulata, Doyamoi, and Bimola. Now, Charulata is one movie, Devi is another movie, and Ghore Baire, or The Home and the World, is another. In these three, we see the first one, Charulata. There we see Charulata at the very beginning, opening sequence. Charulata somewhere is using her binocular to see the world outside. That is where we see Charulata has kind of a desire to see and also posit herself in a space where she is constantly seen. So her emotional and intellectual life is framed by the gazes of two male characters. One is Bhupati and other is Amal, who inadvertently turn her creativity into kind of an arena of observation. Now, Satyajit Ray's camera lingers on her movements, her embroidery, her reading practices, her writing, her handwriting even. All those show how domestic labor and the cultured leisure, they become performances of ideal womanhood under surveillance. Now, there is an emotional awakening that we find, that where we see the iconic swing sequence that captures Charu's fleeting liberation. Yet the slow motion, prolonged close-ups, all these aestheticize her freedom into a spectacle. Laura Mulvey's male gaze becomes very relevant in this context. Charu's joyous abandon is kind of mediated through the male spectatorship, and that is where we find that the scene subtly critiques the impossibility of unobserved female pleasure. Anyway, coming to the next one, we find that Devi, there we see that Dayamoyi is the protagonist who is transforming into a goddess. This particular transformation dissolves her humanity, turning her into an object of absolute continuous gaze. Now, her divine pedestal erases her voice. We see it to be kind of an elevation. We see it to be kind of an emancipation, but it's not that. It is where we see that she is kind of losing her voice, her agency. And that is what fulfills Bhatke's observation that idealization can be more oppressive force than punishment. And that is what used to happen during the Bengal Renaissance movement. There is a practice called Kumari Puja, where Ma Durga, or where a little child is idolized as a god in Bengal. Now that is kind of told to be a blessing from God, but in going to the space of that particular girl, we see it is kind of ostracizing her voice. Now, Satyajit Ray frames Dayamoyi using the symmetrical frontal shots that recall the devotional paintings. This iconographic style highlights how women are frozen into aesthetic and ideological images. Now, the Sandeep's revolutionary rhetoric kind of eroticizes the Bharat Mata, while Bimala becomes its allegorical embodiment. On the other hand, her husband Nikhilesh's liberalism still carries the paternalistic undertones. Thus, nationalism does not liberate Bimala, rather it confines her. Satyajit Ray shows that the very title, Home and the World, in Bengali it's called Ghore Baire. Now, there is a threshold between Ghor, that is Ghar, the room, and Baire, that is the world outside. The threshold, crossing the threshold costs a lot for Bimala. Now, Satyajit, in this way, we find that there is a failure of the reformist promises. Satyajit Ray's women demonstrate that reform without structural transformation intensifies rather than alleviates surveillance. Charulata's education isolates her. Dayamoyi's deification or sanctification destroys her agency. Bimala's politicization becomes a manipulation. Thus, these all narratives reveal what Foucault suggests: power is flexible and resilient. I'm quoting, it configures itself through institutions that appear emancipatory. Satyajit Ray shows that, unquote, Satyajit Ray shows that liberation itself can become another disciplinary tactic. Coming towards the conclusion of my paper, I would say that Satyajit Ray's camera is very much self-aware. It critiques the surveillance even as it enacts it. The close-up, while humanizing, also exposes the female face to intensified scrutiny. His films dramatize the impossibility of escaping the visuals of patriarchy. By making the act of looking visible through frames, glances, camera motifs, Satyajit Ray invites viewers to confront their complicity in the gaze rather than offering cathartic resolution. At the end, I must say that his cinema demonstrates that through these female characters that I have said, that I have mentioned, it demonstrates that female subjectivity in colonial Bengal is shaped by intersecting disciplinary regimes, patriarchal, colonial, nationalist, spiritual, deified, and at the end cinematic. Through these visual strategies, Ray reveals the emotional and the psychological pressure being perpetually observed. His films basically resist the closure because the structures of surveillance remain very much unsolved. Rather, he invites us to question again on how the representation can both expose and reproduce gendered power. I had certain video clips, but I didn't know the time constraint, hence I'm not using them. But this is what I'm trying to say, that although it was called Bengal Renaissance, although a woman is deified, although another woman is called to be the queen bee of Indian nationalist movement, and another woman is called to be enlightened in the Western philosophy, but ultimately all these apparatuses were the male efforts to re-domesticize them so that they cannot step outside. And among these three characters, when Bimala actually stepped outside, she found that the person who gave the impetus for her to step outside, that person did not actually want her liberation. He just wanted to utilize Bimala's property, wealth, because Bimala's husband was a zamindar, a landlord. So from that point of view, Bimala's importance was only a kind of a pseudo-nationalist, from a pseudo-nationalist perspective, and money that Bimala had at her background was only to be used by Sandeep. So this is how Rabindranath Tagore's text shows, and Satyajit Ray's movie shows how women, even during Bengali Renaissance, although with the efforts of all the reformist movements, did not ultimately or could not ultimately liberate the women. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Gaurav?
Ma'am, actually, first of all, I must thank him, Dr. Prasanta, for this wonderful presentation. My question is very simple. You have, managed to highlight the problem. I was hoping, the last slide that shows that reform without fundamental structural transformation. Could you suggest some reforms now that you have highlighted the problem?
Definitely. Sir, thank you for the question first. The point is that what I am trying to take in note is that these all are belonging to the Bengal Renaissance. After that, a lot has rolled on, and what we find that the particular liberation has multiple channels and branches. If I come to this context, back to this context, I must say that the deification, as I have mentioned, during this particular Durga Puja in Bengal, I went to Belur Mott, which is one of the branches of Ramakrishna Mission. There I find, sir, lakhs of people are accumulating, are gathering just to see the Kumari Puja. Yes. Kumari Puja is something where a girl... I know. Yes, sir. So that is where I find that particular, although it is kind of a deification, although it is kind of an example of how this particular little girl is chosen to be something very special. But what I find is that girl probably doesn't have any idea about what is going on with her. So it is kind of her parents. Parents are actually there on a long queue just to put their girls as Kumaris who are to be worshipped. So somewhere that at that point of time, that let me feel that liberation or emancipation or spirituality is not something that the girl understands much, but it is the parents, especially the father. So somewhere we find that isn't this parenthood becoming kind of a representation of that patriarchy? Isn't this particular deification, this particular entire spiritualization is becoming kind of a representative patriarchy? So that is happening maybe 3 months back, what I'm saying. And the movie that I'm talking about here is almost 50, 60 years back. So ultimately, sir, the change has not come. If it is not coming within us, the books, the theories, I have mentioned 3-4 theories, they are not going to be much useful if we do not give that space to our women. We do not give that space to, rather we are no one to give that space to the women. It is it is their right. They are human beings, and the equality is or should not be only in the papers, only in the constitution. It should be in practice. So that
Actually,
is what I'm.
Dr. Prasanta,
if we
yeah,
are running short of time, else it would have, we would love discussing
quite an
it.
elaborate
Yeah,
response
you're
from
mixing
you.
faith with practical.
Yeah.
Let it go.
And it was an interesting paper, I would say. All of us respect Satyajit Ray. He has been one of the most celebrated filmmakers from India. And yes, you've talked about women, and most of his women are being, watched by the family or the society. And it is this gaze that shapes their destiny, their desires. So I just want you to simply answer that whether these films of his or these representation of women, I haven't seen much of the movies, but yes, Charulata I have been able to once. So do you think he's overthrowing this patriarchal panopticism, or is he validating or I would say complicating this patriarchal panopticism through his movies? What is your take on that?
No, there is definitely when Satyajit Ray is basically taking the texts, what I find is that he changes the text a little. And he changes it because if he is taking from Rabindranath Tagore, he is changing that particular text when he is making it. And one movie out of this, I would say, is once he was interviewed when the interviewer asked him, "Have you done any political movie?" Satyajit Ray actually talked about one movie that is commonly known to be a children's movie, that is Hirok Rajar Deshe. Hirok Rajar Deshe is one such movie in which we see that there is a king who is brainwashing, and there is a room called Jantar Mantar Ghar. In that particular ghar means room in Bengali. So in that particular room, there is a mechanism by a scientist who is brainwashing them. Now this brainwashing is also another concept that we might be when we talk about ideological state apparatus by Althusser, that is also kind of a brainwashing. Why do we always stand up when a teacher comes in the room? We don't even know the teacher. It's not that we should not respect, but the point is that respect should also have an understanding beneath it. Why am I doing it? So I guess Satyajit Ray is trying to point out that we do not at the core respect them. Nikhilesh in the movie Ghore Baire is an enlightened landlord who knows a lot about Western philosophy. He is trying to educate his woman. He is trying to educate his wife. But why is he trying to educate? Why the woman is kind of denying a particular lady who is teaching her English? Because the woman is getting educated as per Nikhilesh's norms. Then the same Bimala is getting carried away with the pseudo ideologies of pseudo nationalism of Sandeep. Now we understand that she is only being driven by these males. What Satyajit Ray is trying to talk about is whether these women are really having any understanding of that ideology. Because there was the Ram Mohan Rai stopped the sati practice. Vidyasagar started doing widow remarriage, but these reforms were they understood by the women. Ray is trying to point out by giving many new additions to the movies where he is changing the original text and he is saying these women are interpreting. We have there is a movie called Chokher Bali that has multiple revisions, and the very 21st century Chokher Bali is talking about the character having the understanding of her menstrual cycle. So somewhere we understand that the first Chokher Bali did not have that, and this one in the 21st century has revolved to talk about it openly. The first one was having only a hint about this. The last one was having a proper visual by Rituparna Ghosh. So this particular rolling on of the interpretation of the same text in multiple movie forms are giving us kind of a scope and enabling us a scope to let us understand the original written text in as per our age. So probably that was Satyajit Ray's interpretation of the text there, but probably he has given us a wide open scope for reinterpreting the movies as we are doing it right now. So probably he was trying to focus on whether the women really understood what reforms were done for them. So yes, I think from that point, he showed this particular Bimala deviating from the original text, where he showed that Bimala tried to understand and at the end also understood the significance of the failure that she faced.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prasanta. So, in a way, you are trying to say that he just projected women as they were. Neither he was trying to validate, nor he was trying to overthrow this patriarchal panopticism. That's what I gather.
Of course, with certain individual interpretations to it.
Okay.
Yes, he did that.
Thank you. So, quickly, may I invite the second presenter of this evening, Dr. Sunena. Dr. Sunena, kindly wind up in 7 minutes and 1 minute for the question answer session.
Yeah, very good evening to the chairs and very good evening to all of the participants here. I am Sunena and
Kindly switch on your camera, madam.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Kindly switch on your camera.
Yes. Good evening. So today I'm going to present my paper. Actually, I don't have the presentation. I am not presenting. I am only reading my paper. So my paper's title is titled as Indic Intellectual Traditions and Their Contemporaneity. In this paper, I'll be discussing about the Indian traditional knowledge systems and how they are relevant in today's times. So I'll start my paper with a quote by Albert Einstein, who said that we owe a lot to the ancient Indians teaching us how to count, without which most modern scientific discoveries would have been impossible. So this was a quote by Albert Einstein, who is talking about the importance of ancient Indian knowledge system. Now I start. Indian civilization has always attached much importance to knowledge. That includes the amazing vast body of intellectual texts, the world's largest collection of manuscripts, tradition of texts, thinkers, and schools in various domains of knowledge. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, pages 37 to 38, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that knowledge is the great purifier and liberator of the self. India's knowledge tradition is ancient and uninterrupted, like the flow of the river Ganga from the Vedas to Sri Aurobindo. Knowledge has been at the center of all inquiry. Indian knowledge system includes different fields such as philosophy, architecture, grammar, mathematics, astronomy, metrics, sociology or Dharmashastra, economy, polity, Arthashastra, ethics, Niti Shastra, geography, logic, military science, weaponry, agriculture, mining, trade, commerce, metallurgy, shipbuilding, etc. In all these disciplines, a continuous and cumulative series of texts continues to be available despite the widespread loss and historically recorded destruction. At one time in its intellectual history, from 1000 before Christ era to almost Christ era 600, the Indian mind was apparently deeply engaged in empire building, both of the terra firma and the terra cognita, leading to the generation of a vast stock of ideas, which imprinted itself on the Indian mind, making it naturally reflective and ideological. Laura Nade describes the purpose of studying traditional knowledge system. He says, the point is to open up people's minds to other ways of looking and questioning, to change knowledge attitudes, to reframe the organization of science, to formulate a way of thinking globally about traditions. Modern science perhaps dates back to Newton's times, but traditional knowledge systems of India date back to more than 2 million years, when Homo habilis started making his tools and interacting with nature. Since the dawn of history, different people have contributed to different branches of science and technology, often in a manner involving interactive contacts across cultures separated by large distances. Ancient India was a land of sages and seers, as well as a land of scholars and scientists. Research proves that from making the best steel in world to teaching the world to count, India actively contributed to the field of science and technology. Centuries before modern laboratories were established. Many theories and techniques discovered by ancient Indians have created and strengthened the fundamentals of modern science and technology. The Shastra is a vast compendium comprising 15 books, which are divided into 150 chapters, 180 sections, and 6,000 shlokas. The Sanskrit meaning of earth is wealth, but Kautilya's meaning encompasses a much wider canvas. He includes some military strategy comprising statecraft, diplomacy, warfare, also in his work. Next, according to the United Nations concept, traditional knowledge or local knowledge is a record of human achievement in comprehending the complexities of life and survival in often unfriendly environments. Traditional knowledge, which may be technical, social, organizational, or cultural, was obtained as a part of the great human experiment of survival and development. Development projects based solely on new technologies are pushing the traditional knowledge systems toward extinction. This traditional wisdom of humankind needs to be preserved and used for our knowledge banks, which need to be programmed with modern science and technology.
Ma'am, kindly conclude.
Sir, I have two more pages to read.
I know, but I know I know you know, both of us know each other. So please, I request you to conclude. I know what you're doing.
Sir, I'll read one more page. So, India, known as Gyan Bhumi, is the storehouse of a rich intellectual culture consisting of philosophy, science, art, medicine, spirituality. The Indian knowledge system exists as a structured framework rather than mere tradition. The IKS, I am taking the short form of Indian knowledge system, is firmly rooted in texts like Vedas, Upanishads, and Nyaya Shastra. But the onset of colonial rule marginalized and suppressed Indian knowledge systems, replacing them with Eurocentric paradigms that undermined the value of rich knowledge, fostering a sense of inferiority. Sir, I'll be taking 1 minute or 2 minutes.
I suggest you, because we are very late. A lot of participants might find it. Yes, kindly conclude. And moreover, you're talking about colonial this, and you yourself are speaking Upanishads, Veda. It's Ved and Upanishad.
Sir, I'll try to connect the points.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll come to conclusion only then. So I'll say Indian knowledge system is comprised of philosophical foundations of eco-consciousness. Indian thought preserves nature as a dynamic, interconnected system where humans coexist with all forms of life. The 9 tattvas, elements, earth, water, fire, air, sky, time, directions, mind, and soil, emphasize a cyclical relationship between humans and nature. The Indian knowledge system upholds the sacredness of nature. Nature being sacred is revered in Indian traditions, hence fostering a sense of responsibility in the people to treat nature with respect. The learning of Vedas promote harmony with the environment, viewing the natural world as intertwined with the divine. So, by embracing principles like ahimsa, dharma, respect for nature, modern society can bridge the gap between development and sustainability. So it can be then concluded that the study of ancient Indian texts, philosophies, and literature can revitalize the modern education system by promoting the holistic well-being. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Gaurav sir, any question?
No, actually, she is our student. I mean, I'm not right now at that institution. I left and joined. So she is our research scholar.
Okay.
She was not she has already.
So nice to see you here.
You must, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about the different aspects of Indian knowledge system, and then you've also talked about the Can I hear your title once again? What was the title of your paper?
Yeah, ma'am, it was Indic Intellectual Traditions and Their Contemporaneity.
Yeah. So, what aspects you have talked about the contemporaneity? How do we revive all these traditions?
Yes, ma'am. It's a very nice question. Thank you. So, ma'am, I'm just saying that we have to revive our ancient traditional knowledge system once again by incorporating all these traditional knowledge into our contemporary knowledge stream in our present educational policy, because I'm serving as a teacher in school education department. So I think that this in ancient Indian knowledge is very much relevant in today's scenario. In present times, it is very much required. I want that the kids and the students of today should be directed towards these ancient practices which India has always preached. The practice of yoga, the practice of reading our scriptures. They have so much in storehouse for leading a very nice lifestyle, because today the young generation is very much directed is misguided, I will say, by the social media. So much content is just depriving these students of the originality of our India. So
Yeah, yeah. And that's what is enshrined in NEP 2020.
yes, it needs to be
And,
revitalized.
yeah, it was a fairly good paper. But why did you start with a quote from Albert
Einstein.
Yeah,
That was the irony.
you can have taken any of the ancient
Dr. Sunaina is a very innocent, I will tell you,
modern
ma'am.
one,
Sunaina
like
ji is very innocent kind of person.
Dr. Radhakrishnan.
If she takes something from, actually she has been my colleague's research scholar at LPU, so she is very innocent. She accepts it, that, and then she was not aware, this is not, 5 years back, she was not aware that was plagiarism. She's so innocent. And that is why I said, just let it go.
Let's not
But
discuss it over here.
she worked
Right.
very hard after that.
Okay. So that's my observation, that you should have begun with an Indian thinker, an ancient one, or even you could have taken a modern one.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I quite agree with you that Indian code could have worked well here. But since we are talking about the contemporary times, so we are very much motivated by the Western thinking.
No, but we shouldn't be then. That's contradicting your own paper.
No, ma'am, I'm not contradicting. Actually,
we have thinkers like we can talk about Kapila Vatsyayan or G.N. Devi.
Yes, ma'am. They are very much there. They are very much there, ma'am. But Western, some in an era. I am talking here about the colonization also of India. India was once colonized, and how the Indian thought was affected by the people who colonized India. So I am talking about that thing also in my paper. So in that regard, I am
Okay. Nilofer ji, are you there? Nilofer ji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am.
Please start.
Yeah, kindly begin.
Good evening, ma'am. Can I share screen?
Sure. 20 known faces, huh?
Sir, is it visible?
It will be, I think. It is visible, but it's not, the content is not visible. You're sharing the screen, that is visible, but
One second.
it's visible. Yes, it's
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir. I'm Nilofer Dusek, Department of English, Lovely Professional University, working under the supervision of Dr. Anudeep Kaur Bedi. Today, I'm going to present my topic research paper on the title Revising Literary Frameworks, a Bakhtinian reading of Palestinian narratives in the works of Isabella Mariam S. Hamad and Suzanne Abul Hawa. And the sub-theme that I focused on is decolonization of curricula, pedagogy, and academic frameworks. Then come what's the decolonization curricula and frameworks do? It rejects the Eurocentric literary hierarchies, includes the marginalized and indigenous narratives, promotes dialogic student-centered pedagogy, encourages the reconstruction of knowledge beyond colonial frameworks,
Then comes the introduction to my paper. My paper examines Palestinian narratives through Bakhtinian theory. It explores how Bakhtinian theory provides a lens for understanding Palestinian narratives. Relevance of Bakhtin dialogism, his concepts, polyphony, heteroglossia, and chronotopy in storytelling of both the authors. The work of Isabella Mariam as Hamad and Susan Abul Hawa reveal the complexity of identity, resistance, and storytelling under the condition of colonialism and occupation. The study highlights how literary analysis can support decolonizing academic frameworks. The frameworks I used in this study is I take three concepts of Bakhtin, that is dialogism, polyphony, and chronotopy. Dialogism is the interaction of multiple voices interacting within a narrative. Polyphony is the multiple independent voices in literature, and they are equally valid. Every voice is equally valid, either it's of women, men, or those who live under the occupation. Chronotopy is the fusion of time and space in narratives. It is an interconnectedness of time and space in storytelling as the protagonist move from one place to another, as from refugee camps to other countries. Its relevance offers a dynamic method for reading narratives shaped by displacement and resistance. What the study commonality and vision we find in this study, it includes the dialogue that is key to understanding and coexistence. It also emphasizes the fraternity, that is recognition of others, and ethical engagement between the both the Israeli and Palestinian people. It defines peace. What are the conditions for dialogue and dynamic engagement? Because without dialogue and the engagement, there is no peace. Then it highlights the responsibility, that is the moral responsibility of us and the other world, other countries, or the world to and its response to the issues of that is the issue of Israel and Palestine. It represents polyphonic novel, that means it has multiple voices, that the coexistence of voices and celebration of diversity. This is the research methodology I used. Then about the authors, Susan Abul Hawa is a Palestinian American novelist, poet, and activist. Her work that I take in this study is Morning in Jenin, and the central themes in his works are exile and displacement, stories of loss and forced migration, her Palestinian identity, that is memory, culture, and belongingness. Then comes his main theme is resistance and resilience, that struggle against colonialism or oppression. Then family and generational trauma, that is personal stories across the decades. Because in her novels there is generational from story of resistance from one generation to another, and occupation from one generation to another, how they are occupied. Isabella Mariam as Hamad is a British Palestinian novelist. She writes on identity, diaspora, and political history. She merges personal narratives with collective memory. Her work that I take in this study is the Parisian, and the central themes in her works are colonialism and resistance, that is impact of British and Israeli control on the Palestinian land. That then comes the national identity, formation and fragmentation of Palestinian identity. Then her other themes are diaspora and return, that is history and memory, exile, coming, cultural dislocation, then personal life shaped by political history. Then comes the decolonial dimension of this study. It's reclaim Palestinian voice from Orientalist representation. It disrupt the Western theoretical dominance in literary analysis. It validate indigenous knowledge, memory, and cultural identity, positioning the Palestinian literature as a site of epistemic resistance. The comparative insight between both the authors are they both shared narrative concern homeland, as they both belong to the Palestine, occupation, displacement, and memory, and they both have refugees in the West, displacement and memory, use of multi-voice storytelling to resist colonial historiography. Bakhtinian dialogism highlights ideological conflicts and suppressed histories. Both authors reconstruct history through counter narratives narrative strategies. The key finding in this studies are Palestinian literature embodies dialogic resistance and narrative plurality. Second is the Bakhtinian concept helped reveal the depth of indigenous Palestinian experience. Hamad and Abul Hawa both challenge the monolithic representation of Palestine. These readings support decolonizing interpretive frameworks in academia. Then I conclude with this. The conclusion is that a Bakhtin reading of Hamad and Abul Hawa demonstrate how Palestinian narrative challenge dominant literary tradition. These work contribute to the broader project of decolonizing curricula and expanding academic discourse through inclusive dialogic approaches. Bakhtin theory provides a powerful lens of decolonizing literary studies. Palestinian narratives demand academic recognition beyond Western paradigms. It reimagines literary frameworks, strengthen epistemic justice, and it also calls for a more inclusive, culturally grounded, and dialogic academic practice. Then I conclude with this quote of Mikhail Bakhtin: "Truth is not born, nor it is to be found inside the head of individual person. It is born between people collectively searching for truth in the process of their dialogic interaction." Thanks.
Okay, so well concluded in stipulated time. And yes, Gaurav sir, any question?
Nilofer,
जी सर.
नीलोफर, ये आपने सोटा वाला प्रेजेंटेशन दे दिया क्या?
नहीं सर, मैंने actually it's my first time.
अच्छा ठीक है, cool. See, the problem is, well tried, very well tried. First of all, I must congratulate you for that. And secondly, what kind of academic initiative you are expecting? आपने कहा ना that सर academic initiative होना चाहिए curriculum में.
हाँ सर, देखिए होना चाहिए सर, जैसे कि पीस पे है ना, तो जब तक बोथ साइड्स इंटरेक्ट नहीं करेंगी, जब तक एकेडमिक्स में ये चीजें मतलब दैट जो वेस्टर्न पर्सपेक्टिव है वो एक अलग पर्सपेक्टिव बताया जाता है दोनों तरफ से.
सो करिकुलम में कैसे लाओगी? करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क की बात कर रही थी ना तुम?
यस सर.
तो उसमें कैसे लाओगी?
सर उस पे बात करके पॉलिसी इश्यूज पे बात करके पॉलिसी ऐसी बनाई जाए कि उसको पढ़ा जाए कि क्या रीजन क्या है बिहाइंड, क्योंकि कई बार हम लोगों को पता ही नहीं होता है कि इशू जो हिस्टोरिकल इशू वो क्या है. हम सिर्फ
What I am asking is, see, when these people wrote these works, because you see Isabel Hamad या फिर सुसन जो है, एक ब्रिटिश पैलेस्टीनियन है, एक अमेरिकन पैलेस्टीनियन राइटर है ना, they have been doing a lot of good work.
Yes sir.
ठीक है, and it has shown results. नहीं तो भी पूरा US में every day if you browse any new channel and you will realize that all the universities there every other day.
Yes,
I mean, one of the reasons Israel has agreed for peace is, this
yes, sir, yes,
US is burning like anything.
Yes, sir.
The reason जो मेरे कहने का मतलब ये है, जो आप चाह रही हैं वो बहुत हद तक हो भी रहा है. तो ये मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, जो आप चाह क्या रही है? क्योंकि जो पहले का पेपर है ध्यान नहीं दिया और वो इंक्लूड कर दिया आपने, तो आप नया क्या चाह रही है ये मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ. जो आप चाह रही थी वो तो हो ही रहा है.
हाँ सर, मैं यही चाह रही हूँ कि वो इंडिया में भी वो हमें भी अपना पर्सपेक्टिव रखना चाहिए उनके लिए कि हम पीस के लिए एज ए कंट्री या एज ए पर्सन या एज ए रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हम क्या प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं.
Yes ma'am, that's all from my side.
Okay. So so that was a very practical question from Dr. Gaurav. And कि आप क्या चाह रही हैं इस पेपर से, but I want to ask you that it is a heavily theoretically loaded paper, I would say, integrating memory studies and Bakhtin and whatnot. And so you've also touched upon heteroglossia, and you've talked about these two particular authors. So can you throw a little bit light on this concept and how both the authors, exemplify it, heteroglossia?
Yes, ma'am. As there is not much in works of Isabella Marie Hamad, but in works of Susan Abul Hawa, he used Arabic words, he used Hebrew words, and all other words that is locally used, local dialect used in her novels. That's why I talk about heteroglassy and chronotopy and that polyphony, that is multiple voices of women, children, and from both sides of Israel and Palestine.
Okay, thank you, Nilufar. Thank you. And quickly, may we call upon the next presenter, Dr. Pinky. Dr. Pinky Kumari.
Dr. Pinky, are you there? Dr. Pinky, are you there? I do not think so.
I don't think so. She's over there. And if she's not there, we'll jump to the next one. Nikhil Chimnani, I suppose. Yeah.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible too. And start.
Very good evening to everyone, to all the participants and worthy juries and moderators. So I would like to begin with sharing of my PPT. Let me share. Is it visible?
It is, it is.
All right. Yes. So the novel begins with firstly the writer, that is which I have chosen, that is M.T. Vasudevan Nair, and it's a very seasoned writer who retells a story in the Malayalam literature, that is Randamuzam. The original name of that novel is Randamuzam, but later on translated into the English one, that is Bhima, Lone Warrior. So in that particular novel, he discusses primarily the conflicts of Bhima in his life, and how is it being related with the larger societal issues. That's how that's upon which I have written a entire research paper. So let's explore those particular individual struggles which he made in his life, and how is it being relevant with the larger societal issues which I have related it with them in the form of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So we'll be discussing upon that. Let me change the slide. Yes. So in his entire world of Bhim, how the personal conflict is, how firstly he just looks upon his identity, where he was completely, he was in a completely entire different world, where he was facing a lot of crisis with ethical issues, with his emotional isolation. For example, when in the very beginning, just how Vasudevan Nair has discussed about his identity crisis, that when he was talking about as a warrior, as well as he was also living his life on the other hand, being in the being in the faces of a husband as well as in the faces of son. So how he has divided his identity, soul identity, in all different kinds of faces. He has also faced a different kind of ethical dilemmas, like whether to be in the state of a warrior, where he needs to follow up the all kinds of duties, all kinds of instructions from his elder brother, or he needs to follow up the instructions or how the society actually works. For example, in the entire novel, he was in the ethical dilemma that how the society orders, because he looks the society in the order of power, how society works, that who has the power, who has the authority will always rule the world, and that's how the victory is being gained. So one dilemma was this: either to follow the kind of society which is prevailing, all kinds of things, and on the other hand he was also having the issues while following up the instructions of his brothers, or following his moral duties towards the society. So in that particular phases, he faces a lot of personal conflicts, and even the emotional isolation was there, because he was the one who can fight with anyone, because he was a very he was having a lot of strength in his arms, that he can just do a lot of things. He can even turns out all those wars, who can which can be which can be a kind of defeating wars, but it can turn those wars into the winning ones. So the entire isolation was also there, because he was not discussing his traumas with others. But yes, he there was one phase where he just directly confronts that, no, to his elder brother, that no, here you are wrong, and here we can look towards the wife, that was common wife of them, that was Draupadi. So when we talk about the societal reflections, as we can easily look at how wars are being prevalent in the society, how wars, violence, justice, power and inequality, how these all are being faced by all those leaders, whosoever are governing their countries, whosoever are governing their individual bodies. So how their psychological state of mind can also reflect their decision making. And in the terms of
Sorry for
global
intervening,
relevance.
Nikhil, but your slides are not moving.
Pardon?
Your slides are not moving, Nikhil.
Like right now, I'm just discussing on the first slide. Sorry, second slide.
Wind
only.
up.
So,
Nikhil,
You
you're
have to be a
running.
little quick. Yeah.
Yes, please.
for sure. Just giving you just brief. So how the global relevance it is there, like when we talk about the mental health, social justice and governance challenges, how how the countries who are in the war right now, if we talk about the Russia Ukraine war, or if we talk about the Israel Palestine wars, or even if we talk about the US and Venezuela war, so how these people, how the ones who are having the authorities of power, how they are having the diplomatic powers, but still how a psychological state of an individual leads to a particular war, how a psychological state of an individual leads to a particular violence, and it can also create an injustice. So I won't take those personal identities, but yes, you can easily recall how if we talk about how the Afghanistan, how the terrorism has initiated. So it is not about just one particular country turns out into the terrorism, but how these ideologies has been created by those political powers, by those political people, to just being in a game changer of war and violence. And they are just how they are creating the proxies to have the proxy wars as well. So I have also linked with SDG, sustainable development goals, how are they being linked to the literature. Let me change the slide. Yes. So these ethical dilemmas, these identity crises and emotional isolation, how are they being relevant to these particular situations? There are certain themes, because it's the methodology which I have followed was the close analysis, in that is in between the lines, which I have given my insights over them. Apart from that, there were certain things that was thematic analysis, like how is the kind of wars why war psychology, like in between that, how people who are being the product of their own memory, how they are taking those decisions and leading to a complete violence. So there are certain SDGs which are being said, that is mental health, mental well-being, and second one is that is the peace and justice. Third one is gender inequality, and these all are the SDGs which I have discussed in the entire paper. And how each and every aspect of SDG is being relevant with this. Even if we talk about the justice power, that is how gender dynamics have played the role. That is at that time, the kind of authority or the kind of taking the decision making power has not been given to women. Okay. If we take out the instances like how Draupadi was taking all kinds of decisions on the behalf of all the Pandavas. Even if we take the things out of that is the original original story of Mahabharat that has been written by Krishna Dwapayana. So in the that is being said by Vyas. Okay, so even in that, how Draupadi was taking a lot of decisions on the behalf of Pandavas, and she was actually guiding. She was actually guiding. But as we look into the society, that if we talk about like how many like how the society looks towards women and not giving the authority of the power, and that's how the gender inequality is also being prevailing in the society.
Nikhil, wind up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So these were certain things which we need to reconcile, and the findings or the lessons which we can learn, that is the resilience. How can our own personal conflict should not become the become the reason to take the decisions for the larger societal for the larger societal causes. And moral integrity is there, social responsibility is there, and awareness. If we keep all those things in our mind, so that we can take our decisions wisely and consciously. That's how I have summed it up. Yes, sir. Any questions?
Yeah, Nikhil, the analysis, I was really impressed with the presentation and analysis, and the fact that you did manage to link it with the Sustainable Development Goals. That was good. I was hoping to see more references, which I felt that was a little, drawback. Ma'am, it won't be fair on my part because he was my research scholar once. So not right now he's not, but actually I left that. So I won't be asking any question. Please, ma'am, that won't be that. I was not aware he's there. I was surprised to see his name.
To be your research scholars.
Only one, no, only one.
Hailing
He is the
from
only one.
lovely professional university.
I was there, yes, ma'am. Right now I'm in the state government. So right now,
Okay.
I was there. So he was my scholar last year.
So I think it was a well-structured paper, Nikhil. And yeah, there was a little paucity of time, but you concluded it well. And yes, you could have called, is it Bhima? Again, I would say, is it Bhima or Bheem? Yeah. So, yeah. So
Colonial hangover,
much of questions on this particular paper, but it was a good paper, right? Okay.
Okay.
So let's proceed further and invite the next speaker. That is
Rajiv Kumar, Dr. Rajiv.
Yes.
Dr. Rajiv, are you there, sir? Dr. Rajiv, are you there? Dr. Rajiv, are you there? Saisha, wait. Rajiv ji is not there. Okay, Manjeet Kaur.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good
afternoon.
evening, sir. Good evening.
So kindly switch on your camera, ma'am.
Sir, if I try to switch on my camera, then I lose my connection. I try.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Ma'am, you just try to wind up as quickly as possible. We are genuinely.
Okay, sir. Okay. A very good evening to both the chairs and my dear participants. Today, I, Dr. Manjeet Kaur, I am presenting my paper on youth as custodians of Indian knowledge systems, reclaiming cultural heritage and envisioning futures. Indian knowledge systems represent a wide and rich collection of traditional wisdom, cultural practices, scientific insights, moral values, and community-based learning that have shaped India's identity for thousands of years. These systems include diverse fields such as Ayurveda, yoga, classical arts, oral storytelling, indigenous agriculture, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophical thoughts. Together, they form a holistic way of understanding life, nature, society, and human behavior. Many of these knowledge traditions were weakened through centuries of colonial rule, which imposed Western education models, devalued local knowledge, and disrupted traditional learning practices. This decline continued in the post-independence era due to rapid industrialization, globalization, migration, and the rise of technology driven lifestyles that distanced younger generations from their cultural roots. In recent years, youth have begun to play an important role in reversing this trend across urban and rural India. Young people are showing renewed interest in learning traditional arts, studying classical texts, practicing indigenous health system, promoting local languages, preserving ecological wisdom, and using digital platforms to spread awareness about India's knowledge heritage. This paper discusses the growing participation of youth as active custodians who not only inherit but also reinterpret and reshape Indian knowledge system to meet present day needs. Their contributions help revive cultural pride, strengthen community identity, support sustainable living practices, and inspire innovative solutions rooted in traditional wisdom. Unfortunately, many of these traditions weakened over time because modern education system did not focus on them and Western ideas become more dominant. But today, many young people are realizing that Indian knowledge systems are extremely valuable. They are showing interest in learning these traditions and using them in daily life. In this way, youth are becoming true custodians, protectors, and carriers of India's cultural heritage. Indian anthropologist Nirmal Kumar Bose, he says that, I quote, India has always believed in continuity rather than abrupt change. Unquote. His words explain that Indian knowledge systems have survived for centuries. Even when societies change, cultural wisdom continues because people pass it from one generation to the next. Today's youth are a key connection in this chain. By learning from elders, reading cultural texts, joining workshops, and exploring traditions online, they help preserve this knowledge. They are not only learning but also finding new ways to apply traditional wisdom in the modern world. A big part of Indian knowledge system is based on oral traditions. For centuries, knowledge was shared through stories, songs, folk tales, and everyday conversation. Uh, I quote one folklorist, A.K. Ramanujan. He says, I quote, stories travel from mouth to mouth and change with each teller while keeping the essence of the same. This means oral knowledge stays alive because it adapts to new times. Many young people today are reviving these traditions by recording stories of their grandparents, documenting folk songs, creating podcasts on local histories, and writing blog on their cultural experiences. Such efforts help keep memories, values, and cultural wisdom alive in a fast changing society. Youth are also playing an important role in preserving India's ecological knowledge. Indigenous communities across India have deep understanding of forests, water, soil, and local plants. Environmental activist Vandana Shiva. She points out that indigenous knowledge is ecological knowledge. It is based on careful observation and understanding of nature. Unquote. Many young Indians now practice organic farming, participate in seed saving programs, study medicinal plants, and taking part in climate activism. They learn from farmers, tribal elders, and environmental experts. By combining these wisdom with science, youth create sustainable solutions for agriculture, water conservation, and biodiversity protection. Their work supports both nature and local communities. Traditional medicine is another important part of Indian knowledge system. Ayurveda, yoga, siddha, and naturopathy teach people how to maintain a healthy balance in life. Ayurvedic scholar I quote one Ayurvedic scholar. He says Ayurveda rests on the belief that health means harmony between body, mind, and environment. Young people are helping bring these healing systems back by studying Ayurveda, joining yoga institutes, sharing wellness tips online, and promoting natural lifestyles. Many youth led health initiatives focus on mental well being, meditation, home remedies, and seasonal rites. Their work helps communities understand that traditional health systems still have great relevance. Another field, if I talk about arts and crafts, youth are also very active. India's handloom weaving, classical dances, folk dances, pottery, and other traditions were slowly fading because of the limited recognition and financial support. But a cultural historian, Kapil Vatsyayan, emphasized that, I quote, Indian artistic traditions survive only when they are practiced and experienced, unquote. Today, many young artists, dancers, musicians, and designers are reviving these art forms. They learn classical dances, style like Bharatanatyam, Kathak, practice folk music, and support local artisans by buying and selling homemade products. Young entrepreneurs promote Indian crafts through online shops and social media, giving artisans great visibility and income. If I talk about the importance of technology, technology also plays a major role in this revival of Indian knowledge systems. Today's youths, they use smartphones, cameras, social media, and digital platforms to document and share cultural knowledge. They record interviews with elders, photographs, historical places, create educational videos, and digitalize old scripts. One scholar is there, whose name is Graham Smith. He says that indigenous knowledge can survive only when it is actively shared and protected. Digital tools help young people do exactly that, share knowledge widely while protecting it from being forgotten. Indian educational institutions are also recognizing the importance of traditional knowledge. Many schools and universities, they include courses on Indian knowledge system, yoga, traditional arts, and environmental traditions. When teachers include local culture and community examples in the classes, students understand lessons better and feel more connected to their heritage. This inspires youth to value traditional knowledge and use it in solving modern problems. But in spite of this, youth face some challenges. Many people believe that traditional knowledge is outdated or unscientific. Rapid urbanization, migration, and modern lifestyles also disconnect young people from their roots. Some traditional practices are not financially rewarding, so youth may avoid them.
Kindly wind up, ma'am.
Okay, I conclude. Through this paper, I want to say that young people are playing a pivotal role in keeping Indian knowledge system alive. They protect traditions, revive arts, promote ecological wisdom, support traditional health practices, and use technology to share heritage with the world. By embracing both tradition and innovation, youth show that Indian knowledge system are not only about the past, they shape the future. When young people take pride in their cultural heritage, they build a society that honors its roots while moving forward with confidence, creativity, and hope. Thus, youth play a key role in preserving and promoting India's rich cultural heritage through its traditional knowledge systems. The blend of tradition and innovation can create a future that respects cultural values while meeting with the needs of modern society. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Manjeet ma'am. Yeah, Gaurav sir, any question from your side?
Very simple question. You see, IKS is very much rooted in tradition, So and youth these days, they're more likely associated with modernity. So how do you propose that they will act as their custodians without creating any contradiction?
Because I think that youth is the connection between the older generation and the coming generation, and they have the opportunities, they have the ways to carry their past or their cultural heritage to the coming generation. Because the older generations, they don't have the cameras, they don't have this type of technology to save their memories and to save their culture. So I think that youth have this opportunity.
मंजीत जी,
Yeah.
मेरा सवाल ये है, जो हम ढूंढ पीछे रहे हैं, जिनको कह रहे हैं ढूंढने के लिए, वो आगे देख रहे हैं,
Yeah,
पीछे कैसे घुमाएं?
same question was, haunting me, that the youth is more inclined towards AI and, making their own reels and into more of anime and whatnot. And what is the percentage of this youth? And can you give some examples? Also, you're talking about the, that they are reinterpreting and they are reviving Indian knowledge systems. So can you cite some examples?
we can say that there is some percentage who is there is a you can say great percentage who is moving towards or watching towards future, but still there are some people who are deeply rooted to their culture and they can save their culture, they can carry this culture, but still I think that still there are some people who value their cultural heritage.
Yeah, understood,
We,
ma'am.
and we, for example, we can say that we are the generation who have seen the, earthen chulhas to inductions, and we can, we can tell the coming generation the value of those things and about those things positively. So,
Yeah,
with
just an observation that you can, take some case studies or some examples you can, infuse in your paper to make it better.
See, I got carried away when I heard you consider myself as a youth. So, I was very happy. so anyways, hello. We'll see next.
Okay. Thank you.
Shaisha.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Shaisha Verma.
Good evening, sir. Am I
Good
audible?
Yes, Shaisha, you are audible. Kindly switch on your camera.
Yes, sir.
Shaisha, kindly start and switch on your camera.
Yes, so I've been trying, but
No, it's already there. The presentation is there. So we can see the presentation.
yes.
Yeah.
So may I begin like this because my camera
Yes,
for
it's
some
it's okay. It's
reason-
okay. You have to switch on the camera.
So I'm trying, it's not happening. Can I begin like this?
Okay, go ahead, Shaisha.
Right, sir. Good evening, esteemed panel. My name is Saisha Verma, and today I've tried to link the topic Indian knowledge system with my area of research, which is mental well-being. I've tried to blend it in a certain way using the authors that I've selected for my comparative analysis. So this particular paper, which I am going to present today, is it examines how the narratives of my writers are sort of in a blend with this particular institution of Indian knowledge system. So the main objectives are going to be to demonstrate how concepts such as anekantwad, dharma, and swasthya, which are found enriched in our Vedas and Puranas, are going to provide a decolonial lens for interpreting their narratives. I'm going to also argue my main writers, who are Wong and Adichie's narrative techniques, how they function as forms of sadhana, contemplative discipline practices enabling self-integration. I'm also going to talk about how their characters negotiate trauma, diaspora, and identity through indigenous philosophical frameworks, and also to establish literature that can act as a medium of epistemic healing and psychological restoration when read through non-Western knowledge systems. So basically, this paper examines how the narratives of Ocean Wong and Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie function as transformative practices of healing when viewed through the Indian knowledge system. It argues that their works become sadhana, which is a disciplined way towards self-realization by reimagining trauma, identity, and mental well-being. Using core IKS concepts such as anekantwad and which is the doctrine of many sided truths, dharma, which is a contextual duty, and swasthya, which is holistic health. The paper explores how these writers dismantle monolithic colonial narratives and replace them with pluralistic modes of knowing. This particular writer, the first one, which is Ocean Wong's lyrical fragmentation, as seen in his work, which is On Earth We Are Briefly Gorgeous, which also happens to be his debut novel, embodies a practice of holding multiple truths simultaneously, as is echoed in his line from his novel On Earth We Are Briefly Gorgeous, which says, "They say nothing lasts forever, but they're just scared it will last longer than they can love it." Similarly, my second writer, which is Adichie's dialogical realism, especially in her work Purple Hibiscus and Half of a Yellow Sun, which is set in the context of the Biafran War, creates a space where characters negotiate conflicting dharmas and reclaim silenced voices. Their storytelling, therefore, has become a form of narrative medicine, which enables both epistemic agency and psychological integration. Ultimately, this entire paper that I'm talking about contends that, reading both these writers through an Indian knowledge system lens reveals literature as a sacred, transformative space where wounded epistemes are mended and where identities fragmented by trauma move towards resilient wholeness. To highlight the potential for IKS to expand global literary criticism beyond Western trauma theory and therefore offer a holistic model of mental well being. So, that is what my paper is all about. Thank you.
It was good, actually. That is, I mean, as far as time constraints are concerned, this was the best one. I was very happy. I will talk about the positives. I was not expecting how you're going to link it with IKS. You managed to do it, so congratulations. First.
Thank you, sir.
Second, analysis. I know if you will develop it as a research paper, it's going to be a wonderful paper. Secondly, third one, SDG is missing. So just pay attention because it's the place where you are working. Ultimately, you will have to link it with SDG, else you will not get any benefits.
Sure, sir.
Or when you make a PPT on gamma, make sure you cover it with your name. You just add a box over there, Dr. Sai. You can say it would be Dr. Sai Shawarma, and then you put it there.
Sure,
So,
sir. I'll
and
take note.
I liked it, and I was hoping to see more references because
Sure.
again, but then you're still I think first year of your research. That is still,
Yes, sir.
I know, don't like. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
She's a faculty at
Similar
LQ.
viewpoint that I was also expecting more of references and cross references.
References are missing. Without that, you won't.
But it was interesting. I mean, the integration that she's done.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and well managed and, well in time. You finished well in time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Baljit, are you there? Dr. Baljit? Baljit? Nikhil, Baljit is there? No, I don't think so.
No, sir.
Okay, Satya Prakash, Dr. Satya Prakash ji hai? Dr. Satya Prakash? No. Akansha, Miss Akansha Jaiswal. Miss Akansha Jaiswal. Okay, I don't think. Sanjay
And,
sir?
Dr. Pinky hasn't also presented if she's
Yes.
there.
Yeah, actually, she works at my university. I just confirmed it. Yeah, I when I saw the college, then I realized she's from my university. So I don't know. She's not there. So Sanjay sir, are you there? Just a minute. Let me call him. We'll call him.
And before we wind up, Gaurav sir, we
Ji, ma'am.
need to discuss for 5 minutes
Yes, ma'am.
regarding the best presentation. So after all of this, we'll
Yes, you may leave.
everyone.
All of you, please. Shaisha ji, Nikhil, Manjit, ma'am, please leave. Everyone, please leave.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please leave. Ashwini, I think. Oh, to Nikhil, please leave. Manjit, ma'am, please leave. Ruby, ELLC. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
ये आपको अगर किसी का लगा तो एक्चुअली
yes, Dr. Gaurav.
हाँ
Yes.
जी, ऑलमोस्ट 2-3 लोग एब्सेंट हैं सर, तो हम लोग मार्क्स डिसाइड करके मीटिंग से लीव कर सकते हैं ना?
Yes, absolutely. Mark them absent.
ओके सर, ओके,
So
जस्ट
I think only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people presented,
So
right?
it's done. Manjeet is already presented or not? Manjeet is presented.
Manjeet has presented and sir आपके ही स्कॉलर मिसिंग है, बलजीत जी. I saw the names. ये एक बलजीत है सर, बलजीत कौर. तो आप ही का नाम है सर.
अच्छा.
So I saw your name as supervisor. So I said,
Yes.
चलिए, वो अभी देखा मैंने.
नहीं ये फोटो से तो मैं पहचान नहीं. You know, in Punjab,
I know.
you could find
Sir
n
is
number
very-
of Manjeet and no.
Actually, sir is very busy. I know. So I know he's very busy.
So it's done.
All, sir, just to marks finalize, I will tell
Okay.
you the moment.
All the presenters have presented.
Sir, just 2
There were
minutes.
only 6
So
presentations.
shall we end this session?
No, sir, no. We are discussing marks.
Sir, we
no?
will
Test
discuss
paper.
a little bit.
And then, 2 minutes.
Okay then.
Because, we need to fill a
Namrata ma'am,
performer.
is there anyone
Performer.
else present to Baki or?
Manjeet, no sir. Yes, sir. Manjeet को आप रिमूव कर सकते हैं, ग्रुप में हो गया उनका प्रेजेंटेशन. मंजीत को काइंडली रिमूव कर दीजिए, शायद ध्यान.
क्या मंजीत का बाकी है?
मंजीत हो गया मंजीत, तो उनको हटा, वो सुन नहीं रही है शायद. वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग हर टू लीव, शी इज नॉट लीविंग, सो काइंडली जस्ट. हाँ ठीक है मैम.
So sir, we had 6 presentations, right?
वो आप ही की साइड से है सर, स्कॉलर साइड. वो मैनेजमेंट टीम पे ही लग रहा है मुझे, है अश्विनी जी.
Okay, anyhow, no problem. You can share the result in group. And Namrata ma'am, thank you so much.
सर अभी वो
for your precious
We
time
need to have a word with
सर
you.
रुकिए ना आप. सर संजय सर रुकिए.
क्या हुआ?
सर हमें रिजल्ट बनाना है अभी बात.
We have to discuss.
Yes.
अच्छा.
अरे.
Yeah. So, sir, we had 6 presenters: Dr. Prasannata, Dr. Sunaina, Nilofer, Nikhil, Dr. Manjeet, and Saisha Verma. Right, sir?
Right.
So, yeah. So, what is your take?
Ma'am, I'll actually प्रेजेंटेशन तो 3 का मुझे अच्छा लगा, जिसमें प्रसन्नता जी थे. निखिल का ठीक लगा और साइशा का ठीक लगा. बाकी सुनैना, नीलोफर और जो एक और थे, वो दे वर जस्ट रीडिंग आउट, ये तीनों. तो आई विल नॉट जज. तो उन तीनों को मैंने रिस्पेक्टेबल मार्क्स छोड़ देके उनको मतलब 70% देके इग्नोर कर देंगे. 3 में ही डिसाइड होगा. References wise,
Dr. Prasannata, it's Dr. Then it's Nikhil
and Saisha.
And Saisha, yes.
उसमें मैं अपना पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू बता देता हूँ, आप कंफर्म करिएगा. ये दोनों स्कॉलर हैं, निखिल और साइशा जो हैं, ठीक है. और प्रसन्नता जो है वो फैकल्टी है. ही हैज टू बी गुड. प्रसन्नता को ही वेल, तो एंड निखिल और ये साइशा जो है, सो हाँ. तो लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उनका इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पे बेस्ड नहीं है पेपर. वो कॉन्फ्रेंस के थीम से मैच नहीं करता पेपर उनका, जो प्रसन्नता है. कॉन्फ्रेंस का थीम है उससे मैच.
ये भी लग रहा था कि he was digressing while answering. क्वेश्चन कुछ और पुट हो रहा था,
वो
कहीं और
डाइग्रेस कर रहे थे. he was very good, but since it's not, हाँ, थीम कॉन्फ्रेंस के थीम से नहीं है उनका, मैच कर रहा है वो.
So that way then I will go with Saisha.
You'll go with Saisha. Okay, ma'am. Saisha. Fair enough.
What do you say? Because it was.
Ma'am, you can say because Nikhil was my scholar, so I'm not going to vote for it. I turned down Saisha. So Saisha को दे सकते हैं थोड़ा सा. Yes, sir.
So what I'll do is I'll prepare this sheet.
And Nikhil Sanjay sir का भी scholar है अभी, तो that won't be fair. अभी उनके पास है वो, तो उनका स्कॉलर जीत जाए वो भी फेयर नहीं है.
वो तो किसी का भी स्कॉलर हो सकता है, वो तो कोई बात नहीं है यहाँ पे.
Actually, I know this. He's good guy. Of all the presenters, he's the only one जिसके बारे में मुझे पता है सर को भी, that he will get a Q1 publication.
Okay,
वो
but
एक साल का
let's not be subjective and we
हाँ,
let's
हाँ, हाँ.
concentrate on today's session.
आप जिसको तय कर दें मैं आप दे दीजिए. रीजन इज आई न्यू एवरीवन, सो
Okay.
नहीं
And
भी चाहूंगा तो बाहर
I
से जाऊंगा.
knew no one, so
हाँ, दैट इज बेटर. हाँ,
I knew no one.
संधा को छोड़ के आई कैन आप साइसा को दे सकते.
ठीक है. So
Yes.
let's round off on him,
Yes,
and
ma'am. Thank
I'll prepare the result and I'll share it. Right?
हाँ, ठीक है मैम. थैंक यू मैम. नमस्ते.
ठीक है. Namaste.
It was so nice
Namaste,
to meet you, ma'am.
sir.
Thank
Okay. Thank you.
ठीक है संजय
Thank
सर.
you.
हाँ सर.
So let's call
Thank
it a
you,
day.
Namrata ma'am. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Gaurav.
so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your precious time.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, so
Good evening.
let's meet tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow कहाँ डाला आपने मुझे?
Tomorrow
tomorrow
we'll be
at
on the other
11
side
a.m.
of the table. we will
अच्छा
be
अच्छा. I
here
can
tomorrow.
नहीं. Since the day I have left LPU थोड़ा कम सर जो है ना याद करते हैं. चलिए. Next year onwards will be active part. ठीक है सर.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you sir.
Thank you.
प्रणाम. प्रणाम sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.